Clip. So, herzlich willkommen zur 12. Hamburg Games Conference. Good morning. Welcome to the 12th Hamburg Games Conference. My name is Ralph Oliver GRAEF. Me and my team of GRAEF Rechtsanwälte are very happy and very honored to have you as our guest for this fully digital and mobile games conference. Last year, we had a great event at Kino, which was really a huge success. We loved the new venue, and this year we are, due to the COVID pandemic, all online. So have a great conference. We'd love to see you, to interact with you, and to see you on the floor at the different stages. Enjoy, and I give the floor to Margit Schneider from Gamecity Hamburg, who will guide you through the program. Have fun and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, welcome to Hamburg Games Conference, also from us at Gamecity Hamburg. It's truly amazing being able to meet so many international guests as well as locals here on board of our ship, because actually connecting people from all over the industry is one of our main goals at Gamecity Hamburg, and I couldn't imagine a better way to do this online than on the sunshine deck of our MS Hamburg. Today's focus of the conference program is on startups and indies. Make sure to catch our program today, featuring talks about how to network online, how to reach discoverability in digital events, and ways to fund your game. And of course, make sure to make use of the networking opportunities and just talk to people. If you want to meet Gamecity Hamburg, find us on the sunshine deck. We're always up for a chat. Talk to you soon. For now, I pass the mic on to Christian Rauder.
Welcome from me. I'm your host today and tomorrow for this full digital conference, which was transferred to the digital realm. We are very happy to have this amazing world which SuperCrowd created, with lots of Easter eggs, lots of things to discover, surprises, connect business cards, and there are over 50 exhibitors today, and you can visit their booths. I would like to give you a short introduction into the handling and use of the platform, and we might have a little video even where I can briefly show you the floor. You might have already arrived. You can actually move by clicking on the left mouse button. You can interact with people by clicking on them. And you can actually look at the game consoles and banners. They're all clickable, and they might lead you to the websites of developers and publishers and other industry members, and to their social media. You can send messages below on the right, and you can click on the map button on the far right, and you can choose different decks on this fantastic cruise ships, and you will be teleported through time and space to this specific deck. And this is the buffet deck. You can meet and mingle with the people there and can interact and look at the booth. Very important is the video call feature, which we implemented. You can find meeting points. There are open meeting points where everybody can meet, and there are scheduled meeting points where you can meet the people you schedule the meetings with through the Meet to Match tool. Just click on the tables, and then there will be a window opening where you can join the meeting. You can see the people who are already in the group, and you can join the meeting. And then in the game, fantastically, a video screen will open, and you can video chat with the people within the platform and the world. So everything is totally integrated, which we're very, very proud of. And we just explored the world yesterday and today, and it was great fun. So I can only welcome you and invite you to make use of this new platform. And I think we made the best of it, and now even welcome more international customers and participants to the Hamburg Games Conference than ever, which is an upside of the current situation. Had we met in Hamburg, probably a lot of you people, international people, would not have come to Hamburg just for the day. But now everybody is virtually in Hamburg, which we're very proud of. We will swiftly move to the program. We have a full program today and tomorrow with a lot of wonderful talks with high-ranking industry officials, people who have deep knowledge and who are willing to share their knowledge in the course of the conference. And the intimacy of the atmosphere was always a trademark of the Hamburg Games Conference, and we hope to be able to transfer this intimacy also into the digital world and welcome you to talk to the speakers afterwards. There will usually be a question and answer section where you can meet the people on the deck. There is also next to the stage a specific room where you can see where the speaker can be met, and you can ask them questions. So we're happy to also have transferred this into the digital world. Now we will swiftly move to the first talk of this Hamburg Games Conference. And everybody knows that making games is not possible without the money. And the question is where these sources of money could come from. And one source is obviously a Kickstarter campaign. And today we'll have a talk about the Kickstarter marathon of the Wagadu Chronicles. In this talk, we will actually learn about a successful Kickstarter campaign, and the speaker will share his experience and knowledge about planning a campaign, about how to do social media, how to employ newsletters, marketing, and filming. I would like to invite the speaker, the first speaker of today, who will kick off the Hamburg Games Conference. And this is Allan Cudicio, and I hope to be joined by Allan now, and I will just briefly give you an introduction who he is and what he did, and then we will move to his talk. So Allan is a founder. Yeah. Okay, so I will. We'll have a intermission. We'll have a break, before Allan will come up, and you'll have time to explore a bit the floors. We will start at 10:30, and then we'll kick off with Allan. And I would like you to invite you to take your time and have a look around and get a bit of a feel of the conference and everything which can be explored. So I'll see you back at 10:30 at the stage.
Welcome, everybody.
I'm a little bit excited.
What makes a game meaningful is the stories players will tell you about playing it.
Watch out, it closes! It closes!
No! How much of a unique take on video games can we have?
Oh, I got it. No. Ouch.
So what we do is an art form. It is not just, oh, it's another form of media.
We're right on the edge of mass consumer adoption of VR as a platform.
It's really about collective coming together, so doing it with other people.
Juliana just said I should not use nipple anymore. I should use Nupsi.
Nupsi.
Welcome back on stage, dear participants of the 12th Hamburg Game Conference. We're super excited to have you here, and we will kick off the program with our first talk, and I will be joined by Allan Cudicio. Hi, Allan.
Hello.
How are you? Hello.
I'm good.
Allan, we're very
me.
excited. Yeah, great that you're with us. Allan will talk about his Kickstarter campaign and the Wagadu Chronicles, which is the first Afro fantasy MMO. So we'll probably also learn about that a bit and learn about what you did and what your success was. And Allan will actually dig into the matters of planning, of social media, of newsletter, of marketing and filming, and many more things. Allan was several years a game designer with large and small game developers, and then he actually founded his own studio, Twin Drums. He is based in Berlin, and we're very happy to hear your talk, Allan. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much for the wonderful introduction, Christian. So, hi everyone. As you know, I'm Allan. So the talk is called the Kickstarter Marathon of the Wagadu Chronicles. I called it marathon for a reason, so you will see during the talk. It's really about the long term. So what I'm going to be talking about is like briefly the project, the Wagadu Chronicles, then a bit like deciding how relevant a Kickstarter can be for your game, planning, of course, executing, and then a bit of the follow-up, which is very important as well. So yeah, I'll try and keep it short so we can focus on questions after. I'm sure you have like super interesting questions for me, so I'll go through, you know, it's a massive topic. I could speak for a whole day, so I'll kind of give an overview and then we can have a chat together. I've been like wonderfully introduced already by Christian. I'm Italian Ghanaian, currently based in Berlin. I've worked for some larger franchises such as Candy Crush, for instance, with King. I've been on like small local companies as well, especially in the Berlin scene. I've worked for Wooga, a narrative-based mobile company. And currently, I've been since a couple of years now with Twin Drums, my own company. And yes, the project we're working on is called the Wagadu Chronicles. And basically this project comes from the desire to create a game that represents African cultures, which you know, we don't see much in media in general, and especially in gaming, and specifically an MMORPG focused on role-playing. So we're building a whole world that's the features, the moderation, the world around kind of a bit like Dungeons and Dragons, so actually acting out your character, which is something that's missing as well in the market currently. So Kickstarter, we had a Kickstarter end of last year in September, October. We tried to raise a bit more than 100,000 euro, and we got like more than 160,000 euro. So it was very successful, 2,659 backers. So it was a big success, awesome experience. But of course, getting there required a lot of planning. So I'm going to talk a bit about that. One thing I want to say straight away, I've heard all sorts of things out there. I'm very, very skeptical about succeeding with the Kickstarter without doing a lot of preparation. So most Kickstarters out there, even if they make it seem easy, it's not. Like it's not impossible. I think if you do your homework, you can get there, but you have to prepare in advance. And a question, of course, that one should ask themselves before starting is, should I even have a Kickstarter? So I think one thing to keep in mind is that there are some genres that are not really suitable for Kickstarter and some platforms. So if you look online, you will find more, but definitely mobile games, tricky one if you want to go on Kickstarter, kids games as well for children. Unfortunately, they don't resonate as well. PC games are very strong, right? Kickstarter is a very PC focused. And then if anything that's related to, of course, board games, role-playing games, similar to the world, you know, those type of games perform very well. So my tip would be, first of all, look at your genre, look at your platform and in your audience, and check if Kickstarter could be a match. That's a very important starting point. In our case, it's a PC online multiplayer game, role-playing game, and yes, so we realized that could be a match with Kickstarter. One thing I started with very early was looking at similar projects. So, okay, you have a genre, you know where your niche is, and then checking out what other projects were there before in the previous years. That's super, super useful. So to look at how much money they asked for, how much money they made, how does the page look like, how does the pitch look like, what do their rewards look like. So really, this type of basically it's market research, but specifically within Kickstarter, is extremely, extremely important. And if you don't find any project similar to yours, that could be a reason for concern, for instance, right? Or maybe you're looking in the wrong way. And I would say usually you would always find something, and make sure that you have a good understanding of what works out there. And another thing that I can really recommend a lot when doing research before is looking at experts in general. So there's some great YouTube videos of GDC speakers or other conferences, maybe even this conference, people speaking about their own experiences, what went right, what went wrong, consultants speaking about Kickstarter and what they advise to campaigners, Kickstarter employees themselves talking about their own platform and their own data. These are all, I would say, really watch everything. I can't remember the amount of videos I've watched and articles I've read, and you should as well. I think it's really, and you kind of start building that subconscious knowledge. So I really recommend it as a preparation. Another thing I really recommend is networking. So now in these COVID days, it sounds a bit kind of science fiction to go there and meet people. I mean, you can do it a bit online at this stage, join Discords, communities online, social media, but definitely as soon as things get back to normal, go to events where there's Kickstarter employees, for instance. Now there's I'm quite fortunate in Berlin. We have a bunch of events, but now there's a lot going on in other cities. I know that Kickstarter employees travel around the world, or you can meet people who have run other Kickstarters from your own scene and speak in person. I think it's really, really great to get in touch. And if not, as I said, social media, Discord, because you will get some insights in person that you wouldn't get by just checking out videos and reading articles, which is still super important, of course. So going specifically to the Wagadu Chronicles and kind of the whole journey, I started thinking about Kickstarter and the fact that our game could be a Kickstarter already a couple of years before going to Kickstarter. So quite a lot of time. And I had it in the back of my head. I wasn't doing too much, but definitely I was kind of, raising my ears if there was anything Kickstarter related, which is sort of a first step. Then kind of the most tangible thing I did like a year before going to Kickstarter was social media. So building some momentum on social media. One very, very big rule of Kickstarter is that you don't want to go just cold in Kickstarter. You don't want to go to Kickstarter with no audience, no support, no social media presence, and just say, okay, let me go online, let me do a good campaign and see if it resonates. Unfortunately, nowadays, that doesn't work anymore. It did for some older campaigns, but nowadays you need to go with momentum, with traction. You need to have some followers on your social media. You need to have a newsletter. You need to have people who will just, in the first minutes, first hour of your Kickstarter, jump in straight away and kind of, be excited, create some momentum with the algorithm, get it going. So what we did, maybe I should say I did, because I took care of, and I still do, of a lot of the social media of the company, because I think it's really important, and we're a very small team. I tried a couple of platforms. I picked Twitter because I felt that was the one I understood best. I had been on Twitter for a few years. I wasn't super active, but I kind of was following. I knew how it worked. I looked at successful other successful games and just successful people on Twitter, how they tweet. And then I created kind of a first big tweet for the Wagadu Chronicles to build this momentum. And that was beginning of last year. And I spoke about the world. So I decided to pick as an angle the world building of the game, because I know it's quite unique, it's very original, it will bring people in, so I gave it a go. And I made basically a long thread basically posting many tweets as an answer with images and concepts talking about the world of Wagadu and this kind of Afro-fantasy unique world. I was, of course, luck is involved, but it worked really well. Got thousands of likes, it went viral. I think it had more than 1 million impressions. And very important, there was a call to action. So at the end of it, it's like, are you interested in this? Join our newsletter. So there's others who say this out there in the kind of Kickstarter world, and I strongly agree. I really think you should look at your newsletter as the center of your community, because, and the reason is not just like a personal opinion, but there's actually data on the fact that newsletters perform great. Like people, first of all, they love getting newsletter. I know that you'd see people think sometimes that emails are annoying and that you're going to bother people. But those that you're going to bother, they're not going to support you anyways, right? They're not going to come to your Kickstarter. They're not going to buy your game. So focus on people who are really keen, want to know more, they're excited, they're looking forward to hearing from you, and get them into your newsletter. And those newsletter people will convert very well when you have your campaign. So this social media initial campaign, completely unpaid, by the way, like no money was spent, just went, just like through organic engagement, had sign in the newsletter as a call to action. Otherwise, we'd have just lost all of those people who liked, and then, maybe, yeah, a bunch followed, but then newsletter is more important. Another thing that really helped with this initial social media push was visuals. So I think, you'd see a lot of Kickstarters, momentum builders before the campaign are very much about showing teasers. So like, it could be animations, it could be 3D assets, it could be 2D. In our case, it's concepts, because the game wasn't there yet, so 2D art. I think we're visual creatures in the end. So sometimes just writing about the game can work, but I'd say showing is even better. Some campaigns, more and more, even have demos. So we didn't have one yet. We couldn't build one, but and especially for an MMO, it's very hard to build a demo. Like it's easier for a single player game. Imagine if you're a platformer, that's much easier, for instance. Consider that option. If not, try and showcase concepts, screenshots, a prototype of what you have. Players, future players want to see what they're going to get into, and as human beings, we're very visual creatures. That really helped on social media as well. In our case, one thing that we did on like giving something, because I think giving things, always, bring people there. We love having gifts. Is a lore book. So I and my writer wrote a PDF book with a couple of 100 pages, basically describing the world. That's something that we wanted to do anyways for the game, because the world building is very important for us. And then we just thought, like, why don't we just adapt it a bit for Dungeons and Dragons and make it like a little free Dungeons and Dragons book with concepts that we're using for the game and the world building, the lore. And so it was like it was work, but not like redundant, because we had that information and material anyways. And we released it for free as kind of like a second big step of this building momentum for the Kickstarter. And again, it went viral. We got like thousands and thousands of downloads. I kind of lost track because it's being shared organically, but I'd say for sure tens of thousands of people have downloaded this book. And inside the book, there's a direct link to the Kickstarter, to the kind of future link, the preview link of the Kickstarter. So that was released around a month before the Kickstarter, and it really helped to further build momentum. So again, sharing things really helps, like meaningful things. Around a couple of months before the Kickstarter, we started the Discord as well. Now there's people who love and people who hate Discord. I would really say Discord is awesome because it creates like a really active community that can speak directly with you. You can share material with them directly, get even opinions. I would say don't do it too early, because you need to have something to share. You need to have actionable points. So the preparation for the campaign and the book that we released became like the center of the Discord, because people started playing Dungeons and Dragons. For those who are not familiar, Dungeons and Dragons is a tabletop role-playing game. So it's kind of a board game, but where you're acting out kind of your characters. It's a collective storytelling experience. And creating this Dungeons and Dragons version of the game, we gave people something to do while waiting for the actual game, and of course for the Kickstarter. And Discord became a space where people were sharing the experiences, talking about the Dungeons and Dragons versions of the characters and so on. So really recommend it, but not too early because you need to have something to share for the Discord. Just a little comment. I think personality is really important. So early on, we showed ourselves as a team. In our case, it's doubly important because we're a very diverse team. The team has always been half or more women. We're basically half people of color, lots of Black people. Very relevant for our project because it's African inspired. But you know, in your case, it might be that you love history. Maybe someone in your team is a historian and you want to present this person and talk about it. Or there's something about your own hometown that's very relevant. So I think really like, what's your story? What's your passion? What leads you to work on this project? What brought the team together? How did you meet? Like, these are things people want to see a human face, right? So even for the Kickstarter, I would recommend to really show yourself and who you are. And understand not everyone is comfortable, but maybe you can find a way, rather, if you don't want to show your own face, to show something about you. Maybe get someone to make a drawing of you, like some 2D stylized art, and then next to it some descriptions. I think it's really great to present who you are as a team. Get into the actual Kickstarter. So it's really important to set a goal, like a monetary goal, and to be realistic. So in our case, when we set the goal, was like, the idea was, this is not going to be the whole budget. We're going to have some alternative sources. So we have the developer of League of Legends, Riot Games, that before the Kickstarter already got on board and said like, hey, we're going to be supporting the game. And I thought, okay, so let us combine what Riot Games is giving us and Kickstarter for the budget of the game. So that was already one thinking, to keep it realistic, so not to go and ask for like, I don't know, a crazy amount of money. Of course, that's not impossible, but it makes it way, way harder. And it means that your project too, it's a hit or miss. So you see less and less projects that go there now on Kickstarter and ask for the full amount. But I think you should be frank about it as well. Like, don't go there and basically scam your backers. That's bad. It's not going to pay off. Go there and be frank. We were honest. We're like, hey, we have some money from Riot Games. We want some more money from Kickstarter to really make the full scope of the game that we want. So that was the kind of 100,000 plus euro that we asked for. And of course, if you realize you have a massive momentum, you have like 1 million followers on Twitter, then maybe you can go and ask, for 2 million or 1 million, just random amounts, but be realistic. Another thing, really important is the page itself. So as I said, research, look at pages out there, make it look good. It needs to be high quality. If you don't have someone in the team who's a really good graphic designer, get someone to do it. It needs to look very professional. And the video as well needs to be very professional. So I know, again, maybe you're good at it, you can do it yourself, but we decided to hire someone to help us with the video and to put together something like really great with like some good sound design that kind of made the trailer feel cool, the lighting look great, and so on. So again, I really, especially if you're going, like 100,000, several tens of thousands, you want the videos to look professional. You want people to think, I'm giving money to a professional organization, not just to an amateur sitting in the living room. Rewards are super important. Be mindful about rewards. Don't promise the moon. So if it's a board game, of course you need to offer physical rewards. But if it's a video game, try and keep the physical rewards to a minimum. If you're a really small team of 2 or 3 people, maybe avoid physical rewards. I know people love them, but hey, they want to support the video game. They don't want to support miniatures or hoodies. So really, because the logistics is a nightmare. Like, I am still dealing with the logistics of the few physical rewards that we have. We don't have many. It's mostly books, the kind of D&D versions of Dungeons and Dragons versions of the setting. But that's already a lot of work because it's something I've never done before. It just means a lot of logistics and printing and sending. And the offline logistics is already a lot. Already, like, giving people Discord titles and keys and so on is a lot of work. So worrying about the physical reward, and be careful with pricing as well. You don't want to underprice your rewards. So we made the physical rewards quite expensive to avoid losing money. You don't want to be losing money in the Kickstarter because you have to pay, at least in Germany here, taxes, expenses. So Kickstarter gets their own cut. The video was an expense and so on. So you want to make sure that everything is well priced. prepare as much as you can for the Kickstarter. So even posts, like just the post where you say, like the updates where you say like, we launched a Kickstarter, the update where you say like, oh, we reached our first 20%, 30% milestone, 50%, 100%, we reached the Kickstarter, thank you. If you can prepare those posts in advance, that's awesome. I knew this, I still didn't prepare all of them and I regretted it. So really, like, I mean, I prepared a lot, luckily, but there were some things which I was like, oh, I'll do it later. And then I was like, when that happened, there were lots to do. I was like, oh, I wish I had done earlier. Because at that point, you're busy on social media, Twitter. There'll be lots of people asking questions for Kickstarter, constant stream of messages, emails, messages within the Kickstarter software, comments on the updates on the campaign. So really, there'll be lots of reacting to things to try and prepare for everything that you know is going to be there for sure, like the updates or any changes. By the way, little tip I didn't mention on the rewards. You have like the stretch rewards, which are the rewards that you should always plan for those, because if the campaign goes well, you will have some stretch goals. Little tip, some other consultants give this out there on videos, so check it out. But don't plan the amounts ahead. Like really keep them flexible, because if your Kickstarter is like burning really fast, you don't want to have like really tiny steps, because then you will burn all of your additional stretch goals very fast. So try and keep them elastic. Decide the amounts of the stretch goal based on how the campaign is going. If the campaign is slow, then you make them really tight, so you're pacing it closer. If the campaign is going super fast, then you might want to space them out so that you don't exhaust all of them. And don't, of course, promise anything too impossible. We promised things for stretch goals that we would have considered maybe doing anyways. So they're kind of like maybes, and then we added them to the campaign and said, okay, we didn't decide to add like really crazy out of the blue, additional features for the game, but rather things that were like maybes and then became certainties when players backed them. Yeah, so on the funding curve, if you do your homework and research, this will not be new, but keep in mind that the first hours and couple of days are really crucial for the Kickstarter. I don't remember what the exact amount, I think like 30%. You need to hit like at least 30% of your goal to hit, like to actually make it to overall 100 at the end. So in that case, in our case, it went really well. We hit the goal within 3 days. So of course, that momentum was so strong that we actually managed. And then the rest was just like pushing through stretch goals and trying to get as high as possible. But that's why you really need to make sure that you have that momentum from social media, from your newsletter, from your Discord, and so on. I know some people have been really strong on Tumblr. Reddit worked really well for some. For us, it was okay, but not the main. So whichever social media works for you, depending on your project, right? So maybe your game is about gardening. It could be maybe there's some gardening forums or gardening Facebook groups that are really super strong for you, and maybe you should focus on those. So on follow-up, once you succeed, everything went well with the campaign, don't forget to follow up. So that would be like a whole other talk, but like we're communicating at least on a monthly basis. I would say try and keep it similar. Of course, if you want to do more, okay, but then it becomes a lot of work. Monthly, maybe bi-monthly might work for your audience, but I'd say monthly basis. Keep in touch, send updates. We have even more frequent ones on social media, and then on Kickstarter, like a monthly big summary of what's happening. People have been reacting really nicely, and it's really useful for your project. We have had even publishers who are some backers, and they're like, "Oh, we really like what you're doing. We might be interested in working with you." So it's really, or journalists who like cover your project and are really excited, and they literally copy paste those updates and they go into the news, and then you have more coverage, which will help for the actual launch of the game, which is the true goal, right? Because now after Kickstarter, you want to be aiming for a healthy launch of the game, which in our case is going to be in 2 years' time in a couple of years. But still, it's a marathon. So we started a year before the Kickstarter. Things keep on going for 2 more years, and you want to keep the Kickstarter healthy and running and people happy. So yes, that's it. Very high level. I hope you got some good ideas on how to move on for your own Kickstarter if you decide to go for one. Good luck if you do. It's a marathon, it's a journey, but it's exciting and rewarding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Allan. That was a fantastic and lively talk. It was a high TPM rate, tips per minute, because you kept shooting and shooting tips. We got a great feedback also from our community. Timo Becker, he wrote in the chat at YouTube, "Wow, Allan, this talk is pure gold. Thanks a million for sharing." So yeah, I can only second that. I have a couple of questions, if I may. You talked about that planning is really crucial and that 1 year of advanced planning should be calculated. So what would you say to somebody who has less time, say 3 or 4 months or half a year? Would Kickstarter still be worth it? How would you adjust things, or would you advise against Kickstarter at all?
Great question. I'd say 1 year was like a very generous timeline I gave myself. I'd say 6 months is good as well. Like, you can do a lot. I say 6 months. I'd say, yeah, safe. You can do. If you like less than 3 months, I think is where it starts getting tricky. Like, it depends. If you already have, for instance, a lot of social media following, or you have like some sort of audience, or it's if it's a sequel, for instance, things are very different. So it really depends. But I'll say if you're starting from scratch with no audience, nothing, like no, you don't have you're not a personality like a superstar with people following you just because of your personal brand. I think anything below 3 months is really tricky. You might succeed, but prepare yourself. It's going to be very intense, and maybe you might want to add, maybe delay a bit the Kickstarter.
Well, thank you. Did you somehow track the amount of work you put into the campaign? Because over a month you probably worked a lot of hours and days to raise money. So do you have some kind of log in order to also assess whether it was worth with relation to the time spent?
It's a great question. I didn't, because I worked at some point almost full time on it. What I can say is that my tip would be to make a lot of things overlap with other tasks. For instance, the world building we did, it ended up being super useful for the Kickstarter and then building a momentum, but we had to do it for the video game as well, right? So a lot of the art is not like art for Kickstarter, it was art for the game concept that became. So I think in general, try to be as efficient as possible, use things that you are creating for the game, put them into the Kickstarter. One tip I would say, like, I've heard some people out there saying, like Kickstarter, you work 18 hours a day, you don't get to sleep and so on. I mean, I did a lot myself, even if, the team was mostly, actually, we're still developing the game during the Kickstarter, so the team was working on their own development tasks, and it was me with a bit of help from the team, mostly managing the Kickstarter. And I had, yes, the weekends were like busy, I couldn't really completely log off, like go on a bike ride in the fields, but I had normal-ish times. So, I slept normal, I work maybe a bit longer, but I think if you plan things ahead, you can have normal work-life balance. If it's a bit more stressful than usual, but you don't have to work like 16, 18 hours a day, I think that's that's not organizing if you don't plan things ahead. And I think sometimes it's fine if you reply to an email 6 or 10 hours later. It's going to be fine. You're going to still succeed the campaign.
Is there some kind of minimum threshold which you would say is absolutely necessary? Otherwise, it's not worth it. Obviously, working for several months to raise 5,000 euros is probably not profitable. You rather spend the time elsewhere. So is there like a rule of thumb, general idea of what the minimum for a average game would be?
Yeah, interesting question, and I think I would say there isn't a minimum. I think it really depends on your project, on your size, and maybe as a single, as a single developer, one-person developer, maybe living without rent, that those 5,000 euro or dollars could take you very far. So it depends, and so I think I envision scenarios, and I've seen really wonderful campaigns with really low amounts that have been really useful for the progress of the project. Maybe sometimes even the whole game can be funded with those 5,000 euros. So I think really it's a case-by-case scenario. But again, really look at other similar projects and the budgets, similar teams, and that would really help to get an idea.
Yeah, I think that was very valuable to do the research you pointed out in order to get an idea. I mean, because games are so different. Like a small mobile game, obviously, is quite different to like a big production, and obviously the goals would be different. Now, there are also many people watching who are just started in the industry, and they might be interested. What is the cut in the Kickstarter actually gets in such a campaign? Could you elaborate on that? How much they take from the pie?
Yeah, it's actually public, so it's nothing. I just literally don't remember. It's a few percentage points, so it's not massive, but it's public. I think if you Google it, you'll find it's nothing secret. It's like it's the same for everyone. So it's a few percentage points, and you can easily just like budget it when you're planning a Kickstarter. To be honest, if you're based in Germany, like me, the taxes are more concerning. So you want to make sure that you speak with an accountant because it's as far it gets taxed as a kind of sales of you're actually selling something. And I know not every country has it like this. I know in some countries it's seen more as like a funding or so on. In Germany, it's seen as actually you selling the game, and therefore it gets taxed. So I'd say worry more about taxes if you're in Germany.
So we heard a lot about the advantages of such a Kickstarter campaign. Do you think to some projects it could even be damaging or detrimental if something goes wrong? So in the end, you better not have had any Kickstarter at all. Can that happen?
That's a good question. I think the main detriment or cost I envision is the amount of work that will go in it. So, if you pick, for instance, let's say a mobile, free-to-play is another genre, by the way, that doesn't work very well on Kickstarter. So imagine doing a free-to-play mobile game for children, for kids, on Kickstarter, and you spend 12 months of putting so much hard work. And then in the end, surprise, surprise, it doesn't go as well as expected, and it fails. Then I would say, maybe you can still go on, find publishers and so on, but you have wasted that time, right? It was not very well invested, because if you had research, you would have realized that probably this platform is not the best one for the genre and platform and audience that you're looking at. So I'd say really your own personal cost is the main thing to worry about. I wouldn't worry too much about the project failing, the game not succeeding, because there are failed Kickstarters that still led to successful games. And sometimes the momentum you got there was enough to still keep it in social media and so on, and to build an audience. But of course, you want to aim for having both, like some momentum and success and the financial goal of the Kickstarter. But it's not a clear cut. I think you can really, there's lots of gray areas in which you can fail and still get something out of it.
Well, thank you very much, Allan. Thank you for your valuable insights. And will you be sticking around here at the conference a bit so people might approach you also one-to-one? That would be really great on the different decks. Thanks again. And now we will switch to an intermission, and we'll get back in 10 minutes at 11:15. See you back soon.
Welcome, everybody.
I'm a little bit excited.
What makes a game meaningful is the stories players will tell you about playing it.
Watch out, it closes! It closes!
No! How much of a unique take on video games can we have?
Oh, I got it. No. Ouch. Grab her! Grab her!
the work you do as an art form. It is not just, oh, it's another form of media.
We're right on the edge of mass consumer adoption of VR as a platform.
It's really about collective coming together, so doing it with other people.
Juliana just said I should not use nipple anymore. I should use Nupsi.
Nupsi.
Welcome back. I would like to introduce Joel Dreskin to you for the next talk. Joel is an industry veteran. He developed expertise with marketing, strategy development, and campaign executions for a lot of well-known brands such as Star Wars, Sam & Max, Wallace & Gromit, Monkey Island. And he drove the marketing program development for Telltale Games for many years. And most recently, he has contributed to numerous game industry showcase events, namely the Media Indie Exchange and the Guerrilla Collective. So we will have his talk, and Joel will talk about discoverability in digital events. So he will actually elaborate on what to do as a developer in times of pandemic, how to get your game visible and make deals, even if it's only possible to act in the digital world. So enjoy Joel's talk.
Hi, I'm Joel Dreskin. I'm speaking today about discoverability in digital events, and thanks to the conference for having me. I am pre-recording this. I'm here in the California area, so I'm in a different time zone, so I'm pre-recording this. So I'll reference a few things that are happening in the past when you're viewing this. So with that, I will continue on. So just a few things about me. My background is marketing. I have been a marketer at the LucasArts division of Lucasfilm back when that existed, and Telltale Games in its previous iteration. I was with the company from its second through its seventh year as the first marketer on the team there. I've also taught classes on marketing for game developers at UC Santa Cruz, as well as University of Silicon Valley. A lot of my time these days is spent on events. And that's what today's conference is going to be focusing on. So I've been helping to organize the Mix events. The Mix team put on the Guerrilla Collective last summer around E3 time, so we'll talk a little bit about that. And I've also worked with the PC Gaming Show team on the content side, working with the editorial team, helping with that production for a number of years up until the Guerrilla Collective started to exist. So I will talk about that a bit as well. Along with that, I've also written a book about marketing for indie game developers. So let me continue on from here. So today's session is going to talk about events, particularly with the shifting landscape last year and repercussions. I'll talk about how my team with the Mix has approached events. This is all about visibility, and we work quite a lot with indie developers with the Mix team. We also started to work with larger publishers and larger organizations with the Guerrilla Collective. So I'll talk about how that came into place as well. So for those who aren't familiar with the Mix, the URL for the Mix is in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. And, you know, we're all about helping games get visibility and helping teams kind of find new opportunities. So I'm going to kind of go to the next slide, which shows a little bit more. These slides are going to be posted so people can go back and refer to some of the details in the slide later. But I think the next slide illustrates this a little bit better, particularly with some pictures. So before last year, we arranged for opportunities around big shows where developers can show their games. So we were first at the IGN office. That's kind of where the Mix originated with Justin Woodward started the Mix, and he was creating games. He was based out of the IGN office. They opened up the office during GDC time, invited a bunch of press. They came out and checked out the games. It was very organic. And then as time went on, you know, the interest grew, And so it became more structured. So we were at IGN for a number of years, and then we rented out a new venue close to the GDC Convention Center. The events will generally have about 50 games with demo stations that we help arrange for. We invite the press. And then we've also expanding with industry partners so that, account managers for PlayStation and Xbox and Nintendo and Steam and Epic and so on will come through, and they get a chance to see new games, learn about new games. Networking is critical, and there's no substitute for networking. I mean, I think this year we've come up with some different ideas that I think help with the visibility side, but going back to shows and talking to people face to face and making those connections. So on this slide, in the lower left, you'll see that's an event that we've been doing in Seattle during PAX time. In the lower right, that's the event that we've been doing at GDC. We also do events at E3. We did an event with the Gamescom team a couple of years ago before the physical events went on hiatus there. We have done events at EVO, the fighting game tournament in Las Vegas, South by Southwest, and many others. So that's kind of the core of what we've been doing. So then people couldn't gather anymore, unfortunately, with the pandemic. So, but then just briefly before we get out to last year, some other things we've been doing is that we've been having live streams in connection with our events. We'll cover the games and get more visibility that way as well. So that's kind of the second part of what the mix has been up through last year. And then everyone's familiar with this, has seen those everywhere. And it's been challenging for everyone, and everyone's been trying to figure out, what to do next when people can't gather. So I'm going to talk about digital events, particularly in today's session. I'm going to focus mainly on what our team has been doing in that direction, but I'll talk a little bit about the rest of the industry as well. So lots of organizations look for ways to adapt to the absence of physical events with varying degrees of effectiveness. I think some have worked really well, some maybe a little bit less well, and they're continuing to evolve this year. So GDC has done some initiatives online, Gamescom for sure, PAX, the Indie Arena booth. Media companies have been more active in this space. PC Gaming Show did a digital adaptation last year. Future, the parent company also did the Future Game Show. IGN and GameSpot have had different kinds of programming. And then publishers have had an opportunity to kind of use their megaphone and directly connect to audiences, in the absence of physical venues. So I think there's been opportunities for big publishers to stage their own events and maximize the reach that they have with their audiences and get their message out there. Some didn't have an adaptation last year and are working on new ideas for this year. So E3, for example, was on hiatus last year, and they're working on a different plan for this year. So what is the mix then? We've done a variety of formats and a variety of executions. We focus a lot on new game announcements, new content debuts. We have a live format where we have a deeper dive with a handful of games, where our team is connecting live with the developers. They're playing the games and showing them to audiences. We have a press conference style where we have our hosts at the dais, and they will present a lot of different content. We've had some guest hosts. So, I think we've done a variety of different executions here. And as time has gone on, we've really been, exploring new ways to get the content out there and make it interesting and keep it lively and interesting for viewers. So while our history has been with networking and connecting to press and industry, with the shift to digital, gamers has been an important part of the audience for our digital event. So the 3 events we did last year were the Mixed Live Showcase, that was at GDC time, and that was our first execution, and that was literally when the lockdown started. I mean, within days of the Mixed Live Showcase, we were geared up and planned for a physical event, and we expected attendance to be considerably lower, but we had our plans in place and we're continuing to work on them. And then the city shut down, and fortunately we already had our live stream plan in the works, and we just shifted everything to the live stream. So that was kind of our first execution. Then, as it was clear that the pandemic was going to be longer term, a number of organizations were thinking about what to do during E3 time. And so we banded together with a lot of partners. We work with Raw Fury quite a lot, and Raw Fury had been talking to a lot of indie game developers, indie game publishers. It expanded to then include some larger companies like Larian and Rebellion and Paradox and Funcom. And so the name of the Guerrilla Collective emerged as a name that can help encompass larger companies. So the Mix's origins was Media Indie Exchange. That's what the Mix stands for. And so the Guerrilla Collective has a broader scope, so that it doesn't have kind of that indie branding. Indie games are an important part of what we do and will continue to be an important part, but we want to have a format that didn't feel that it was constrained to a certain style of games. So that was what we did around E3 time. And on our website, which I linked earlier in the presentation, we've got lots of details about all these events and how we executed them and what they look like, and you could view the live streams. So there's lots of details on these as we go, if you want to refer back to that. And then the next digital event we did in 2020 was called the Mix Next. So we did that in October. And that was an extension of the format we did in June with Guerrilla Collective. It was back to an indie focus. We were looking a lot at games and ideas that were going to be evolving over the coming year. So those were our three big digital events in 2020. And talking a little bit collective, this is just an illustration of the companies that came together to form that. I talked about Raw Fury and Larian and Funcom. So you could see a lot of the companies that were represented as part of the Guerrilla Collective, some that I mentioned, as well as 11-Bit, Coffee Stain, Fellow Traveler, Humble Games, lots of great companies, lots of great content. And the spirit of people working together was really inspiring. And companies that in some ways, have competitive products in the market, all wanted to work together to bring visibility to the entire industry. And this was really on the game. Okay, so for 2021, as I mentioned, this is pre-recorded. So we're just finished Game Dev Direct, which again is an extension of some of the things we did last year. The archive of this is on our website. We're working on lots of new game announcements, lots of new content debuts, interesting guests. And then from there, we're going to move into the Guerrilla Collective. Guerrilla Collective is becoming an annual thing now. It was really well received last year, a lot of interest in continuing. E3 has traditionally been a time developers and industry works towards kind of new announcements, whether there's a physical event or not, whether there's an E3 or not. We know that June is an important time of year for people. So Guerrilla Collective is going to return. And the current plan is mid-June. So we're in the process of finalizing those dates. And the website for Guerrilla Collective will be posted in the very near future for anyone interested in learning more about how to show games and so on. So I talked about the event content. A really important part of this was the partnerships. So we work a lot with media partners through our historical physical events. And as physical events were going away, media partners really wanted to share content with their audiences. And they were, looking for new ways to get information out there in the absence of, the traditional E3 and GDC and so on. So IGN promoted a lot of the events that we did on their homepage, as well as last week's Game Dev Direct. GameSpot is posted on their homepage. Twitch has posted the streams on their homepage and on their fairly recently developed Twitch gaming channel, which has been doing really well. And Steam has been an excellent partner as well. So we'll talk about Steam more in just a minute, but that's a big part of these digital events is, the content is super important, but getting visibility is also really important. So building partnerships to get that kind of visibility. And global is super important. Digital events have that potential and the capability to go global. So while some events are very regional and are limited to the people who are in the city at that time, digital events have the great benefit and advantage of being able to be everywhere simultaneously worldwide. So this is an example of the kind of reach that these events have had. not just in terms of audiences, but also in terms of games and content. The mix has always had global content from all over the world, something that we've put a focus on. We really want to show content and share game information for people in many different regions. So this has been another dynamic that's happened leading into last year, as well as accelerating with last year. So we talked about Steam earlier. So Steam has also been acknowledging that the world has changed with the pandemic, of course, and they've been a great partner for helping to get visibility for games in a lot of ways before the pandemic, before the events that we were doing. But what they've been doing is creating event pages for a lot of the content that we've been doing. So when we did Guerrilla Collective, there was a focused event page where people can watch the live stream and they can wish list the games if they're not out yet, which is super important for the games and developers, as many of you know. They also had the ability to download demos, which that's been an increasing phenomenon in the industry, with lots of playable demos available early to cultivate interest and generate leads and get people onto those wish lists. And this has been an important part we've been doing in the last year, and has also been continuing into 2021. So there was an event page for Guerrilla Collective, for Mix Next, also for Game Dev Direct. And we've had some extension content too. We've done some content for Black History Month, which has been kind of a related part of the content that we've been doing. And Steam did event pages for that as well. So considerations for you all participating in the conference and thinking about the aims for you. You know, at the end of the day, every team is going to determine what is the best fit for their needs. What formats, time of year, what economics. One goal with our events is to keep them pretty affordable, keep the costs low. I know we've been looking at what everyone else is doing. Some are less expensive, some are more expensive. But one of our goals is to keep it accessible for viewers. There's no charge to viewers, but also keep it accessible for the content creators, so that if someone wants to have a game as part of the conference, you know, it's pretty inexpensive. We just are looking to, you know, cover our production costs. So we want to make it as accessible as possible. And another consideration and recommendation, whether it's pandemic year or not, is, you know, continuing to expand the direct communication channels that you all have. I mean, I think many people have been doing that quite a lot anyway. But as last year showed, the importance of those continues to be really central. So continue to expand your communication with your audiences through Twitch and Discord and your email lists and social media. So then what's next? You can see at the top of the slide, it's the big TBD. The pandemic is starting to have a downward trend, is starting to move into a much better phase, which we're all excited about. But we don't know when physical events will be safe, when people will be comfortable in large gatherings. When that happens, we're really looking forward to it and very excited about it. And we'll be there to help gain visibility for physical events as well. But in the meantime, we're continuing to move forward with digital events and our plans, and looking for new ways to improve and get the message out there in effective ways and help get visibility for developers. So while we're doing that, we're also going to think about what can the role of digital events be after the pandemic. We've seen a lot of potential and a lot of benefits of digital events, and those will continue after the pandemic is gone. And we had digital events before the pandemic, which worked really well. This has shown us new ideas and new ways that these can be effective, even after this chapter of our world has come to an end. So with that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you again to the conference for having me. Since this is pre-recorded, I'm not going to be able to take questions live, but I do have my email address here. So I encourage folks to send any questions that you have to joel@mediaindieexchange.com. And thank you again. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
This was Joel Dreskin on discoverability in digital events, and I hope you took some points away and will plan the time until the physical conferences will be possible again. We will meet back here at 12 o'clock with the next panel, and it will actually seamlessly be followed by after Joel's talk, because we will talk about how to network online, and we'll have 3 panelists. So I'm looking forward to seeing you back at noon. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody.
I'm a little bit excited.
What makes a game meaningful is the stories players will tell you about playing it.
Watch out, it closes! It closes!
No! How much of a unique take on video games can we have?
I got it.
So what we do is an art form. It is not just, oh, it's another form of media.
We're right on the edge of mass consumer adoption of VR as a platform.
It's really about collective coming together, so doing it with other people.
Juliana just said I should not use nipple anymore. I should use Nupsi.
Nupsi.
Welcome back to our first panel, which I'm really looking forward to. And it is about how to network online. And I have three wonderful guests with me who will be joining me here on the digital stage, who I will introduce to you, and then we'll get into chatting. Oh, there they are. Excellent. So we'll start with the ladies first, with Limpho Moeti, who is currently with Nuamacope. She works as a producer and business developer, developing African-inspired video games. She previously worked at Free Lives with projects of Broforce and Gorn, and she was deputy festival director of South Africa's playful media festival, Playtopia. So welcome, Limpho, to the stage.
Hi.
We move to Chris Wulf. Chris, he's an independent consultant. He has a background in business development and worked on various events, for example, Indie Mega Booth at PAX and GDC, Mag Festival. So he has extensive experiences in showcasing and in trade shows. And last but not least, Jens Bahr, who founded his own studio, Off the Beaten Track. And it's a six-person game development studio, which focuses on emotional experiences and narrative games. And he's also one of the local representatives for the Game Verband, which is the German Games Association, he is representative of the Schleswig-Holstein branch, which is one part of Germany. So he's very knowledgeable as to networking. And everybody knows that it's very tough because there are no physical events, but luckily, which also Hamburg Games Conference shows, there are alternatives, and we'll have to shift and adapt. And my question to you would be, what is basically the biggest difference between networking offline and networking online? Limpho, if you could start and give us an idea what you think, well, how do we have to adapt? What do we have to shift in our minds?
I didn't have to shift much of my thinking. I think I always assumed that whether I was meeting someone in person or online, that I'd do my best to always be sort of aware, listening, and respectful. I think the difficulty that comes from meeting someone online and not in life is that it's harder to read body language. It's sort of harder to build that connection to a degree. So I found erring on the side of either just very aggressively being yourself or just consistently being professional. Like one of those two tracks will work. And it also depends on the context in which you're meeting someone. Obviously, when you're having meetings with people, that professionalism is king. But in a more social sort of gathering where you're just hanging out with some devs online, I think a bit of casualness and just an active effort to stay engaged in the conversation, engaging with people, trying to meet new people is the best way to go about it online.
Could you explain what you mean by being professional means?
I think it's just paying attention. It's ensuring that you're focused on the discussion that's going on. You know exactly what your meeting is about. You're prepared. You're respectful. You're friendly, but you focus on the important portions that you need to discuss. And then after you've had those kinds of discussions, you can try and just have a little bit of a rapport with the person you're talking to. But I think it's about having that focus, because nobody wants to be on a call or in meetings for 8 hours every day on a video conference. So there's also just a level of just paying attention to what's going on around you. Yeah.
So a specific question also of efficiency and sort of moving along and not dragging things out, obviously. Yes. Jens, what do you think?
As you can see what I'm doing with my perfect answer.
What do you think are the main differences of offline and online networking?
In my experience, the biggest difference is the intentionality. Like when I'm at a real life event, I meet a lot of people just randomly and not with the explicit intention of meeting this one person. But when I'm online, oftentimes it seems that I have to set explicit meetings with people. Hey, let's meet at that time. So I really have to do some work ahead of time to really filter who I want to meet. While at conferences, a big part of the networking is just randomly bumping into people, making random connections. And these random connections seem to be a little bit harder to make online because it's always about connecting with this one person via Meet to Match or something else. There are channels on which you can make these random encounters. I checked out the Hamburg Games Conference this morning, and there are a lot of chances to do that in the open rooms and seeing people walking around, so that's pretty cool. But in my experience, it's always been a bit harder to make random connections.
Chris, do you want to add something?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely agree with what Dimpo and Jens had said here, especially on the random encounter side. It is very tricky. I mean, prior to the pandemic hitting, I spent most of my year on the road, just going to trade shows and networking, and having that sort of like disappear overnight, more or less, where we're now online and in lockdown permanently. It's taking a toll on how randomly you run into people, since you no longer have those networking events at the evening during Gamescom or any parties or such where you would see these people. I'm going to shamelessly plug the games industry gathering because I know that the Hamburg Games Conference has like a partnership with them. It's for me sort of the best replacement that I was able to find to actually have that kind of same environment of just casually hanging out within the games industry environment and running into people virtually, of course, in that case, which I believe happens every Friday. And I saw you have a media partnership with them, so I hope it's okay if I throw their name in here.
Well, that's very interesting that you stress the casualness of the meetings, because in some way it's a bit counterintuitive. You would think that sort of planning things ahead and structuring things would get you even further than just randomly trying to look for somebody randomly. So, but there seems to be some magic to this casualness, which we have difficulties to replicate. So what would be your take on that? Whoever wants to jump in.
I'm gonna jump in if that's cool. Wait, I just want to make sure everyone can hear me.
Go ahead.
So I think with that randomness and the casualness, that's important. It's just genuineness and authenticity. I think that one of the difficulties in terms of building a relationship within the indie sphere is that there is a level of friendship to it. There's a level of, I hung out with this person, had dinner with that person, randomly met this person at 3 a.m. in a city neither of us were from. That sort of binds together those experiences and gives you a space to talk about what you do and what you love. That doesn't feel like you're hard selling either what your company does or your game or whatever. That makes it a lot easier to build those connections in the industry. So I think that difficultness with the replication is that when you're doing something like a meet to match, is that you're going in with a specific goal in mind versus something like gig, which is fantastic, where you're just a person in rooms with people you've probably never met before, you might have met once, like in the gig, and building relationships that way, because there still is that level of casual authenticity and genuineness, an ability to discuss things that aren't necessarily always what you're working on, and have what you're working on or what you're passionate about come up naturally, as opposed to being like, hi, okay, it's a meeting with Chris. He was at, this publishing studio. Let me sell him my game. Let me do a pitch. I think that's a bit of the level there.
So how can we, if it's about this common experiences, if it's about building trust, which is probably much easier at 3 o'clock in the morning in a foreign city than in this pitch situation, how can we manage to build this trust through the digital means? Chris, what do you think? Do we have some kind of means where we can somehow substitute this 3 a.m. experience with something else?
That's a tricky one. I mean, for me, when it comes, what it boils down to, especially on the trust side of things, is transparency, especially in these casual environments where we might end up chatting at a gig or games industry gathering, being very transparent and open with your intentions of what it is going into a meeting or even going into a casual environment that you're trying to achieve for a company. No one really enjoys being in a conversation expecting that it was just a sort of casual catch up and then being sold a product, for example. So being very upfront with your intentions and making sure that the person on the other side of the screen knows what it is that you want to discuss or what it is that you're looking to get out of a conversation. We're all in this industry because it's our job at the end of the day, and there is a business that needs to be done, but at the same time, there is a professional way of dealing with that, and there is the more sleuthy way of sort of tricking a person into accepting a call because you communicated in a way that was not very indicative of what ultimately you were trying to sell the other person.
Jens, is there something you want to add?
I think the big problem with networking online is that there are so many random people online, and you don't really know who you can trust. And there are a lot of people out there who just want to connect with you because they want to make this one business deal, and that's it. And a lot of people want to connect with you just to connect with you. And it's really hard to build trust through shared experiences. I recently participated in a beta test for a game which tries to emulate that a little bit. So I was connected with a person from Denmark who's also in the games industry, and we went through a series of games together to build trust. The game was designed to do that, so we were asked to draw each other, but without looking at the paper, and then show the painting, which is of course ridiculous, but we had a shared experience of laughing at these paintings. And then we went on to talk about deeper topics with questions that were tailor-made for just the two of us. But that ended up to be a really deep connection, and I really trust that person now. And we've went on to exchange business details after this. So this is a really cool thing. So I think a good way is coming up with new shared experiences, coming up with new games we can play online together to emulate that 3 a.m. in the morning random meeting in some random city. Yeah.
It's amazing how we can trick the brain, actually, that we trust somebody just because we played games with them and we interacted with them. And it seems to be part of humankind that it's basically the way we work. I mean, we face similar problems with networking offline, obviously, because the situation Chris related, that you don't know whether people just want to sell you something, or if they want to have like a longer relationship with you, or just want to talk to you because it's just a break and they just want to go on afterwards, and they don't have anything in mind at all. Basically, that's not a problem which is specifically linked to digital means, but that's obviously a general challenge of networking and getting to know people. But as far as I understand you, it would be interesting to find other means in order to talk about common experiences, common interests, and then gradually get to know people also through the digital channels then.
Speaking of which, I mean, these days there's so many different communities that have formed around specific fields within the industry. There's an official Discord hosted or organized by Discord for marketing, community development, PR folks. And similar fields exist all across the industry these days because people have adapted to the digital landscape. Some were already existent before, but they've become just so much more important in 2020 and 2021. And most likely also for the future. And having those communities around as another avenue to casually network, get to know your peers in the industry without necessarily, in the beginning at least, having an intention of just going into this new community and pitching your work or pitching your business or so on is just a beautiful benefit that we have these days. And just for the record, selling your services is not a problem whatsoever. It's all about just transparency and having the expectations aligned. Oh,
we can't hear you. Limpho, we can't hear you at the moment.
Oh no.
Well, the Nerd Stars will pull you in. Probably, maybe you have to. Well, we were the technical side. They will try to get the situation solved. So we'll move on, but we'll bear with us. Oh, yeah, you're back. I think you're back. No, okay. The question I ask myself is, do I have to approach this digital meeting differently? Do I have to introduce myself differently? Do people have maybe less time online than they would have offline? So what are your experiences with presenting yourself and introducing yourself? Jens, if you may start.
I think it's important to bear in mind that people are sitting in front of their computers all day, and they probably have Zoom meetings all day, and there's such a thing as Zoom fatigue, that we are starting to get a little bit tired of all these online meetings. So at the same time, it's important to respect people's time and not drag on forever, but also it's important to make enough room to have these shared experience, to maybe have a little fun together, not just dive in right to the discussion point, but also exchange some jokes. So I think it's important to bear in mind that it's a different medium, and also maybe give some more information that you would usually know just by looking at people. So give a little bit more background to who you are without having the name tag around your neck with your business name and everything. So yeah, really introduce yourself well. Yeah.
Chris?
Yeah, what I've seen in that context, especially in the digital landscape for some reason, is people are very bad at understanding that 30 minutes are 30 minutes, at least on the calendar. Like with in-person meetings, you have the body language that signals when someone might need to head out for the next meeting. You typically calculate a couple minutes in between because you have to move locations. But within the digital landscape, oftentimes at conferences where I'm trying to get a lot of meetings within like a day or two, there is only limited time, and I most likely will only have a very short time calculated because you just theoretically just have to switch Zoom conferences very quickly. And understanding that if you schedule 30 minutes, that you should plan for a 30-minute meeting. It's fine if it goes beyond that, if both parties understand that, but then just casually bringing it up while you're on the call can be super valuable. I don't know where that phenomenon comes from, but I've seen it a lot more in a digital landscape rather than the personal meeting environment where people are just like, well, it's digital. Like there's nothing afterwards. We can just go a little bit beyond the initial scheduled meeting, which can be, just a little bit tricky in general for planning purposes.
But would you introduce yourself differently, Chris, in an offline meeting than in an online meeting?
I don't think so. I mean, I generally sort of adapt my introduction based on the person that I'm meeting, sort of highlighting specific kind of work that I'm involved with based on the conversation that I'm having or my background in general, or even back when I was with the publisher up until recently, the kind of portfolio that I was highlighting on our end. But otherwise, my introductions haven't really shifted that much, except for, well, making sure that that someone can hear me and the webcam is working and so on, the typical sort of like technical environment.
Hi guys, I think I'm back.
Yeah, back again. Excellent.
So I think that in more professional sort of meeting settings, my introduction has stayed the same, because you're generally there to try and do something, and you're sort of in a very business-like environment or professional environment. So I found that being sort of to the point in those situations is usually how it would go. But in more casual settings, the way I introduce myself has absolutely changed. I think that especially when you're meeting people online and it's sort of after a conference and everyone's supposed to be sort of just hanging out or trying to replicate that feeling of being at, a restaurant or a bar after a conference or whatever, is that you have to also find a way to pack in interesting things that people can pick up on in your introduction that can be used to start a conversation, especially if you don't know the person, especially if you're meeting them for the first time and you're trying to create a sense of comfort. So, I mean, I definitely would not be walking up to someone at a bar or, at a games conference being like, "Hi, my name is Dimpo. I have 2 cats. They hate each other. Let me tell you about it quickly. Also, this is what I do." But it's a good way to conduct myself online, because you still get to introduce what it is that you do, but also highlight something a little bit fun or interesting about yourself outside of your work, and give you the opportunity to create conversations with people who may not necessarily be producers or biz devs or whatever it is that you're doing, but you just want to chat to them and network anyway.
Oh, that's a top tip, because then you can see how people relate to that, and maybe there are these shared experiences, because, oh, I have 2 cats myself, or I have 3 kids or whatever.
Cats are the worst. I love them, exactly.
And then everybody, like the ball gets rolling much easier than without it. So that's a top tip, to inject some personal items in there, which people may or may not pick up. I mean, they're free to say, okay, I'll skip the cats, or I'll jump at them and see.
Exactly.
Who would skip cats, though? Like, to be fair.
Who? Should we be talking to them if they do?
So, I mean, there are also, when networking digitally, there are not only problems, but there are also advantages, because, for example, in the chat, you can put in links quite easily, or you can direct people at websites probably much easier than at a physical conference. Well, you could obviously carry around a digital device or something, but there might be also some advantages. So do you actually use these options, or even other options which digital world enables you to use that, or is it, do you don't profit from that and say, okay, no, it's actually a break of media, because we're having a video talk and then directing people to links back and forth and websites, that breaks the connection. So that would be interesting to get your idea on that. Chris, do you want to start?
Sure, that's an interesting question. Especially if I'll just focus on like one part of the industry, or what I've been working on until recently with the publisher. We got a lot of pitches every year, so many business meetings were just sitting down with developers and getting an understanding of their games. And more often in general, we were not receiving too much information up front, because people wanted to pitch us their game in person, sit down, get an actual sit down, and give us an opportunity to play the game. That has luckily shifted a little bit, especially in the digital environment. It is a little bit more tricky to have someone demo a game live on the call. Sure, you have something like Parsec and similar methods, but I'm living in south of Munich. Our internet does not really enable us to use Parsec in a reliable way. So that's just really not a possibility. And I've seen the shift go more towards people actually sending material upfront, so you can familiarize yourself a little bit better prior to going into the call. Also optimizing, I guess, the call a little bit in the sense that you know already a little bit of what you're going into again, and what kind of project to expect. Personally, I think that's a wonderful change, and I'd love to see that more, especially if once we go back to in-person events. It gives us on the publishing side a better chance to also be prepared when we're coming into the meeting, and just focuses the meeting on what's important, asking questions, getting a little bit more detail from the developer. Same thing happens if you are just presenting your game. Like sharing Google Slides isn't really an issue. Going through a pitch deck is perfectly fine still in a digital environment, no matter what you're pitching. But once you start adding videos that are either hosted outside of the presentation and you need to link to separately, or they're hosted in the presentation, but then the internet latency or internet connection isn't great enough to really have that run at a smooth 20, 30 FPS, you will want to consider just sending that material up front so you can focus on what's important during the meeting.
Yeah.
Jens, what would be your take on the...
I think it's also a lot easier to follow up on meetings. You can just during the meeting say, hey, let me just send you my LinkedIn profile, and then you connect there, or let me just send a link to our Discord, and then we can connect there. And usually during conferences, those links would kind of happen like 3 or 4 days after the conference, and maybe sometimes you've already forgotten what you were talking about because you've met so many people, but now you can directly make that connection, maybe note down what you talked about and follow up on that. So I think it's a lot easier to make those digital connections on all the web pages and follow up. Yeah.
And you can't lose the business cards, obviously. if the case gets lost at the black hole at Heathrow, then you still have other options. Limpho, what was we cut you off? What was your take?
It's okay. No, I was also going to say that I find that doing events online and talking to people online also feels a lot more comfortable and a lot safer. You're at home. You have your coffee with you. If the person is weird or inappropriate, you can just hang up the call. You don't have to worry as much. You don't have to worry as much for your safety. And if you like to have a drink or two in a more casual setting, you're also just in a much more comfortable, safe space. You can just sort of roll yourself to bed. I think that that's also a really great element to a lot of these online conferences. It's just the safety it provides for people who are either femme presenting or femme. Sorry, I've got a really annoying kitten at my feet eating my toe. Beyond that, I think there's also a level of just not availability, that's not the right word, but accessibility as well. So, I mean, for someone like me who comes from South Africa, where it will cost tens of thousands of rands to just go to all these events consistently, and just huge amounts of money that a lot of people can't afford, being able to do a lot more online events means it's easier to interact, connect with people from various countries. So there's also that really great aspect of online events. It's just that more people from all over the place who wouldn't have access to it before now do, and that's awesome. Yeah. So that's why I like online events. Am I drinking coffee? Am I drinking water? Who knows?
Gin and tonic. Who knows?
What, at this time, of course.
Yeah, to just add to what you just said, Limpho, there, I really appreciate in a casual environment being able to just opt in and opt out of calls without it being really weird. Because it's just like, oh, well, I need to get something done, or prepare dinner, or it's the internet,
need to
or
go to the bathroom.
The internet that went down. Exactly. And just, well, you're feeling uncomfortable right now, or you're not in the mental space to be talking to people at the moment, just feel down. Okay, I'm going to jump out and be back in like 2 hours if I feel better. If not, who cares? But it's not the whole weird vibes like, well, bye, I'm going now, but maybe I'll be coming back later, although most likely not, because the hotel's so far away from the event venue. It's a big benefit, and I don't know how to replicate that in the in-person stage later on. So we'll see how that goes.
The answer is just that if you're talking to someone and they're irritating you or you feel uncomfortable, just say, "Excuse me, I'm going to the bathroom," and leave. That is what I do all the time.
That's a fair
Sorry,
point.
guys. Yeah. I have to go to the bathroom. And then just leave. Don't come back.
Yep.
Go find your friends. Go find people you feel safe with.
So would the challenges of digital networking be even bigger for people who are shy and who are not as open and as communicative, or who think maybe they are shy? Maybe that's even sufficient. So what would you give as an advice to people who say, I'm a bit shy, I have problems with digital networking? So what would be your top advice for them?
I mean, the beauty of the internet is there's a space for everyone. As we talked about, like Gig or any of the dedicated community Discords, you will most likely find an environment that you're comfortable within, and being amongst people that make you feel comfortable typically also leads to you being a little bit more open and a little bit more outspoken. And step by step, trying to open up to people within your comfort zone can go a long way, and is definitely a lot, or will most likely be easier for people than being sort of thrown into a general events environment where you don't know who you're talking to, or who is amongst the group of people that you're sort of like stepping into, and you really don't know what to expect or how to interact with people. But yeah, this is a way more guided experience, a step-by-step experience that'll eventually maybe lead you to being way more comfortable and just jumping into a random Zoom call, not knowing who is there and who to mingle with. And as we talked about, if you don't feel comfortable halfway through a conversation, way easier to get out of it than in person.
I will also add on to that's the great thing, is that also with a lot of the Discord spaces, it's also okay if you're just a lurker, if you're just someone who reads the general discussions that are going on, even if you don't necessarily contribute consistently, that's also okay. With more online conferences, it's also okay if you're a little bit quieter, if you just want to listen to people talk, and you answer the questions that are given to you. I think it's more about finding out what your capacity is, like what does and doesn't work for you, and then making the decision yourself whether you want to push a little bit beyond that or not. And that's the great thing, is just the level of control you have when you're doing an online event. So, I mean, I always try and push people to do some of these more friendly, casual Zoom calls if they get the opportunity, because there is a huge amount of value in that. But there's also a huge amount of value in like being more active in Discords, in emailing people, and just having text-based conversations versus video if you don't feel comfortable with doing video, and if you need time to figure out a space, see if it works for you, and then start reaching out to people. There's just a plethora of ways to do things, which is really nice.
I think one of the advantages of online connecting with people is that you can really choose how you do it. When I'm at a real-life event, I have to walk up to somebody and say hi to make a connection. And I'm not scared of that. I'm not shy that way. But the other day I was in a Zoom call with 5 random people and was supposed to be networking, but I was totally scared. I didn't know what was going on. So I learned that Zoom calls with random people are not the way to go for me. And that's totally fine. There are a lot of different ways to connect with people online. So I'm a lot more comfortable joining a Discord community and lurking a bit, and then starting to write and connect with people one-on-one. So it's cool because there's so much variety of how you can do it, and you can really choose your way to network with people. And in my experience, people will be open to however you connect with them, be it an email or a Discord message, or maybe let's schedule a Zoom call. So that's pretty cool.
So yeah, maybe we can elaborate a bit more about these differences in text communication and video communication, and what is the right, if it's just a right thing for one person, as you said, Jens, rather doing this than the other, or is it also incident specific to say, okay, if I want to pitch a game, I'd rather go one or the other route, or what are your thoughts about that?
I think it's very specific to an individual person. Sorry, was this for Jens specifically?
No, that was for you, for everybody, basically.
I think it really does depend on the person. I think it's what works best for you, and it also depends on your context. I think that in terms of pitching a game, beyond just the initial contact and setting up, a time to meet and giving them certain specific materials beforehand, I found that there is a huge benefit in doing it on a call, because it makes it quicker to answer and ask questions. It makes it quicker to really engage with what you're discussing. And there's always going to be more than just what you're showing on the screen in terms of how you describe and talk about your game, your product, whatever. Beyond that, I think in a casual setting, it also depends on what you're looking for. If you're wanting more advice, more in-depth discussions around specific things, I think Discord is a fantastic space for that. I think we also forget that you can absolutely ask these kinds of questions in mails, on text, which is super beneficial, because it's very easy to go back and always just read over those notes and just be like, someone said this to me in this chat, let me go and check. But, there's also a benefit in doing a meeting if you set up the time and you both know what you're meeting about to ask questions and interact. It depends on how you process information better and what you think would work best, not only for you as a person, but the specific situation you're in. Which is to say, yes, just go wild, do what works best for you. It's a long way of saying,
Yeah, I think another difference is video chats are faster and deeper. Like you can get to the point faster and you make a deeper connection with the person than via text. But text has a really low bar of entry. I can reply whenever I'm free to reply, which is also why I don't really like telephone calls, because then I have to be available for the person who calls me right now. Like you have to be there right now. And when someone texts me, I can answer now or in half an hour or in 15 minutes, whenever it's convenient for me. And I can also, if it's an important message, I can really think about what I'm going to say and maybe change the text a little bit and tailor it to the person I want to write it. So I'd say if you really have to communicate fast or want to make a deeper connection, for example, with a business meeting, go for video. But if you just want to casually make a connection, maybe text is a good way to do it. Yeah. But don't call me on my phone.
I do fully agree with what both Dimpo and Jens have said here. The only thing I'd like to highlight, at least for myself, is after a year of this state, I've had lots of calls, way too many calls, and having just an initial text introductions that's like, here's what I want to talk about. Again, the intention of the meeting, making that very clear. Here's what I want to talk about. Here's maybe some links or just a little bit of context. Doesn't have to be much. So I can also for myself understand, is this something that's even necessary to discuss? Am I maybe not the right contact person within the company environment? Is this just something that at this moment will not apply to what I'm looking for? There's no problem in declining calls. Sometimes it just saves everyone time. But again, the intention behind a call, communicating that very clearly rather than hey, I have something to discuss, let's jump on a quick call, goes a long way for me. And it's much appreciated to at least try to limit the amount of calls that we're in a general work week.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been in so many calls, and I actually prefer calls, especially. I mean, like I do like a little amount of just context to know what it is I can expect in the call. But I find that if you're to the point and you know what you're discussing, it's a very quick call. It's done. I know what the next steps are. But sometimes with texts, whether it's the other person or honestly myself, it could take days, because I think there's also just a level where you have like 40, 50, 100 emails you have to respond to, and you've got like 35 Discord messages, and you've got 4 messages on LinkedIn, and you've got 7 messages on WhatsApp, and I find it overwhelming. And eventually I'm just like, I'll read it, think whether or not I have to respond. And even if I do have to respond, there's like a 30% chance that I just won't for like a good 2 to 3 business days. So I find that there's an immediacy and just I need to discuss this thing. We've discussed it. We've checked in. I know what's going on. I can move on. That's just done with the immediacy of a call that just, I feel like this constant strain of falling behind with a lot of text-based things. So that's just me. I will say that's me.
Yeah, everyone has their
some
own
research.
Sorry, Chris, you were saying.
I just wanted to not really add to that, but yeah, everyone works differently, especially in a digital environment. Figuring out what works best for yourself goes a long way, and tweaking that to your necessities. I'm someone that likes to go through messaging, especially because I have like the history, the archive of what has been communicated, rather than just my call notes, which oftentimes will cover like 95% of what was discussed, but I may have missed a small little detail, and that's what I'm looking back at. But yeah, calls can be definitely, I do agree, calls can be super informative, quick to the point. It just needs to be very clear to what it is that is going to be discussed for me and myself.
No, I agree with that 100%, yeah.
So how would you then follow up once you have made a connection via video chat and, for example, at the Games conference in one of the rooms, either through the Meet to Match tool, scheduled or random? You probably have seen there is the pool deck, the Xola pool deck, where everybody can just meet and have like a big video chat. And after that, how do you follow up? Do you follow up with another video call, with an email, or just classical via LinkedIn? Or what would be your advice for people who think about how to follow up?
It depends on the context. I think if it's a very professional space, LinkedIn, email are your best bets. If it's a bit more casual, a little bit more fun, you can give them your social media links, whether that's Twitter or Instagram or Facebook. It really does just depend on that context. And I think creating that follow-up is also understanding what you want that follow-up to be. Do you want this to be like a professional follow-up? Then the answer is that you need to have in that call made specific decisions and follow up as soon as possible in terms of giving them the information they need, whether it's further documentation, whether it's just following up in an email for a second meeting or whatever it is. If it's a more casual thing and this is someone you want to be friends with, it's fine to just follow them and like their stuff, maybe reach out as well, be like, hey, it was really cool hanging, it would be nice to hang again, it'd be nice to chat again. It's very much that context and deciding what it is that you want out of those interactions and how you're best suited to get the results you want in either context. I think it's easy to sometimes either focus too much on the professional or too much on the more casual, fun side. And it's just about ensuring that you know what your plans are in either situation so that you can be prepared for both.
Yep, nothing to add there.
I want to agree as well. It's really dependent on the context. And honestly, I sometimes also like it if you don't follow up if it's not necessary. Sometimes I have a meeting and then I get an email afterwards just because the person wants to check that box because they want to be a good networker, and then they send me a follow-up email. And I don't really know what to do with these emails. Like if we didn't decide to do something after the meeting, if we didn't agree on anything, or we just want to keep on following each other on Twitter, then why follow up? Why add another email to my list? Really decide if it's something you really want to follow up on, if it's going to be a worthwhile connection, or just be open to saying, okay, that was our video chat, but that's it. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. I think that very much rounds up our panel. Time flies if you're having fun. So thank you very much, Dimpo. Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Jens. We'll obviously be in contact afterwards, networking online at the conference and elsewhere. And I hope you'll stick around a bit on the cruise ship, meeting other wonderful people from Hamburg and elsewhere. Thank you very much for being part of this conference, and have fun. Now we will move to a streaming event, and our event and the panels with the funding opportunities in Germany by Ministerium für digitale Infrastruktur will actually happen at 2 o'clock. So we will be back at 2 o'clock with me. But in the meantime, you can enjoy the streaming event by Indiestrolche and have fun with that.
Wiederhören. Ja, Leute, das war Lena Live. Wenn euch Lena gefallen hat, dann ist die richtige Adresse für euch twitch.tv/Lena_live. Da einfach mal reinsliden, toller Kanal. Wir gehen hier kurz in die Pause und danach wird's richtig wild. Bis gleich, Leute.
Nee, so, keine Ahnung, so Waldfrüchte, sowas. Mit Bärchen, Wald, was halt so da drin ist, ne, in so einem Früchtetee. Waldboden, genau. Also ganze Scheiß einfach.
Draufhauen. Leute, wir sind einfach wieder da. Wir haben nämlich gerade entdeckt, wir sind jetzt gerade hier live geschaltet worden in den krassen Kanal. Man sieht es auch hier unten. Und steht direkt, zack, wir müssen kurz Pause machen. Stimmt aber meinerseits auch, ich gehe trotzdem aufs Klo, aber Utz ist für euch da und erzählt euch jetzt eine krasse Geschichte. Bis gleich.
Genau. Denn, unser Slot fängt jetzt an. Wir sind hier auf unserem Kanal, wir sind die Indiestrolche, wir machen jetzt hier gleich ein kleines,
klappt's doch.
Ein kleines Event und deswegen switche ich jetzt tatsächlich auch auf English, because our next slot will be in English. This is an international conference and we will be playing some games later. I know that we already have one of our guests in the off-air channel waiting to be brought into the spotlight to have a little chat about their game. And we'll basically start this in a couple of minutes once Marcus is back from his break. We just took a look at the virtual conference, which we can still see on the top here a little bit. So next up will be a little Let's Play slot that we'll host. And we've done this a couple of times already. And this time we have a selection of games that was presented to us by the Goethe Institute. And what exactly that is about, we will ask our guests once they come up onto the virtual stage.
Die Reise beginnt!
The way it's gonna work is that Marcus will play the games and we'll get some, make ourselves, an opinion about the project itself, and then after a couple of minutes get the devs on and talk to them about the project, what inspired them to make it, and also we'll have the opportunity, of course, to answer some questions that the chat has, which is you. So yeah, be prepared for that. Yes, so claps it. So we heard that the sound effects are a bit loud. I think Marcus will revert his changes that he did to voice meter a couple of minutes ago, so that we'll be ready and have enough audio room for the game projects. Yeah. So maybe I know that the half of the stream is still visible, so maybe I can actually walk over there and here I am.
Hello.
Hello, Marcus. Welcome back. I already switched to English, because this is an international section now.
We switched to speak.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And while you prepare the first game, I already told everybody a little bit about what we're gonna do. I will quickly go into the other voice channel to greet our guest and, prepare for the upcoming segment. The first game we're gonna play is called Still Stand.
Okay.
Which is, I think Marcus will just set this up and I will be back in a second. You want to switch the overlay once I'm, while I'm gone, so that it doesn't break?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay, we will now play the first game. Dini loves the logo. Yes, I made this myself. I can also make your whole design for next year if you want that. It's no problem. I'm very cheap. Okay, we will now play the first game, okay. Which is called Still Stand, and I downloaded it before the stream started, and I will now see that I find it. Utz left me. Utz is talking to the developer. Okay. Yes, please, also for Indie Arena booth. Yes. Dini loves Still Stand. Yeah, I'm not sure if I will love that. It's an amazing game. Okay. Looks very disturbing. Okay, it starts on the wrong screen as always, of course. Push that. And Marcus is cheap as fuck. Yeah. We're better than Hellpie, yeah, but every game is better than Hellpie. Wait, we still have music? No. Oh, we have music from the Kulti thing here. Is the music by Kashke? Write it in the chat, Valentina. Also better than Vectronome. Google Home reacted, understood the album Sexy R&B will be played. Nice.
Hey, Marcus, you.
Hey, what's daughter?
Okay, yeah. So Ida is already waiting backstage. She'll join us.
Okay.
In I told her in like roughly 15 minutes.
Okay.
We're ahead of schedule actually, which is kind of nice. So
okay, we can't see you. Why? Why? Your camera is not on.
Okay, I just turned it on. I'm gonna turn it off again, and now I'm maybe now.
No.
Weird. Give me a second.
What's
better?
What?
Better now?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Show us your
Yes?
sweet face. We can't see your sweet face.
I turned it on. My camera is on, but it doesn't broadcast it. Oh, here we go. Okay, now it's working.
Aha.
Perfect.
That's it. Okay. Okay. So the plan is that we start playing the game and the developer will join us later then, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Can you turn the volume of our chat sounds a bit down? Thanks in advance. Why? Why? A little bit, maybe. Okay, English, because international.
Die Reise beginnt.
They are loud. They are too loud, way too loud. Wait, but they come over the... Wait, I check that again. Here. Weil ich ein dummes Arschloch bin. Here's the problem. Okay, now they are not so loud anymore. Okay, recommend with sound on. We have the sound on. Settings or new game? What do you say? Settings. And switch the language. We don't want that. Okay, okay. New game. Doppelverpflichtung, yes. Northwest. You bitch.
Max, maybe you want to move my face over to the other
okay.
side of the other corner or something? Perfect. Great. Okay.
Okay. I see you. All of your life and lack of. Through the windows. At a distance. Okay. I see myself. That's a good Spiel. Not much of a life. So. I'm just sort of here. And it's the hottest summer ever. Is it the end of the world, or is it just me who's coming to an end? Honestly, I think about it too much. Okay. Ah, click the blue. Drag the hand. Ah. Try to forget about it. I could try to forget the thing in my apartment. It appeared a couple of weeks back, same time as the hot weather. The black cards. It's way too hot. Stimmt. Okay, I just thought it might be fun. Go away. Okay, what now? Everything feels fucked up. Seriously? I wish someone would just tell me what to do. Northwest. You bitch. What now? Muss ich was anklicken dafür? Okay, chapter 1, Party Girl. You could come out with me. I mean, we could go out together outside. Okay, I think now we have to, or we can choose between cigarettes, the, I don't know what this is, and the telephone. What do you want?
The remote in the middle.
The remote. Oh, Corona.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Diggies. Slipstream. Message. Oh my god, it's so hot sitting at the wharf with Sophie and Clara. We're melting alongside all the other raisins down here. Are you surviving the draft? Only just or yes? Only just. I don't know what to do with myself. That sucks. Maybe we should take you out tonight. Great idea or no? Chat.
No.
Mensch, Gummo!
No? No. I think I'm better off on my own. No, Corona. Well, we'll be at the party around 8 p.m. You know, the old industrial area. I think you should seriously consider coming. Maybe or okay.
Where's the no option? I would usually go for maybe and then not go.
Okay, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, come. Let's dance till our legs come off. Maybe send you no. Happy now. The sun's setting. Ah. Can we go to the party now? Might do it good to get out. Maintain my relations. Meet the love of my life. Be a party girl.
Gummo!
That's what people want. Whimsical, erotic, and mysterious. Dazzler. The world is your oyster. A truly honored to present the long-awaited party girl. Lol. Everyone else would have been there for hours by now. I'm ready. Excuse me, but you young people always think you're on the roads. This city is nothing like what it used to be. Party.
Man, I can so relate to that situation right now.
I just can't get my head around the fact that soon summer will be over. I'm kinda looking forward to it. I'm so much happier when the sun is shining. The heat doesn't really agree with me. Scandinavian sensibility, I guess. What am I doing? Where have you been? I've not been very well. Slightly fucked, but I'll be okay, I guess. It's so weird, but you're here now. I've never understood why people spend so much time in there. Wish you were a guy, right? Way too drunk. I can't handle it. I hate everything about this party. I watched a guy down a beer. I watched a guy down a beer in 3 seconds. Whoosh, and that was it. Hey Yo-Yo. You look completely smashed. Yeah. I actually feel okay, nice. I think I need to be touched. A little THC. Anders. Was drunk, arc, and then I thought of you. All's good your end? Did you get funding for your show? How's it going, or where are you? Chat. 1 or 2?
No, Wolf, I asked myself the same question. I have no idea what TLC means. Can they love and care? Okay.
Where are you? Where are you? Okay, where are you? Anders, are you out and about? Crazy party or sucky party? 1 or 2?
Crazy.
Crazy? I'm at this insane party. Ooh, just came off the floor, unstoppable. Let's do something, or thinking about you.
Second.
Second?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think about you a lot. Aren't you a little too drunk or anything physical? If he bothers getting back to you, that is. What do you know about love? Ew.
Oh, that's actually pretty gross.
Not sure if I can save this mess.
I love that. That's how I play makeup.
Okay, is he completely fucked or perfection? Perfection, huh? Yeah. More than anything, it's a disillusionment with politicians that prevents a real revolution. I mean, what the hell are we supposed to do? We can't do shit. No.
Yeah, I think we need to find a good spot for a cliffhanger now to bring in our guest.
Okay.
Just having a look at the time, it might be a good idea to do this, you know, within like the next minute. I'm gonna tell her to get ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, let's bring her on in a minute.
Okay, will we drag her in or will she join us on herself?
No, I'll drag her in.
Okay, cool.
I just told her to get ready.
Okay.
Not be surprised by her sudden appearance.
Oh. That's good. That's how I walk to the indie center every morning.
It's true.
Exit. You're being a little dramatic. Mind your own business. So you have a problem with vomit now. Not a problem. Expecting me to be something I'm not. I think we should just go back in there again. I'm leaving now. You're at home. Okay.
Okay. Now?
Tracker in.
Maybe?
Yes, now.
Okay. Okay. Hey Ida, welcome to the
Hello.
stream.
Hello.
Hey.
I have to get the
So you can
overlay
now
ready.
re-enable your video and we will make you show up on the stream together with us. So I think by default the video is turned off when I drag you into another voice channel, so you might need to... Oh yeah,
Cool.
here we go.
Okay.
So I can see you.
I can't see you. What? Why? Ah, no, it's coming. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Okay, wait a second. Because now my overlay is broken, of course.
Yeah, well Marcus is setting up the overlay to support the three of us. Maybe you can, because we already see you, maybe you just quickly introduce yourself, tell us who you are, what you did on the game.
Yeah. My name is Ida, and I'm the, how can you say, like, creator of Stillstand. So I wrote and drew and also helped with creating the game design and the narrative design for everything on Stillstand. So yeah, and it's based on my thoughts and experience and everything. So yeah, it's a very personal project.
Yeah, that was my. I thought as much because it goes very in depth into some some everyday life situations with a very personal perspective on them. So I was wondering, that was actually one of my questions, but now you already answered that. But what motivated you to put some of that into a game form, specifically instead of, I don't know, like just writing it down as like a story or visualizing it some other way? What made it? Why this interactive medium?
Yeah. Before I started this game, I had never made anything near a game before. Like only just played a little. So it was a new medium for me, but I thought it was fun as a comic artist to try to experiment with another kind of medium and to see what the interactivity could do with the themes, to see how like sadness and depression kind of stuff would be if you actually had to play it instead of just reading it. So that was one of the motivations behind it.
you mentioned that you're a comic artist. I saw a lot of play with framing and perspective in here. I mean, some little nuances when you just in a very static panel and you move the mouse cursor and you see a little bit behind the actual framing of the comic strip, and then at a later sequence we played where you actually moved the protagonist and extended the frame a little bit. There was a little play on this, and I think this is a very interesting thing that you can only do in this interactive medium. So was there some kind of inspiration from games and comic books that were influencing in this project?
Yeah, definitely. But still, I think that visual novels are like one style, and then we try to like think what can happen if we put even more interactivity into it, and also play with like the panels and the parallaxing and see what effect it does. But we definitely looked into the game Florence. I don't know if you played it, which is also like an interactive, I don't know if you can say graphic novel, but like comic story. And yeah, we got inspired by like how to make mundane interactions into like game elements as well, because I think it's a really like powerful tool in telling a story.
Are there any branching narratives in here? I think we played roughly some of the first chapter here. Like, how many chapters are there? How much of the game did we now actually experience? And what's the what would we expect if we continued playing it?
There are 3 chapters and like some small chapters in between. So you played like 1/3 of the game by now, and there's no branching because we've been a very small production. So at the beginning, I was really thinking, okay, I want to create a lot of branching, and you can affect the whole situation and everything. But then I realized I had to draw everything, and I just had to give up beforehand, because it was like an immense amount of work, even just doing like one straight linear story. But also, I think according to the themes and the girls' troubles, I think that a linear story is really like effective for the player, because there's also something hopeless and frustrating in not being able to change her situation, not being able to do anything for her, but just like forced to interact for her and forced her like you feel like pushing her, like come on, pull yourself together, but you can't do anything about it. And I think that's a point in itself when playing it.
What would you say were the hardest challenges in realizing such an emotional and personal or topics like these in a game?
One of the hardest challenges was to make a game that people still want to play, even though it's sad. So I really thought about like balancing out a lot with the humor and game interactions, and like the tone of voice also, just not to like sink it into a deep like pit of nothingness. And also like when creating a story that is like there's no movement, it's still standing still, it's really hard to like create tension and drama, because she's actually just like stuck the same place. So I really try to like navigate in that also when writing it, so it still is interesting for the people who play it, but still it shows her situation. It's always hard to make a story about loneliness exciting, I think. So that was one of the main focus, just how do we do it? How do we depict this kind of person's story?
Mm-hmm.
How much you mentioned that you drew, you basically created the whole concept, personal story, and you helped with the game design. How big was your team that worked on the production? Because I know that I was in contact with another person that said that they weren't directly involved in making the game. So I'm curious about the team size, because the whole thing, it was already released. So this is a full game. It was released last August. And I also must say that it looks really polished. Like the animations are really nice. It looks like a really good thing. The art style is very, very specific in what it tries to convey. So I'm curious what the team strength was that they basically created this?
Yeah, sometimes I think there's a big strength in being a small team in a startup company, because we work very close together, and we found out like the whole language of the game together. So we had a lot of testing the first year, I think, where we needed to find out how do we work those panels and how do we create like game mechanics. But so we were like 1 or 2 programmers and technical artist and a game designer and a sound designer and me. So it was just like, and my job was just like in every kind of, I had a lot of hats on in creating this. And so I was in on everything and they were in on everything. And that made it so polished, even though we may be around like maximum of like 7 or 8 people, I think, during the process.
I think this is already like a medium-sized indie team. I mean, I think we're also the indie developers that basically host this channel from time to time, and most of us don't really have that many people working on a project at a time. So but it really shows, and also the amount of like the relationship between like 2 programmers, tech artists, and everything, and it really shows that a game which is if you look at it, kind of like a simple game in terms of what you do as a player, but the way it's executed shows that all of you pretty much knew, or at least in the end of the production, knew what you were doing. It's always a adventure.
Thank
But
you.
it's,
Yeah, it's also always about like narrowing it down, because I think as an indie developer, you always have like big goals and big dreams to do like something big. But I think for me and for the team, it really helped to know, okay, this is not going to be a big game. It lasts like an hour and a half, maybe. But there's something like powerful in that, like creating something short and not big, but then do it good. And then it only took like 2.5 years. To produce, which was also like something we planned from the beginning, that we wanted to be like a fast production. So everything was really like planned out, especially in the last year when we had sorted out all the technical stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that, also for people that are viewing right now. So around 1 hour of gameplay takes 2.5 years to develop with a team of 7 people, and that's not even unrealistic. I mean, that's a very real estimate, and it sometimes helps to establish like real expectations from games when talking about these figures. How did you finance the production? I'm curious, because there were a lot of people. Was there some kind of funding available?
Yeah, we were funded by the Danish Film Institute, who has like something they call the Game Scheme, where they fund like small Danish indie productions, and also the bigger ones, I think. So they helped us with the production, and that also made like the production period move real smooth, because they were just like, okay, we pay you money for this, and then you have to be done. So and also the Danish Art Foundation, because of the art in the story themes. So we also got from the Danish Art Foundation, but it wasn't a lot of money, and we couldn't find investors to invest, because it's such a niche kind of game. But it worked okay with the budget we had.
All right, and now it's your project basically. It's you made it, and there's no one else involved. I mean, it's sometimes might be freeing creatively to not have this financial pressure in terms of this needs to be a successful game, because as you said,
Definitely.
I mean, it's hard to make this a best-selling game. It's a very particular topic.
We didn't have to pay any money back.
Awesome.
So that's really nice. It's really privileged to make such a artsy small game about a girl who suffers in Copenhagen. Yeah.
And I wonder, is that one of the reasons why you were part of the Goethe track? Because we didn't really talk about it yet in this segment, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about what happened there. Why you are one of the games that is part of the Goethe Institute. What is it called? The track again? I forgot the name, but maybe you can tell us.
I don't know what you're referring to.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, you know what? Then we're just going to skip the question. We're just going to ask the next person who comes up, because I've been in contact with them directly. So it's.
But you say the Goethe Institute?
Yeah, they basically recommended us your game and other games. So
I didn't know that.
there's some kind of connection there.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna contact them afterwards.
Yeah, we'll find out. So
Yeah.
what was her name? Was it Helena? I think I was in touch with.
Yeah,
maybe
from Nila Games. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think she was in contact with the Goethe Institute and then in contact with you. So, but now
Okay.
you're here. We talked about the game. This is kind of what it's important and
Yeah.
interesting for us also as devs. And
Of
yeah, it
course.
was really cool having you here.
Yeah.
Our time is already up. We have to be fair. Marcus, do you have a final question, or can we just?
No, I just enjoyed watching you play it because it's been a long time since I saw the game in live action. And
Alright.
the thing I'm just like, I hope that one of my worries has been if people still want to play it during Corona. It was like I never really found out if it was good timing or bad timing to release a game about a girl who's isolated in her apartment during Corona.
Yeah.
But I hope that people still will play it, even though, because I think that the loneliness and being recognized in the loneliness may be a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I really, I'm impressed with the game. I think it really conveys the feeling of being lonely and depressed, and yeah, so congratulations on that. It works very well. If you like the game, I think we have the Steam link, and you also have social media channels, like are you on Twitter or Instagram? If you have
Yeah, I
any links, you
think,
can just
Twitter.
post them
Yeah.
in the chat, or we have to give you a permit then. But
Yeah. I'll do it.
just let us know your name on Twitch, and you can post a link then.
Okay, cool.
Okay, then thanks for joining us. Thanks for
Thank
showing us your
you.
game. It's really cool.
You're welcome.
All right, Ida.
Okay.
Then talk to you soon.
Bye.
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 Okay.
Hey everybody, that was the first game. And we'll get straight into the next one. So Marcus will prepare everything on his end. The next game we're gonna play is called Ink Slinger.
Ink Slinger.
One could, expect something, similar visually. I already checked it out a little bit. It has an interesting game mechanic. It's something. You have to do some typing.
Typing.
On the keyboard. Marcus is a professional.
I'm a professional typer.
Yeah, so he's gonna feel right at home, I think, and it might be time to thank all of the subscribers that invaded the nice interview while we were doing it. So I don't even I lost track. It was Sean, it was Pytimo, it was Lani.
It was, wait, I have it here.
There were some gift subs and
Pytimo,
lots of stuff happening.
Dennis gifted a sub, I think. Shauna subbed. Retraffic, she had 100 bits, thank you. And Lani also thank you.
Yeah, and we'll just jump right into the next game.
Yes. Okay. Wow, where's my mouse? Cursor. Come on. Okay, okay, no cursor. Begin. I'm not sure yet. But it fits our overlay. What in Mother Nature was that? My office is 30 meters from here, but I even could hear those screams. Inkslinger. Can't have my writers treat our clients like that. I had no idea you were such a virago when I took you in. We're spirited away again. I've had it with that. You must stop. But writers need to stay present in the presence, always conscious and conscientious. Wie heißt das? Conscientious heißt das, ne? Guess I have to guide your apology to him. Can't have one mistake to fix the other. Address the situation. Let's act like you're normal. Stoic Inkslinger. And have to start the letter with a polite excuse.
Diesen Jingle gibt's jetzt immer, wenn
jemand
polite.
Ah, polite. Dearest Sir, whatever wrong I committed, that wrong was mine. A wrong for me to make right. Compensate him. Offer hospitable terms for when he returns to have another letter written. Hospitable. You have my word. Upon your return to Brezhnev, your next professional and heartfelt letter is on the house. Whenever the need should occur, simply come on down, and I will put all other work aside to carefully tailor words to your every need. Almost there, I get the letter to a courier. I just need you to assure him that he did no wrong. Be apologetic. I cannot recall your triggering words, but I have no doubt that they meant no harm. My fingers will not be the same until you return and let me finish what I so blatantly squandered. Sincerest, Inkslinger.
Danke fürs Reinfollowen. Diesen Jingle gibt's jetzt immer, wenn jemand reinfollowen.
Jetzt wird nie wieder jemand reinfollowen.
Alright, Inkslinger, you have my thanks.
Warum denn nicht?
The thing is, Thunderball has gone through his fair share, left his motherland and family to come here. The man's an old acquaintance from my school days. But I left Nomania long before I had anything to uproot. Ah. Was ist das für eine Müllengine?
You recollect the sound of caked soil beneath a cart.
A gust of salty air breezes over your face. It seems to be the first thing you felt in ages.
A man steers the cart down slope.
Mew moans as it attempts to break in the mud. The man thrashes it with harsh strokes. Its hind turns red in stripes like a demonic zebra.
Pass a ruin full of gallows.
Something has happened that justifies these hangings. You don't remember what, you don't remember anything, and I'm not with you, but you don't even remember that.
A dinghy is moored by the shore of a lake the size of an ocean.
The man cuts the harness of the mule, whips the ground to make it run. He loads his supplies and empty corpus onto the boat and gives you a forehead kiss you would have resisted with his old and dry lips.
Loud horns are heard.
You are being chased. The sun now set has left the sky purple. You slip into the water the same color. You know not if you're sailing above or below. His oars gush quiet strokes as the horns grow distant.
Drei mal 3 macht 4. Und 3 macht 9, sagte zumindest meine Mathelehrerin.
Forgive me, I know it's been a while, and I know how much you depend on your regulars. With this evening's Bloomfest, people's been buzzing to my flower shop like drunken bees to pollen. Was more like, come to think of it. If you only knew the rudeness of people in a hurry. I'm here for the usual letter to my son, Inkslinger. Let him know that it's neither to bother nor smother. It's just that the burden of motherhood requires me to reach out one final time. My dear feather nest, motherhood is too tightrope. On one side there's the pit of overbearingness, on the other the steely cool of sternness. I've always strived to be neither but calm. One more now, as I implore you to please let your father and I know you are well. So, I know you must be as tired of writing this as he must be of reading it. But he must know how I worry. Just don't overload him, he's so squeamish about my affection. Care, relentless, or divination? I understand a young man's need to hasten away, to fly for sunset of one's own and not that of one's family. Know that despite your defeating silence, I am proud of who you are, as long as you never betray yourself. And Inkslinger, tell him I love him. Can you do that? Can you tell him that I love him in a way that he won't hate? Improper. I finally found the family of that expensive harlot of yours. Wouldn't you know it? They think she's a worthless piece of horse shit as well. Told me to tell you to tell her they told me. What? Goodbye, mommy. Okay. Not exactly what I expected, but I guess the heights of your usual highs eclipse your shortcomings in this letter. I'm not sure I'd send this. What? Your ink veins remain. After saying Stinger, I thought you knew me better than this. Oh. Was that my sister I just saw leaving here? Bloody fool, a florist leaving her shop on the day of the Bloomfest. She was only born 20 minutes after me, you know, but somehow she always manages to act like she's 20 years my junior. Of course I know that my being here means I'm also away from my tannery, but heights are no higher demand today. You know why I'm here. I need you to write to my daughter. It's been ages since I heard back from her, so I need to up the ante a bit. Go harder for a reply without repelling. Don't be stifling. But inform her that it's a mother's duty to ensure that her child fares well, detached, impure, or concerned.
Concerned.
My dear leather vest. To be a mother is to balance one's influences like a god. You either sweep your children off their feet with your... With what? With your hauteur? Or you become their crutch over any obstacle. I hope I'm neither when I ask of you. Please, sweetheart, write your father and I of your well-being. Especially if it will not be... If it be not well. This will have her cry of tediousness, but you must tell her how worried I am. But Inkslinger, please be gentle about it. She tends to choke on my affection. Care, relentless, or divination?
I think Teeny would like divination.
Old art family goddess, friend of and fiend. Crunch my daughter's soul with your rotten ivy. Cleans your dirty deeds by ridding her of that filthy charlatan. Finally, Inkstinger, tell her of my love in a way she won't despise. Derailed, tactful, or improper.
Didn't we have this already?
Let's see, improper. Or is that... Come, check one. Oh. Silence enforces contemplation, and believe me, I have thought. You don't want this from me. The words in these letters, I will adhere to that from now on. Also, you might not know it now. This is the single hardest thing a parent can do. Nothing. You will never be homeless, your mother. I expected more, let me be frank. I thought I'd been so meticulous about my needs. Please tell me, how is this meant to make her yearn for home?
You and I were close as ivy to a brick wall.
That's how you'd put it, and I know what you meant. You, the stern and cold, unwavering and solid. I, the green-laced coat and firm and frail.
At my mother's events, we came together.
On our own, we went together, not a couple, just a pair. The gap between 14 and 24, it was too big to bridge for you, the older.
Can I make you remember our trips?
We'd go to our swamp near the burned woods of Wormbeth. I'd pluck and boil fly agaric to make us port liquor, but I'd bury the shrooms. Okay, I think we can also get the developer for this ready, right?
Yes. I wanted to tell that we're just about ready to receive them. So, if you want to, I'll just move him over.
Yes.
All right. Then here comes Lucas, I think, right?
Hello?
Okay, we need to check the audio.
Yeah, the game is too loud, I have to maybe...
Hey, Lucas, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. All right. Perfect.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
And thanks for playing.
Do you have a webcam attached?
Yeah, I should have. Just 2 seconds.
All right. Perfect.
I just can't find my shortcut for it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a nice profile pic, so we can actually also just show that for, until you get your webcam figured out. I guess
Sure,
that
okay.
would work the same way.
Yeah.
So yeah, welcome to the stream. We just played your game, Inkslinger, so maybe we'll just start right off with you telling us a little bit about who you are and what your role was on creating this game.
Yes. My name...
Okay, now we lost him. Lucas, are you still there? The World Wide Web. It's a harsh place. Lucas, we can't hear you. You started answering the question and then now you're gone. I don't know if you can still hear us. Feel free to message me. Well,
Die Reise beginnt.
he's still on the voice channel though.
But we can't hear him.
But yeah, Dennis, I think actually, Rusty, I think it's probably on Lucas's end. But well, anyways. So Marcus, what did you think about the game?
Very text heavy. I didn't understand everything, to be honest.
It was very the level of literacy required to comprehend everything was a bit high.
You have to be smart.
Also, for me, I could almost not read anything because of the compression of the image. Text size is also a little smaller, which made it a little difficult to follow along. But I also had to get hold of Lucas actually while you were playing, so that worked out quite nicely.
I think I should be back now. Can you hear me?
Oh,
hello.
Lucas,
Yeah. Hello again.
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, let's jump back to your answer.
Yeah.
We didn't hear any of it.
Okay, cool. Well, my name is Lucas, and I wrote the game and made it with my partner called Jakob, who I met at university. We just graduated as game students this fall, and he programmed and did the audio design of the game.
So 2 people.
Yeah. Just
all
2
right.
minutes. Yeah.
What drove you to create a text-heavy game like this? We just talked about it briefly while you were disconnected. That the sheer amount, it's very focused on text. Your interaction is actual typing.
Yeah.
A lot of the information is conveyed through also like English on a level that is quite more advanced than the regular casual conversation.
Yeah.
Vocabulary.
Well, the initial idea was to make a typing game. So I think it was Jakob who came up with the idea to make a game about a ghostwriter in some sort of way, and then we stumbled upon something that was just being released here in Denmark. Well, it's an international thing, but it's very local to us. The National Gallery of Denmark launched their open database of art, which is all the visuals that we're using in the game. So we found this incredible tool there to find all these portraits from which we made our characters and sort of wrote our story based on that. And I think fairly early on in the process, we then came up with the typing game mechanic itself, and from then on the game just sort of wrote itself. But we also had this theoretical aspect of the production, which was that we started off doing this as a thesis game, and the theoretical framework that we made by producing this game was called symbiotic design, which deals with what the different options for narrative and gameplay to exist together are in games. So the game is also an exploration of that.
I think the typing mechanic is very interesting, and I can imagine that it's been a process till you figured out how you want the typing mechanic work in your game. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so since it's seeing as it is such a reading heavy game as it is, we wanted that to tie into the gameplay as well. What we did was, and that fits perfectly with the amount of playing you did of the game. That we have this first instance with the character called Brasny, where you only have one option to type in. We wanted our tutorial of the game to be sort of seamless in that way. Mm-hmm. That you start off by not having the option to fail, and then in the next segment of encounters, the two twin sisters that you also played, we want to make sure that players have understood what they're doing. So the answers that you need to provide to the two sisters are the same, and everything is phrased and formulated synonymously so that they're asking for the same. and their letters are comprised of the same paragraphs. They're just rephrased different ways. So that was our way to make sure that players understand the typing mechanic and have it switched up in a progressingly difficult way. And this typing, the use of the typing mechanic in this way is something that we experiment with throughout the game. So you'll have to write a speech, for instance, at one point where the approaches, as we call them, the different words that you can type out, are all rhetorical devices used for speech crafts normally. And there's also a point in the game where you have to analyze a painting using more words that would pertain to analyzing paintings usually.
So you mentioned, okay, I wanna get back a little bit because you mentioned that all the visuals are part of like a national library, like a digital library that the state of Denmark basically opened up at some point. So I don't know if I understood correctly, but the text, I mean, you wrote the game, but it was based on those art assets that you basically got that were existing photographs or paintings. So basically everything is based on real events in a way?
Well, not events exactly, but for instance, Smoothie, the character that you're watching now, she was the first portrait that we found. Many, if not most, of the portraits in the game are by a romantic painter, a Danish painter called Christian Købke. And a painting, a sketching like this one of the character that we've chosen to call Smoothie is just that. It's a sketching. It's a sketch. It's probably not been featured that many places apart from this database of the museum. So we didn't use anything biographical about these paintings at all. We don't use their names. We don't use their historical background or anything. We just use the impression that we had when we found them to write these characters. And that goes for all of them.
How many characters do you have in the game?
We have this recurring one in the daydreams, and then we have 10 different characters that you write letters for. Yeah.
Are there any questions in the chat? Wake up, everyone.
I think also the theme of the game is very, I mean, because you have to concentrate on the text. I think the reverse of an action game.
Yeah.
Because it's very, very, very content heavy. I really love is it even a transmedial approach or something? The way where you take like you kind of take real people and get inspired by them and create new personalities, new stories around them. I don't know. I enjoy this approach a lot. It's very inspiring, and also the fact that you can just use those assets is also it's an interesting option for people who want to work on games but don't really have access to a lot of funds.
Exactly.
These national archives, they exist. Like most of the countries have them, and it's worth checking these things out.
It really is, and especially this one has just made it so easy for everyone to use. So maybe let me just see if I can. No, I can't type in the chat, can I? Maybe I can. Let me just see if I can. Let's switch.
Oh, you wanna add a link or something?
Yeah, I just want to post the.
Oh yeah, just write anything except the link, then we can just give you a permit, or one of our mods can do that, and then you should be good to go. You just need to know the username.
Well, I'll just post it to you in Discord.
Okay, sure. Let's do it like this. So this is an actual link to the.
Yeah, that's the database. Yeah.
Database. If anybody wants to check that out. So I assume not just Danish citizens can use those.
I'm pretty sure everyone can. but I'm not confident.
All right. Our time is unfortunately up, so we have to cut this a little short.
Yeah, no
Lucas,
worries.
thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being the first streamers of the game.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I hope we're not the last. So
No, me neither.
we'll share the Steam link in our chat. Now we have to basically give it over to Christian Rauder, who's doing a talk on something over on the YouTube main program thing. So everybody's watching the main program. Goodbye. Thanks for tuning in, and yeah, have fun.
Yeah, goodbye.
But
Thank you very much, Indiestrolche, for this entertaining streaming session. And we come to our next content session here at the Hamburg Games Conference, a very important topic. It is on funding, getting government funds. The topic is Mind the Gap, and we will be learning about how to tap into the sources of government money, and we have experts today with us. The presentation and the question and answer will be held in German. You can, however, also ask questions in English, and these questions will also be answered by our panelists, so feel free also to type in questions in English. I would like to welcome our three participants. Thank you very much. Some of you I've already seen on the cruise ship, like the spitting image of Skander, which was particularly good on the BMVI booth. I enjoyed very much, very easily recognizable. Welcome, Skander Morgenthaler. He is a member of the games team of the Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure, which is Bundesministerium für Verkehr und digitale Infrastruktur. And he actually works on the Federal Games Funding Program and the German Video Game Awards. So he's the man to go to, and we're very happy to have you here today, Skander, to give us an insight in the program. How is it going to until this moment? And what the challenges are, and also take, obviously, questions. With us is also Paul Mathia. He is a research associate for the German Aerospace Center. Well, how the Aerospace Center comes into the game, we will learn later, because they are actually involved in this funding program as well. He has studied specializations in embedded systems engineering in Hamburg and video programming in Turku, Finland. So he also has an international experience. And last but not least, I welcome Matteo Riatti, with us. He also lives in Berlin and is also working for the German Aerospace Center. He works as a project manager for the federal funding program for video game development. And he also holds a PhD in media science and game studies. So welcome, everybody. And I'm really happy that we have this talk here, because there are so many questions, and it's great to have the people here who are in the know and who have extensive knowledge of the program. And we will open with a general overview over the program and the prerequisites and how to tap into the money. And then we will open the floor, and you can ask questions, especially also via the YouTube channel, and I will direct them to Skander, Paul and Matteo. Herzlichen Dank, dass ihr da seid, und ich freue mich, wenn ihr uns einmal erst einen Überblick gebt. Dankeschön.
Ja, vielen Dank auch für die Gelegenheit, hier auf der Hamburg Games Conference über unsere Förderung zu sprechen. So ein bisschen die Förderung auch nochmal bekannter machen müssen wir sie wahrscheinlich nicht. Ich hoffe, dass inzwischen nahezu alle davon gehört haben. Nichtsdestotrotz würde ich gerne auch nochmal mit so einem Überblick Staaten. Also wir haben, oder die Bundesregierung hat in der letzten Koalitionsvereinbarung beschlossen, dass es Zeit wird, auf der Bundesebene eine Förderung für die Entwicklung von Computerspielen einzuführen. Und wir wollen damit letzten Endes den Standort Deutschland als Entwicklungsstandort voranbringen und stärken und vor allem auch international wettbewerbsfähiger zu machen. Hier insbesondere auch mit Blick auf die anderen Länder, die durchaus ja teilweise schon deutlich länger Förderungen haben. Teilweise sehr offene, direkte Förderprogramme oder eben auch einzelne Unterstützungen für wichtige Player. Wichtig ist uns an dieser Stelle gewesen, dass die gesamte Branche, also sowohl kleine als auch große Entwickler, partizipieren können. Letzten Endes wollen wir halt die Anzahl der Beschäftigten mittelfristig steigern. Wir würden gern die Anzahl der Studios in Deutschland mittelfristig gerne auch steigern und natürlich auch die Anzahl von Spielen aus Deutschland steigern und insbesondere auch die Präsenz von Spielen aus Deutschland auf dem internationalen Markt erhöhen, auch die Sichtbarkeit erhöhen und so natürlich auch der Branche in Deutschland mehr Sichtbarkeit, mehr Umsätze und vielleicht auch mehr Präsenz bei vielen Gamern, die leider, wenn sie nur AAA-Spiele spielen, halt relativ wenig Studios und Spiele aus Deutschland kennen, was ein bisschen sehr schade ist. Dazu hatten wir angefangen 2019 mit einer Pilotförderung. Die ersten Projekte sind Ende 2019 gestartet. Das war die sogenannte De Minimis-Förderung. Die ist inzwischen als Förderprogramm abgeschlossen. Die Projekte, die dort laufen oder beantragt haben, laufen noch. Aber es sind dort keine Neuanträge mehr möglich. Wir haben inzwischen nämlich die Möglichkeit, bei der großen und von der EU-Kommission explizit erlaubten Förderprogramm jetzt auch mehr als 200.000 Euro Förderung pro Spiel zu geben, was eine Beschränkung war, die wir vorher hatten. Und genau, insofern können jetzt kleine und große Spiele bei uns Geld beantragen. Wir fördern grundsätzlich sowohl die Prototypenentwicklung als auch die Produktion von Spielen, also letzten Endes die Entwicklung des Ganzen. Die müssen auch nicht hintereinander folgen, sondern es kann auch, die Produktion kann auch den Prototypen umfassen. Es kann aber auch eine Produktion ohne Prototyp gefördert werden. Antragsberechtigt bei uns sind Unternehmen, die verantwortlich die Computerspielentwicklung betreuen oder begleiten, verantworten. Das heißt, wir richten uns ganz klar an Entwickler, nicht an Publisher. Dafür ist die Förderung nicht gebaut. Allerdings ist es auch so, dass wenn ihr Co-Entwickler, also wenn Co-Entwicklungen können bei uns auch gefördert werden. Das heißt, wenn jemand anders die Entwicklung verantwortlich leitet, allerdings ein Unternehmen einen eigenständigen Teil beisteuert und für diesen die Verantwortung hat, dann kann auch diese Co-Entwicklung, also diese Co-Produktion gefördert werden. Genau. Ein paar weitere Voraussetzungen für die Förderung sind, dass ihr oder Sie einen Kulturtest bestehen müssen. Das kommt von der EU, weil die Computerspielförderung dort als Kulturförderung gilt. Das ist ähnlich auch bei der Filmförderung, bei anderen Kulturförderungen muss über einen Kulturtest nachgewiesen werden, dass es sich tatsächlich um Kulturgut handelt. Das klingt jetzt erstmal höher gestochen, als es tatsächlich ist. Dort kann man auch bestehen, problemlos, wenn man letzten Endes was zur Alltagskultur beisteuert. Viele der Fragen beziehen sich dort auf die Frage, wo das Spiel entwickelt wird, beziehungsweise ob die Key Developer an dem Spiel letzten Endes entweder in Deutschland leben oder hier aufgewachsen sind, also mit der deutschen Alltagskultur vertraut sind und damit dann auch ihre Erfahrungen letzten Endes in dieses Spiel einfließen lassen und Ähnliches. Natürlich kann es auch kulturell inhaltliche Bezüge geben und die müssen auch nicht historisch sein. Das muss nicht irgendwie mit dem Ring der Nibelungen zu tun haben. Das kann auch deutlich moderner sein. Das kann irgendwie auf aktuelle Gaming-Trends aus Deutschland könnte man da auch einen Bezug nehmen. Da geht sehr viel. Vom wir gehen davon aus, dass der Kulturtest in aller Regel kein Problem sein sollte, es sei denn, ihr habt ein Team, was komplett aus dem Ausland zusammengestellt wurde, das nicht oder nur sehr eingeschränkt hier lebt, hier keine Ausbildung hatte ja, also dann könnte es eventuell Probleme geben. Ansonsten gehen wir davon aus, dass der Kulturtest machbar ist. Das Zweite, und hier kommen wir auch so ein bisschen auf die Titel dieser Veranstaltung, ist, wir fördern bei kleineren Projekten bis zu 2 Millionen mit bis zu 50% der Produktionskosten, die bei uns anerkennbar sind. Allerdings müssen Antragsteller dann auch nachweisen, dass sie die anderen verbleibenden 50% irgendwie finanziert bekommen. Also wir sind auf der einen Seite da, um eine Finanzierungslücke in der Kalkulation von unseren Antragstellern halt mit bis zu 50% der Kosten zu schließen. Auf der anderen Seite müssen aber halt auch die anderen 50% irgendwie geschlossen werden. Das kann über verschiedene Wege passieren. In Einzelfällen ist es möglich, dass weitere Förderung zum Beispiel bei Bundesländern beantragt wird, sofern die eine Förderung haben. Das geht allerdings nur, wenn das Werk als schwieriges Werk bei der EU-Kommission durchgehen würde. Ein schwieriges Werk ist nicht ein besonderes Hardcore-Game oder ähnliches, es geht jetzt nicht um Dark Souls oder ähnliches, sondern es geht darum, dass es schwierig vermarktbar letzten Endes ist. Das heißt, es gibt einen sehr eingeschränkten Markt. Ihr habt irgendwie wenn das Spiel eine Nische bedient, wo halt ja wenig Kunden da sind und damit halt ein besonders großes Risiko besteht. Oder wenn ein Unternehmen frisch gegründet ist und noch nicht viel Erfahrung hat und deswegen ein höheres Risiko besteht, dass in der Vermarktung oder in der Entwicklung des Spiels noch Fehler gemacht werden. Bei frisch gegründeten Studios zum Beispiel besteht auch die Chance, dass es als schwieriges Werk durchgeht. Dazu gibt es auch in der FAQ bei uns Kriterien, die man sich angucken kann und die ihr im Zweifelsfall angucken könnt. Ansonsten kann die Finanzierung auch durch zum Beispiel Publisher oder durch Bankkredite oder durch eigenes Geld oder wenn das Unternehmen schon etwas länger besteht, reicht es auch nicht nachzuweisen, dass das Geld vorhanden ist, sondern dass im Rahmen der Jahresabschlüsse das Unternehmen genug Bonität hat, also letzten Endes der Cashflow erwartbar groß genug ist. Auch das würde durchaus ausreichen. Genau, das sind so die wichtigen Punkte vorab. Wichtig ist auch noch, ihr müsst oder die Antragsteller müssen ein Unternehmen sein und sie müssen eine juristische Person sein. Also was nicht geht, sind eingetragene Kaufleute oder GbRs. Die meisten Antragsteller haben bei uns entweder eine GmbH oder sind eine UG. Eine UG lässt sich auch relativ leicht gründen im Zweifelsfall. Das hat verschiedene Gründe, unter anderem auch, dass es eine Frage, also einer der Punkte ist auch eine Frage der Haftung und der Wachstumsmöglichkeiten. Das geht mit Personengesellschaften wie GbRs zwar grundsätzlich auch, aber da sehen wir eher größere Hemmnisse. Genau. Und was auch noch ganz wichtig ist, es muss dargestellt werden, wozu die Förderung notwendig ist. Klingt jetzt relativ banal, ist es in den meisten Fällen auch, aber die Bundesregierung darf, weil es um Steuergelder geht, nur dann letzten Endes eine Produktion fördern, wenn durch die Förderung ein signifikanter Beitrag zu der Zielerreichung der Ziele der Bundesregierung beigesteuert wird. In relativ vielen Fällen wird das bei uns so begründet, dass das Spiel ohne die Förderung gar nicht entstehen könnte. Dann ist es relativ offensichtlich. Ohne Förderung kein Spiel. Mit Förderung würden dann halt das, was das Spiel leistet, meistens dann eine gewisse Beschäftigung, Arbeitsplätze, Chancen für ein Wachstum des Unternehmens, mehr Spiele auf den Märkten platzieren etc., würden dann auf unsere Ziele einzahlen. Aber es ist auch möglich, wenn das Spiel zwar ohne Förderung auch passieren würde, aber es deutlich abgespeckter wäre. Zum Beispiel, wenn Antragsteller sagen, sie haben da eine Spielidee und sie können das rudimentär auch mit Eigenmitteln umsetzen, aber dank der Förderung können sie das so umsetzen, wie sie es eigentlich gerne umsetzen wollen und wie das marktgerecht auch besser verkaufbar ist, weil sie es dann besser polischen können, weil es länger wird, weil es komplexer wird, weil die Qualität steigt, weil sie es besser supporten können. Dann ist es auch möglich, gefördert zu werden. Dann muss halt dargestellt werden, welchen Unterschied durch die Förderung an der Stelle ermöglicht wird. Was leider nicht geht, ist, wenn ein Unternehmen einen Antrag stellt und sagt, unser Spiel ist ein ganz tolles Projekt, das ist super für den Standort und bringt Deutschland voran, aber wir werden es in jedem Fall machen, unabhängig davon, ob wir gefördert werden oder nicht. In dem Fall dürfen wir dann tatsächlich leider nicht fördern, weil der Steuerzahler dann halt die Erwartung hat, naja, wenn das passiert, nur damit ihr mehr Gewinne einstreichen könnt, dafür dürfen keine Steuergelder verwendet werden. Das heißt, es muss mit diesen Steuergeldern oder durch diese Steuergelder muss ein positiver Effekt entstehen und der muss uns halt irgendwie plausibel dargelegt werden. Achso, und noch eine ganz wichtige Sache, die hin und wieder auch mal problematisch ist. Bis das Spiel bewilligt ist, dürft ihr nicht mit der Umsetzung des Projektes, wie es bei uns beantragt ist, angefangen haben. Und weil ansonsten, das haben wir uns leider nicht ausgedacht und da sind wir auch nur begrenzt glücklich mit, aber das deutsche Haushaltsrecht, zumindest auf Bundesebene, geht davon aus, wenn jemand ohne Zusage, dass die Förderung kommt, bereits mit dem Projekt anfängt, dann würde er es letzten Endes auch ohne die Zusage umsetzen. Weil ansonsten würde er, wenn er wirtschaftlich vernünftig denken würde, so die Unterstellung und so die Annahme, wir wissen, dass das insbesondere für die Gamesbranche so nicht stimmt, aber so ist halt die Annahme des Gesetzgebers an der Stelle, dann würde er das nicht umsetzen. Es gibt in großen Ausnahmefällen, dort bitte dann mit dem Projektträger vorher sprechen, wenn es starke Verzögerungen bei der Bearbeitung eurer Anträge gibt, die Möglichkeit davon abzuweichen. Das aber dann bitte tatsächlich mit dem Projektträger besprechen. Im Regelfall ist das nicht möglich. Genau, das war so ein bisschen das, was ich vorweg sagen wollte, so aus dem Allgemeinen. Und würde gleich übergeben. Hab noch einen Appell, der sich auch so ein bisschen aus dem, was ich gerade erzählt habe, ergibt. Stellt nach Möglichkeit rechtzeitig vorher die Anträge. Rechtzeitig ist nicht irgendwie 2 Monate, bevor ihr anfangen wollt, sondern kommt so früh wie möglich auf das DLR als unserem Projektträger zu. Lasst euch da beraten, stellt frühzeitig den Antrag. So eine Bewilligung dauert, also einen Monat wäre schon echt eine Ausnahme, also eher 2 bis 3 Monate. Es hängt auch ein bisschen davon ab, wie viel Informationen noch nachgefordert werden müssen, wie schnell die bereitgestellt werden können, ob irgendwelche anderen Komplikationen auftreten, für die Antragsteller häufig auch gar nichts können, weil womöglich dann einfach irgendwas zuwendungsrechtlich knifflig ist oder etwas halt anders ist in dem Antrag als andere, die vorher gestellt worden sind, wo wir Sachen einfach noch grundsätzlich klären müssen. Rechnet damit, dass so eine Bewilligung 2 bis 3 Monate Zeit braucht. Und ihr wollt ja wahrscheinlich auch nicht 2 Tage, bevor ihr mit dem Projekt starten wollt, tatsächlich anfangen, also den Förderbescheid erst bekommen, Entschuldigung, so rum, so dass es immer gut ist, wenn das irgendwie machbar ist für die Unternehmen, so früh wie möglich den Antrag stellen. Ihr seid damit auch noch nicht 100%ig in Stein gemeißelt, was das Projekt angeht, aber natürlich sollten die die Züge an sich schon feststehen von dem Projekt. Wenn ihr euch unsicher seid, sprecht mit dem DLR, geht in die Antragsberatung. Dort, solange ihr in der Antragsberatung seid, könnt ihr das Projekt auch noch umgestalten und umstellen und umplanen in großem Stil, ohne dass das irgendwelche Komplikationen letzten Endes nach sich zieht. Aber es ist uns sehr wichtig, weil wir es auch jetzt mit der neuen Förderung immer wieder merken, nach hinten raus wird es für viele Unternehmen dann doch zu eng. Deswegen, wenn ihr irgendwie könnt, versucht, hinreichend in die Zukunft zu planen, überlegt euch, was wollt ihr in einem halben oder einem Dreivierteljahr machen, geht schon mal in die Antragsberatung, macht euch Gedanken über das Projekt, stellt den Antrag rechtzeitig und dann habt ihr im Idealfall auch rechtzeitig, bevor ihr mit dem Projekt starten wollt, die nötige Zusage und die nötige Sicherheit, ob es mit der Förderung klappt. und als Unternehmen hängt ihr bzw. sie dann halt nicht so in der Luft. Das ist mir auch nochmal relativ wichtig. Jetzt würde ich gerne an die Kollegen von unserem Projektträger, vom DLR, abgeben, denn die sind diejenigen, bei denen die Anträge gestellt werden, die Anträge bearbeiten, die letzten Endes Informationen nachfordern, die beraten, die eine Entscheidungsvorlage für uns machen, ob die Förderung so stattfinden kann oder nicht. Das Einzige, was sie nicht machen, ist formal abschließend entscheiden, ob die Förderung stattfindet oder nicht. Das wiederum passiert tatsächlich bei uns im Bundesministerium für Verkehr und digitale Infrastruktur. Aber alles andere, nahezu alles andere, macht für uns unser Projektträger. Deswegen freue ich mich sehr, dass Mathia und Matteo Riatt da sind, nochmal aus ihrer praktischen Erfahrung und Beratung berichten können und dann anschließend auch wahrscheinlich deutlich besser als ich eure Fragen und Antworten, eure Fragen beantworten können. Vielen Dank. Wer will von euch weitermachen?
Ich würde mal gleich die Frage beantworten, die Herr Rauder schon in den Raum geschmissen hat. Was hat denn das Deutsche Zentrum für Luft- und Raumfahrt mit Computerspielen zu tun? Frage hören wir immer wieder. Wie Sie da unten an unserem Namentag sehen, sind wir nicht nur DLR, wir sind DLR-PT. Und Herr Morgenthaler hat es ja auch, Skander, du hast es ein paar Mal erwähnt, Projektträger ist der Begriff. Also beim Deutschen Zentrum für Luft- und Raumfahrt gibt es ein Institut, das eben ein Projektträger ist. Und Projektträger sind Einrichtungen, werden Einrichtungen in Deutschland genannt, die spezialisiert darauf sind, Förderprogramme zu begleiten. Das heißt, weder der Herr Mathia noch ich sind Raumfahrtingenieure. Wir sind, ich aus dem Bereich der Game Studies, er aus dem Bereich der Entwicklung. Wir haben ein Team, ein größeres Team, das sich um die Antragsaufnahme, Antragsbearbeitung und auch um die Begleitung der Vorhaben an ihrer Seite kümmert. Denn es ist nicht so, dass sie einen Antrag stellen und dann kriegen sie einen Scheck überreicht, sondern das ist ein Prozess, der sich dann über die gesamte Projektlaufzeit zieht, bei dem wir dann immer beratend zur Seite stehen und auch ihren Mittelabfluss zum Beispiel mit ihnen planen, skizzieren und durchführen. Und wenn sich irgendwas ändert am Vorhaben etc., es sind Steuergelder, dann muss das mit gewissen Formvorgängen eben angemeldet werden und begründet werden. Da sind wir dann immer ihre erste Ansprechstation. Und das ist es. Darauf sind wir spezialisiert. Wir sind Projektträger und wir sind angegliedert an das Deutsche Zentrum für Luft- und Raumfahrt. Damit sollte die Frage erstmal beantwortet sein. Und damit ist auch beantwortet, dass wir nicht nur den Flight Simulator oder andere Raum- oder Luftfahrtsimulationen fördern wollen, sondern wir sind grundsätzlich interessiert. Ich bin leidenschaftlicher Gamer. Von Herrn Mathia weiß ich Paul Mathia weiß ich dass er leidenschaftlicher Gamer ist. Und Skander Morgenthaler, so viel weiß ich, bist du auch. Also und auch das findet sich in unserem Team zu Genüge. Womit, glaube ich, wirklich auch der Sorge begegnet wird, dass hier die Anträge auf behördenähnliche Apparate stoßen, die man noch immer in Erinnerung hat mit irgendwelchen gamingfeindlichen oder antiquitierten Vorstellungen. Wir sind da drauf und dran. Ich glaube, ich habe es in meiner Vita hier auf der Homepage für die HGC auch geschrieben. Ich warte immer noch auf Half-Life 3. Im Rahmen dieser Förderung wird es, fürchte ich, nicht kommen. Aber auch solche Spiele würde ich mich freuen.
Ich würde auch ein paar Takte sagen. Genau. Matthias.
Ja, genau.
Oder genau. Ich bin der andere im Team, der jetzt hier mich kurz vorstellen darf. Genau, Sven hat es ja schon gesagt. Matteo hat auch die meisten Infos, die ich hätte bereits sagen können, bereits gesagt. Wir arbeiten auf der anderen Seite und wir bewerten am Ende des Tages die Anträge, die eingereicht werden, fachlich und administrativ und betreuen dann im Falle einer Bewilligung die Vorhaben. Ja, die meisten Sachen wurden gesagt. Ich glaube, das reicht jetzt. Genau.
Ich glaube, was wir an der Stelle
oder so. Sorry.
Ja, ich würde noch kurz, ich würde noch kurz was sagen. Wir haben immer ein bisschen Verzögerung, ne? Das müssen wir ein bisschen berücksichtigen.
Ja, genau.
Weil Paul kennt das aus der Praxis, ich auch. Und das ist vielleicht der erste und der wichtigste Hinweis. Grundsätzlich, wenn es Fragen gibt bezüglich der Förderung, bezüglich Anträge, Antragstellung, Antragsbearbeitung, was auch immer, Skander, du hast es auch schon gesagt, wir sind die erste Ansprechperson. Bitte kommen Sie zu uns. Wir haben eine Hotline, wir haben eine E-Mail eingerichtet, wir haben ein Entwurfsberatungsprogramm, das kostenlos ist. Also wenn Sie förderunerfahren sind oder selbst wenn Sie unglaublich fördererfahren sind, bitte nutzen Sie unsere Beratungsangebote, denn jedes Vorhaben ist ein Einzelfall, der immer gesondert betrachtet werden muss und auch wird. Deswegen ist es praktisch, wenn man, egal wie gut man sich vorbereitet, denkt, das im Vorfeld einmal mit uns durchspricht. Dieses Angebot ist kostenlos und hilft uns oder zeigt uns in der Praxis, dass die Antragsbearbeitung und die Transparenz im gesamten Prozess danach sehr viel besser abläuft. Und das ist der zweite Hinweis, den ich geben möchte. Transparenz ist immer sehr, sehr, sehr wichtig. Wir haben ein gutes Grundlagenverständnis der Branche, dessen, was in Spielen vorkommt, was innovativ ist, was besonders ist, etc. Legen Sie uns bitte immer dar, was wollen Sie erreichen, und spielen Sie mit offenen Karten. Das ist für uns immer ganz wichtig zu verstehen, wo Ihre Sorgen sind. Es gibt kleinere Beispiele, wo Firmen sich nicht sicher sind, kann ich das noch zur Förderung einreichen oder nicht? Und wenn Sie da mit uns ins Gespräch gehen und das alles darlegen, dann kann es sein, dass wir vielleicht nicht den vollen Förderbedarf erkennen, aber vielleicht einen gewissen Förderbedarf, dass man sagt, okay, damit hast du bereits angefangen, aber damit noch nicht. Dann kannst du doch einen Antrag dafür stellen. Wir sind auch immer bereit zu beraten, auch auf die lange Sicht. Also wenn Sie jetzt als Firma beschäftigt sind und sagen, wir haben gerade einen tollen Auftrag, wir haben da was in der Entwicklung, aber danach wollen wir was machen. Wie sieht es denn in einem Jahr aus? Auch dann können beraten zur Seite stehen und mit Ihnen was auf den Weg bringen. Und da ist es eben für uns immer wichtig und angenehm, dass wir darauf setzen können, dass ein vertrauensvolles Verhältnis zwischen den Antragstellenden und dem Projektträger ist, beziehungsweise dem Zuwendungsempfänger und dem Zuwendungsgeber beim BMVI. Denn mit dem Ende des Antrags ist es nicht rum. Wenn Sie bewilligt sind, dann haben wir noch 1 bis 2 Jahre miteinander zu tun. Und diese Arbeitsbeziehung muss auf Vertrauen und auf Transparenz beruhen. Das ist eine ganz wichtige Sache.
Vielleicht noch eine Sache vorneweg.
Ja, Herr Morgenthaler, sagen Sie.
Genau, was mir auch nochmal wichtig ist zu betonen an der Stelle, wir wollen möglichst viele Projekte und Spiele momentan unterstützen. Wir sind nicht an dem Punkt, wo wir zu wenig Haushaltsmittel haben und deswegen anfangen auszusieben. Das heißt, wir wollen eigentlich alles, was haushaltsrechtlich förderbar ist, momentan auch unterstützen. Ein weiteres Kriterium, was ich vorhin noch vergessen hatte, ist, es muss eine Altersfreigabe bekommen, muss aber keine konkrete bekommen. Es geht auch ein ab 18. Nur was wir nicht fördern können, sind Spiele, die gar keine Altersfreigabe bekommen, also die eine Altersfreigabe letzten Endes verweigert bekommen. Hat auch mitunter den Hintergrund, dass diese Spiele höchstwahrscheinlich auch sehr schwer vermarktet werden können, jedenfalls in Deutschland. Und damit natürlich auch so ein gewisses Förderziel da im Wege steht. Aber wir wollen grundsätzlich die Projekte ermöglichen. Wir können nicht immer alle Projekte ermöglichen. Es gibt manchmal einfach haushaltsrechtliche Grenzen und es gibt regelmäßig auch haushaltsrechtliche Grenzen, über die wir uns eher ärgern und wo wir mitunter manchmal auch schon Wege drumherum gefunden haben, aber es gibt gewisse Dinge, da kommen wir auch nicht drum rum. Und wenn wir da ein Problem sehen oder sagen, das können wir so nicht machen, dann ist das nicht, weil wir irgendjemanden ärgern wollen, sondern weil wir da tatsächlich haushaltsrechtliche Probleme haben. Wenn Sie uns da ermöglichen oder uns erzählen, was Sie eigentlich erreichen wollen, finden wir vielleicht einen anderen Weg, wie wir das angehen können. Wenn Sie an der Stelle mit sehr verschlossenen oder geschlossenen Kartenspielen sich nicht reinblicken lassen an der Stelle, wir sind zur Vertraulichkeit an der Stelle verpflichtet. Bei uns können Sie solche Sachen erzählen, wir dürfen die auch nicht weiter erzählen, aber wenn Sie uns nichts erzählen, dann können wir da auch letzten Endes nicht helfen. Insbesondere die Kollegen vom Projektträger. Das ist vielleicht auch nochmal wichtig. Wir wollen helfen, wir wollen die Branche voranbringen, das ist uns wichtig. Wir wissen auch, dass die Branche auf der einen Seite sehr jung ist, sehr unkonventionell ist, sehr kreativ ist. Das finden wir auch positiv. Es wäre mir persönlich auch zu langweilig, wenn ich jetzt irgendwie Windräder fördern würde. Nicht, weil ich Windräder nicht mag, sondern weil die Förderpraxis da, glaube ich, sehr, sehr langweilig wäre. Sowohl was die Anträge angeht, als auch was die Ergebnisse angeht. Also sprechen Sie mit uns, insbesondere in der Antragsberatung, frühzeitig, sagen Sie uns, was Sie machen wollen, lassen Sie uns gemeinsam Lösungen finden, wie die Förderung aussehen kann. Und haben Sie auch nicht zu sehr die Angst, dass wenn Sie in der Antragstellung schreiben, das Arbeitspaket XY zu einem konkreten Datum fertig sein muss und da genau 357 Arbeitsstunden von 3 Personen drin sind, Sie haben eine gewisse Flexibilität auch nach Antragstellung. Uns ist bewusst, dass sich Projekte ändern. Für eine gewisse Flexibilität und Abweichung brauchen Sie noch nicht mal explizit eine Erlaubnis für uns. Im Zweifelsfall fragen Sie aber doch vorsichtshalber nach. Und bei anderen Dingen, wenn die sich gut begründen lassen, haben wir auch immer schon Änderungen zugelassen, seien die jetzt Corona-bedingt oder aus anderen Gründen sich irgendwie ergeben hat. So wie wir es ursprünglich geplant haben, können wir es nicht umsetzen. Wir brauchen irgendwie eine alternative Möglichkeit. Wir müssen es jetzt entweder abbrechen oder wir sagen halt, wir machen so und so. Solche Sachen sind immer möglich. Das Einzige, was nicht geht, ist, dass Sie letzten Endes, nachdem die Förderung durch ist, mehr Geld beantragen. Das wird in nur ganz, ganz, ganz seltenen Ausnahmefällen klappen, wenn überhaupt. Aber ansonsten sprechen Sie mit uns. Je früher, desto besser. Am besten auch zu Zeiten, wo Sie noch flexibel reagieren können, dann wollen und sollten wir das auch hinbekommen. Ich glaube, da spreche ich auch für meine Kollegen vom Projektträger, die das in der Praxis auch regelmäßig schon so umsetzen. Das wollte ich nochmal vorweg.
Ja, herzlichen Dank.
Wir versuchen es zu ermöglichen.
Herzlichen Dank für diesen Überblick. Das sind ja schon ausgezeichnete Nachrichten. Also ich fasse zusammen, Geld ist da. Es sind Leute da, die das verteilen, die sich damit auskennen. Das sind schon mal die besten Voraussetzungen. Ich habe ein paar Fragen schon auch gesammelt von den Teilnehmern. Herr Morgenthaler, Sie haben ja gesagt, ich darf nicht anfangen, bevor ich die Bewilligung habe. Jetzt ist natürlich die spannende Frage, wann habe ich denn angefangen? Habe ich angefangen, also ich muss ja irgendwie auch planen und mir überlegen, was ich für ein Spiel mache. Dann mache ich vielleicht irgendwelche Scribbles, dann fange ich an, irgendwelche Sachen zu bauen, dann habe ich Grafiken, also wir wissen ja alle, wie sozusagen die Sachen so langsam wachsen. Und wo ist denn die Schwelle, ab der ich sage, also jetzt bis dahin darf ich jetzt nicht weitermachen, erst bis der Antrag ist und dann der nächste Schritt. Das interessiert viele brennend. Herr Riatti, Sie hatten Dr. Riatti, ja.
Ja, also einfach, wir sehen das ja in der Praxis recht häufig und das ist ein schönes Beispiel für die Notwendigkeit von Transparenz und mit offenen Karten zu spielen. Die Angst davor, nicht gefördert zu werden, sollte dort nicht dazu verleiten, dass man versucht, irgendwas zu verstecken. Das fällt immer auf. Wenn irgendwas hinterm Busch ist, dann müssen wir auch nachfragen und am Ende kommen wir dahinter. Dann lieber von Anfang an einfach sagen, ich habe folgende Konzepte schon gemacht, ich habe folgende Arbeiten schon gemacht. Grundsätzlich ist es so, dass der Bund logischerweise nichts fördern kann, was bereits gemacht wurde, weil dafür gibt es keine Fördernotwendigkeit mehr. Das heißt, wenn man ein Vorhaben abbildet und man schreibt als die ersten 3 Arbeitspakete den Prototypen rein, den man schon entwickelt hat, dann können wir das nicht fördern. Das würde rausgestrichen werden. Das heißt, es muss sich sehr gut abgrenzen lassen. Und dann ist es auch so, dass wir natürlich bewandert sind in den Projektmanagement-Schritten, die in dieser Branche üblich sind. Also wir wissen zu unterscheiden zwischen dem, was Vertical Slice ist, Prototyp in gewissen Variationen der Definition, was eine Pre-Alpha ist, eine Alpha, eine Beta, ein Release-Candidate. Und auch an diesen Sachen machen wir das fest. Das sind allerdings immer Einzelfallentscheidungen. Es kann sein, dass die eine Pre-Alpha mit gewissen Erklärungen noch nicht als vorzeitiger Start betrachtet werden kann, wenn die Entscheidungsunterlagen, die wir dann vom Antragsteller bekommen, uns erlauben, festzustellen, ja, er hat noch nicht mit dem Vorhaben begonnen. Nochmal in Erinnerung an das, was Skander, was du sagtest, diese Annahme der Bundeshaushaltsordnung, das Vorhaben, die begonnen wurden, nicht mehr gefördert werden können, weil sie werden sowieso gemacht. Das ist natürlich ein betriebswirtschaftliches Argument, weil ein Geschäftsführer wird niemals einem größeren Projekt zustimmen, das er nicht zu Ende bringen kann. Das wäre eine unwirtschaftliche Vorgehensweise und sowas ist, also wenn Sie nur ein einziges Vorhaben haben und Sie wissen nicht, dass Sie es zu Ende bringen können und Sie starten es trotzdem, dann beginnt vielleicht in dem Moment, ist es schon der erste Tag Ihrer Insolvenzverschleppung. Also das ist der Gedanke, der dahinter steckt. Das bedeutet, wenn wir das übertragen auf die Frage, wann ist mit einem Vorhaben begonnen und wann nicht, dann ist die Frage auch, wann ist eine unternehmerische Entscheidung gefällt worden, die darauf schließen lässt, dass dieses Vorhaben sowieso umgesetzt wird oder nicht. Das ist ein bisschen die Frage, mit dem es zusammenhängt. Ich habe jetzt schon gesagt, es sind Einzelfallentscheidungen. Das ist im Einzelfall immer zu klären. Ich bitte um da die größtmögliche Transparenz, weil wir können auch helfen, es abzustecken. Wir können auch die Angst nehmen, zu sagen, das sind Konzepte, das sind Vorarbeiten, hier geht's los. Was wir allerdings, oder der Sache, der wir auch begegnen, sind ja, dass es Vertragswerke gibt, die dann mit Publishern geschlossen werden, in der Hoffnung, den Eigenanteil bei uns zu stellen. Dort ist bitte darauf zu achten, dass dort fest auch reingeschrieben wird, welche Vorarbeiten gibt es schon, was wird vom Publisher anerkannt, was wird von ihm dort sozusagen berücksichtigt und was noch nicht. Wenn so ein Publisher-Vertrag den Eindruck erweckt, dass sie in der Lage sind, das Vorhaben auch ohne Hilfe des Staates durchzuführen, dann gibt es für uns eine Aktenlage, bei der wir nur sagen können, gut, da wurde ein Vertrag geschlossen von einem Unternehmen mit einem anderen, im gesunden Verstand der Geschäftsführung, und die haben sich bereit erklärt, dass sie in der Lage sind, das umzusetzen. Wenn in diesem Publisher-Vertrag nirgends drin steht, dass eine Fördernotwendigkeit noch bestehen bleibt und dass der Vertrag davon abhängt, dann habe ich eine Aktenlage vor mir, bei der ich nicht unterschreiben könnte, dass noch nicht begonnen wurde. Das sind so Aspekte, die da reinspielen.
Also um es nochmal zu übersetzen, letztlich muss der Publishing-Vertrag dann unter der aufschiebenden Bedingung dieser Förderung geschlossen werden, dass man sagt, sonst können wir es nicht stemmen. Wir können es nur stemmen, wenn die Förderung da ist. Und juristisch ist das dann eine sogenannte aufschiebende Bedingung. Das sollte man aber eben in diesen Vertrag mit reinschreiben.
Ja, für diese Publisher-Vertragsbeispiele. Und das kennen Sie vielleicht, oder das werden Sie kennen als Jurist, Herr Rauder, im Rahmen dieser Antragsbearbeitung, liebe Zuhörer und Zuhörerinnen, Zuschauer. Sie haben ein Recht auf ermessensgerechte Entscheidung. Das bedeutet, wenn Sie bei uns einen Antrag stellen, dann haben Sie das Recht, dass Ihr Antrag im Rahmen unseres pflichtgemäßen Ermessens behandelt und bewilligt oder abgelehnt wird. Sie haben keinen Anspruch auf Förderung. Das heißt, wenn wir eine Aktenlage haben, die bei uns eben so aussieht, dass sie nicht gefördert werden können, dann können wir sie ablehnen. Wenn Sie danach erst die Unterlagen liefern, die wir davor schon gebräucht hätten und die wir davor angefragt haben, dann würden Sie auch vor einem Verwaltungsgericht damit nicht durchkommen. Deswegen ist immer ganz wichtig zu verstehen, wir haben einen gewissen Spielraum und das ist dieses pflichtgemäße Ermessen, in dem können wir entscheiden. Und wenn Sie uns helfen, unsere Frage zu beantworten, haben Sie schon begonnen oder nicht, dann können wir das abbilden und dann haben wir Entscheidungsgrundlagen, mit denen wir dann Ihre Argumentation auch nachvollziehen und auch begründen können.
Vielleicht noch zwei kleine
Vielen Dank. Ja.
Das eine ist, es gilt, wenn wir von Vorhaben sprechen, dann sprechen wir nicht von einem Gesamtspiel, sondern wir sprechen von dem Teil des gesamten Vorhabens bzw. Spiels, was bei uns tatsächlich als Förderung beantragt wird. Das heißt, wenn vorher ein Prototyp da ist, dann gehört er vielleicht für Sie und für andere zum Gesamtvorhaben. Für uns ist es aber gegebenenfalls außerhalb des Vorhabens. Allerdings alles, was bei uns in den Arbeitspaketen in dem Antrag drin steht, das sind Sachen, die zum Vorhaben gehört, mit denen darf noch nicht begonnen worden sein. Und was ganz wichtig ist, was auch schon mit dieser aufschiebenden Bedingung erzählt oder erklärt wurde oder erwähnt wurde, es dürfen auch noch keine verbindlichen Verträge über Leistungserbringungen über diese Dinge geschlossen werden. Wenn Sie einen Arbeitsvertrag schließen mit einem Mitarbeiter, der generell für Ihr Unternehmen arbeitet, ist kein Thema, kein Problem. Aber wenn Sie eine Vergabeleistung geben, also einen Freelancer beauftragen, ein bestimmtes Arbeitspaket umzusetzen und dort keine aufschiebende Bedingung drin ist, dann ist das ein vorzeitig nicht erlaubter vorzeitiger Beginn. Das Gleiche gilt auch für diese Publisher-Verträge. Wenn die gelten, unabhängig davon, ob die Förderung kommt, dann gilt auch das. Das vielleicht nochmal als wichtige Punkte. Und alles andere ergibt sich so ein bisschen aus dem Zusammenspiel und was plausibel erklärt werden kann.
Also aufschiebende Bedingungen ist sozusagen das Zauberwort, was man sagen hier mitnehmen soll. Ich habe noch ein paar Fragen. Und zwar, Sie haben angesprochen, das Thema GBR, dass das sozusagen schwierig ist. Gibt es da eine Entwicklung, dass man vielleicht sagt, irgendwie GBRs älter als 5 Jahre werden irgendwie nochmal später berücksichtigt? Ist da also momentan ist es ja nicht so. Ist da irgendwas wird sich was ändern oder wird das so bleiben?
Nach aktuellem Stand planen wir da keine Änderungen. Das heißt, das wird wohl so bleiben. Im Zweifelsfall, das hatten wir auch schon relativ häufig, ist eine Umfirmierung in Richtung UG noch relativ aufwandsarm im Verhältnis. Natürlich sind da Aufwände dran, aber es gibt kein Anzeichen, dass wir den Personengesellschaften letzten Endes, also insbesondere natürlich nicht den juristischen Personen, sondern den natürlichen Personen die Antragstellung ermöglichen. Das ist momentan nicht geplant.
Aber ich könnte eine Projekt-UG gründen und Gesellschafter dieser Projekt-UG ist dann die GbR, die das hält und die UG macht dann das Projekt. Das könnte ich wahrscheinlich dann machen.
Wenn die UG den Antrag stellt, müsste das wahrscheinlich gehen. Es ist allerdings wichtig, dass das Unternehmen, was den Antrag stellt, darf nicht als einzigen Unternehmenszweck nur dieses eine Spiel haben. Wenn es der erste Zweck dieses Unternehmens ist und dann eine längerfristige Bestand dieses Unternehmens bestehen soll, dann ist das kein Thema. Es muss nicht vorher schon ein Spiel entstanden sein, aber es darf keine reine Zweckgründung für dieses Projekt sein. Das ist wichtig.
Mhm. Wie ist es, Sie haben das angesprochen mit dem schwierigen Werk. Mindert das meine Chancen, gefördert zu werden, wenn ich ein schwieriges Werk habe? Also man sagt ja, es ist offenbar ein höheres Risiko. Also steigen oder sinken meine Chancen oder ist das dann gleich wahrscheinlich, dass ich gefördert werde?
Das ist bisher... Mach du, Matteo.
Ja, Skander, du hast es mit dem schwierigen Werk ja erwähnt in Zusammenhang mit den Kumulierungen. Also das BMVI gewährt Förderung bis 50% eines Vorhabens. Also nochmal ganz kurz der Hinweis, gefördert wird nicht Ihr Unternehmen, sondern das Vorhaben, das Sie einreichen, und zwar mit bis zu 50% vom BMVI. Wenn Sie eine Förderquote über 50% anstreben, geht das nur durch eine Kumulierung mit den Ländern. Da sind wir allerdings an die EU-Gesetzgebung gebunden, dass ein Maximum einer staatlichen Beihilfe von 50% festgesetzt ist, außer für sogenannte schwierige Werke. Und da ist auch ganz wichtig, wäre schön, aber Sie entscheiden nicht, ob es schwierig ist, sondern die Prüfinstanzen entscheiden das. Das ist dann das Land und der Bund gemeinsam müssen dann bewerten und beurteilen, ob das, was Sie einreichen, ein schwieriges Werk nach gewissen Maßstäben und Kriterien ist, die uns von der EU-Kommission mitgegeben wurden. Da ist auch die Empfehlung, dass Sie sich einfach frühzeitig dann mit der Landesförderstelle kurz schließen und uns mit in die Kommunikation nehmen, um mal anzufragen, ob Ihr Werk drunter fällt. Und jetzt auf Ihre Frage, Herr Rauder, hat man dann schwierige Chancen oder schwierigere Chancen? Das kann man grundsätzlich nicht sagen. Es sei denn, das Werk ist so schwierig umzusetzen, dass sowohl der Bund oder als auch die Länder sagen, das fördern wir nicht, weil wir einfach nicht glauben, dass es umgesetzt werden kann. Oder wir fördern es nicht, weil wir müssen davon ausgehen, dass das ein Rohrkrepierer wird, weil niemand wird das haben wollen. Wenn das Werk so schwierig ist, dann scheitern sie daran, dass sie mit diesem Werk einfach nicht die förderpolitischen Ziele erreichen können oder nicht zu ihnen beitragen können. Und dann wird der Steuerzahler auch das nicht unterstützen können.
Also wir haben gelernt, zwischen schwierig und zu schwierig gibt es dann offenbar noch einen entsprechenden Korridor. Ja, das ist in der Tat spannend. Sie haben es gerade eben erwähnt, Herr Dr. Riatti, Sie haben gesagt, die Kumulation von Bundesförderung und Landesförderung, das ist natürlich das, was uns sehr, sehr interessiert. Wir haben im Anschluss jetzt an dieses Panel nochmal einen großen Block auch, wo wir über die Förderung der Freien Hansestadt Hamburg lernen und die Voraussetzungen dort und auch sagen, was die Teams da bisher auf die Beine gestellt haben. Aber es ist natürlich spannend zu wissen, wie kann ich eventuell Bausteine zusammensetzen, sowohl Bundesförderung als auch Landesförderung und dann eben noch Eigenfinanzierung. Was muss ich dabei beachten, wenn ich diesen Weg gehen möchte?
Also Paul, ich glaube, du wirst mir zustimmen, der erste Schritt ist immer frühzeitige Beratung. Wir haben diese Entwurfsabnahme. Paul, magst du kurz erklären, genau, was ein gängiger Weg wäre? Ich glaube, du hast auch einen Kumulierungsfall.
Genau, wenn Sie wissen, dass Sie kumulieren wollen, am besten halt frühzeitig auf uns zukommen und das anmelden. Mein jetziger Stand ist, dass das Ganze noch gar nicht in trockenen Tüchern ist, dass es gerade mit den Ländern entschieden wird, wie denn in Zukunft damit umgegangen wird. Aber wenn Sie sowas wissen, frühzeitig auf uns zukommen, damit wir mit Ihnen und der jeweiligen Instanz prüfen können, ob das machbar ist, ob das realisierbar ist. Aber mein jetziger Stand war, dass es noch in der Entscheidungsphase ist, das Ganze mit den Ländern, wenn ich richtig liege, Matteo.
Wir haben zu den einzelnen Verwaltungsprozessen und den Reihenfolgen haben wir einfach ein bisschen Abstimmungsbedarf und das ist wichtig, dass Sie das wissen, deswegen früh in die Beratung gehen, weil dort kann sich in Einzelfällen die Bearbeitung verzögern und länger als die 2 bis 3 Monate dauern, die Herr Morgenthaler erwähnte, ganz einfach, weil wir noch an dritte Stellen des Bundes auch gekoppelt sind. Also wenn ein Vorhaben eine gewisse Größe erreicht und mit Mittel von Bund und Ländern kumuliert werden möchten, dann ist zum Beispiel der Bundesrechnungshof zu unterrichten. Und da haben wir dann auch nur begrenzt Einfluss darauf, wie lange sich dann solche Prozesse ziehen. Das ist dann bitte immer zu berücksichtigen. Ansonsten, was bisher so eine gute Empfehlung ist und einfach auch sinnvoll und ich sage einfach mal logisch ist, wenn Sie frühzeitig mit beiden Stellen kommunizieren und bei beiden gerne bei uns eine Entwurfsphase durchmachen, um das Vorhaben erstmal abbilden zu können und dann mit den Ländern reden oder in anderer Reihenfolge, aber Sie sollten bei beiden schon mal das Vorhaben auch finanziell abbilden. Denn wenn Sie beim Land Bayern sagen, mein Vorhaben kostet 1,2 Millionen und dann stellen Sie bei uns einen Antrag über 1,8 Millionen, dann passt das nicht. Dann kriegen wir es nicht erklärt. Oder Sie kriegen es nicht erklärt. Das ist ja dann Ihr Problem. Und um sowas zu vermeiden, frühzeitig dafür sorgen, dass die Kalkulation der Projektvorhaben auf beiden Seiten transparent und plausibel abgebildet ist und etwaige kleinere Diskrepanzen lassen sich immer erklären. Also wenn Sie sagen, das Spiel kostet hier 100.000 und dort 105.000 Euro, weil ich habe dort eine Gebühr, die ich bei Ihnen nicht bekomme, dann ist das alles erklärbar. Nur wenn die abgebildeten Sachen oder Informationslagen irgendwie nicht zusammenpassen, wir reden mit den Ländern, wir müssen das am Ende auch dann in Einzelfällen dem Bundesrechnungshof vorlegen. Wenn das nicht zusammenpasst, dann können wir es auch nicht zusammen fördern. Also wie Kollege Paul sagte, der Anfang ist immer die Beratung.
Vielleicht noch eine kurze Ergänzung. Entschuldigung. Eine kurze Ergänzung. Wir sind uns mit den Ländern einig, dass wir kumulieren wollen und sind uns bei etlichen Spielen auch schon einig, dass wir das wollen. Wir sind nur noch an dem Ausbaldofern letzten Endes der Prozesse und die uns teilweise da auch von der Bundeshaushaltsordnung vorgegeben werden, die da ein bisschen komplexer sind. Das heißt, es ist eigentlich nicht eine Frage des Ob, sondern eher des Wie. Leider ist denjenigen, die momentan in der Antragstellung an dem Punkt sind, natürlich auch, dass das Wie noch nicht endgültig geklärt ist, behindert die natürlich aktuell auch noch. Da sind wir dran, da hoffen wir, dass wir das auch in nächster Zeit gelöst kriegen, sodass dann auch Kumulierungen an der Stelle problemlos möglich sind, die Prozesse geklärt sind. Trotzdem kann es zu den von Matteo eben angesprochenen Verzögerungen kommen, einfach weil es weitere Abstimmungsinstanzen gibt. Das ist einmal halt die anderen Stellen, die fördern, mit denen wir uns auch koordinieren müssen, mit denen wir uns über bestimmte Punkte auch einig werden müssen im Vorfeld. Und es ist im Nachgang immer auf unserer Seite der Bundesrechnungshof. Bei kleineren Projekten müssen wir ihn nur informieren, bei größeren Projekten müssen wir ihn anhören. Das heißt, wir müssen auch auf eine Reaktion warten, wobei es dabei nicht um das Gesamtprojekt an sich geht, aber es geht darum, wer dieses Projekt prüft, welche Prüfmöglichkeiten anschließend der Bundesrechnungshof noch hat. Zum Beispiel, wenn gesagt wird, dass die Gesamtprüfung bei einem Land liegt und ähnliche Fragen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Ich habe also das Verständnis, dass wir durch die Kumulation mehr Geld bekommen, aber die Förderquote steigt dann dadurch nicht. Das ist maximal 50%. Ist das korrekt? Dass ich also immer noch das matchen muss oder kann ich durch eine Landesförderung auch einen Überanteil der öffentlichen Förderung gegenüber meiner Eigenmittel erreichen?
Wenn es ein sogenanntes schwieriges Werk ist, dann kann der Bund bis 50% fördern und die Länder können je nach Größe des Unternehmens bis zu, und ob es Prototyp oder Produktion ist, noch bis zu 30% obendrauf gehen, sodass man eine Förderquote bis 80% in Einzelfällen erreichen kann. natürlich gemäß der spezifischen Bestimmungen des Förderaufrufes. Aber man kann
also
tatsächlich
beim schwierigen Werk wird das sozusagen mehr, beim normalen Werk wäre es trotzdem bei 50
Maximum.
gedeckelt. Okay.
Genau.
Aber das ist eine klare Richtschnur.
Wobei auch dazu erwähnen ist, der Bund fördert ja nur bis zu 50% bei Projekten bis zu 2 Millionen Gesamtkosten. Wenn wir darüber hinausgehen, dann sinkt die Förderquote ja auf bis zu 25% ab. Die europäische beihilferechtliche Obergrenze für Förderungen aus öffentlichen Geldern bleibt aber bei 50%. Das heißt, in den Fällen könnten dann zum Beispiel die 25% vom Bund, wenn das Land bereit ist, bei so großen Projekten tatsächlich noch signifikant aufzustocken, könnte es das tun. Das ist durchaus möglich. Über diese 50% können wir nur gehen bei schwierigen Werken und bei 2 weiteren Ausnahmefällen. Da geht es aber um grenzüberschreitende Produktion. Wenn es grenzüberschreitende Produktion innerhalb von der EU ist, dann ist die Obergrenze bei 60%. Wobei wir dann nur den Teil fördern können, der in Deutschland produziert wird. Und wenn es nicht ein EU-Land ist, sondern ein Land auf der entsprechenden OECD-Liste, sprich das, was man so allgemein häufig als Entwicklungsland bezeichnet, dann sind auch dort bis zu 80% möglich, selbst wenn es formal kein schwieriges Werk ist.
Also wir sehen, die Einzelheiten sind dann doch speziell, aber da lohnt es sich ja dann auch mit Ihnen wieder in die Diskussion zu gehen und zu sehen, wo kann man vielleicht dann noch irgendwie einen Weg finden oder wo kann man was rausholen, eben entsprechend diesen Sondersituationen, auf die man dann sein Projekt ja möglicherweise auch zuschneiden kann, um dann nochmal das eine oder andere zu erreichen. Sie kann man ja hier auch sagen, auf dem BMVI-Stand sind ja die ersten Projekte ja schon ausgestellt. Wir haben hier 8 Developer auf der Hamburg Games Conference, die ausstellen, die schon gefundet sind vom BMVI. Denen kann man ja auch nochmal in den Austausch gehen. Und es gibt auch eine neue Unit Games in Germany. Können Sie da vielleicht noch was dazu sagen?
Genau. Bisher war es so, dass bei uns im Bundesministerium für Verkehr und digitale Infrastruktur gab es ein Referat, was sich mit Förderung von verschiedenen Digitalprojekten beschäftigt hat. Da war eine der großen Förderrichtlinien war halt die Games-Förderung. Im Zuge der weiteren Planung hat jetzt die Bundesregierung, hat unser Haus gesagt, das Thema Computerspiele inklusive Förderung halten wir für so wichtig, dass wir ein eigenständiges Referat gründen. Die deutsche Bezeichnung ist Games in Deutschland. Games in Germany ist dann dementsprechend die englische Übersetzung. Das heißt, wir sind jetzt ein eigenständiges Referat, was sich nur um das Thema Computerspiele und Computerspielförderung beschäftigt oder damit beschäftigt. Und damit auch eine gewisses Zeichen nach außen gibt, dass Computerspiele halt inzwischen auch ein sehr wichtiges Thema für unser Haus sind. Was das nicht bedeutet, ist, dass die alleinige Zuständigkeit für Computerspiele in diesem Referat liegt. Es gibt, wie bei fast allen Politikthemen, immer Schnittstellen in andere Häuser. Wenn es um Jugendschutz geht, ist weiterhin das BMFSFJ zuständig. Wenn es um Suchtdinge mit Computerspielen geht, ist die Drogenbeauftragte zuständig. Wenn es um wirtschaftliche Aspekte geht, dann sind es teilweise wir, aber je nachdem, was es ist, wenn es Außenhandel ist, zum Beispiel auch eher das BMWI. Das heißt, wir haben dann auch Schnittstellen in andere Häuser, aber wir sind trotzdem, soweit ich weiß, die einzige Anlaufstelle dann auch innerhalb der Bundesregierung, wo nicht nur einzelne Personen oder Computerspiele nur ein Thema dieses Referats sind, sondern wir sind dann jetzt zukünftig erstmal das einzige Referat, was sich tatsächlich auch nur mit Fragen von Computerspielen beschäftigt. Förderung ist da ein großer Teil, ist aber nicht der einzige Aspekt, den wir da an der Stelle betrachten.
Das ist ja auch ein schönes Statement und auch ein Zeichen nach außen, dass es sowas gibt. Das ist ja toll, dass das zustande gekommen ist. Ich habe noch eine Frage, die hier reingekommen ist zum Thema USK. Wir gehen sozusagen von ganz oben wieder in die Niederungen und die Details nochmal rein. Kann eine USK-Prüfung gefördert werden? Ist das im Rahmen des Plans möglich oder muss ich das immer aus eigener Tasche zahlen, wie beim Grundstückkauf, wenn ich sage Nebenkosten Grundsteuernotar muss sie selber haben, oder wie sieht das bei der USK-Prüfung aus?
Es ist ja sogar so, dass wir sagen, das fertige Projekt muss eine Altersfreigabe von der USK bekommen. Das gilt im Übrigen auch für Prototypen, selbst wenn die dann anschließend nicht veröffentlicht werden. Das hat auch einfach damit zu tun, dass wir dann auch nachweisen, ja, das Projekt zumindest in dem jetzigen Zustand ist potenziell später auch vermarktbar. Weil die Prototypen sollen natürlich auch erstellt werden und damit sie weiterverwendet werden können. Und diese eine USK-Prüfung, die zum Projektende stattfinden soll, die wird sogar direkt vom BMVI bezahlt. Das heißt, wir haben da einen Vertrag mit der USK. Wir sagen denen, wer unsere Antragsteller sind und wann die ungefähr mit ihrem Projekt fertig werden. Die wenden sich dann an die USK und die Rechnung geht dann tatsächlich an uns. Das heißt, das ist etwas, was an der Stelle auch nicht im Rahmen der Förderung berücksichtigt werden muss. Das betrifft sowohl die einfache Prüfung bei der USK als auch die Standardprüfung. Allerdings wichtig ist es nur eine Prüfung. Wenn zwischendurch jemand auf eine Messe möchte und für eine Messeversion zwischendurch eine Freigabe benötigt, diese ist nicht, die wird nicht vom BMVI übernommen.
Ja, vielen Dank. Würden Sie denn noch jetzt irgendwie so ein Stündchen noch zur Verfügung stehen auf der Konferenz selber, bei dem Conference Deck, vielleicht neben der Bühne, dass wenn die Leute, die jetzt entweder nicht die Möglichkeit hatten zu fragen oder vielleicht ein bisschen schüchtern sind oder Sachen haben, wo man sagt, na, das möchte ich jetzt auch nicht coram publico hier verhandeln, wären Sie denn noch ein bisschen da, dass Sie dort auch mit den Leuten nochmal einzeln ins Gespräch gehen könnten?
Von meiner Seite auf alle Fälle. Ich muss mich allerdings gleich erstmal einloggen. Matteo, Paul, wie sieht es da bei euch mit der Verfügbarkeit aus?
Wir hätten beide Zeit, würde ich sagen. Also würden wir anbieten.
Ah, toll. Dann würde ich sagen, dann treffen wir uns sozusagen auf dem Conference Deck neben der Bühne. Und da wird man sie ja dann auch entsprechend finden können und im Einzelnen eben mit Chat-Funktion oder eben unserer Videocall-Funktion, auf die wir jetzt wahnsinnig stolz sind, dass wir sagen, im Spiel selber Videocalls machen können, native und nicht woanders ausweichen können. Da freuen wir uns, wenn wir das hier auch entsprechend nutzbar machen können. Also es war großartig, dass Sie sich die Zeit genommen haben und glaube ich auch viele Punkte, die wirklich neuralgische Punkte sind für die Entwickler und die auch immer wieder hochkommen an Fragen. Wir sehen das ja auch immer, was sozusagen bei uns aufschlägt und toll, dass das sozusagen so direkt beantwortet wurde und man eben jetzt auch einzelne, diejenigen, die Sie noch nicht kennen, einzelne Gesichter auch haben und dann ist es vielleicht auch einfacher mal anzurufen und sich auf irgendwas zu beziehen und sagen, Mensch, Sie haben doch hier den Talk gehalten, Hamburg Games Conference, und jetzt haben wir mal ein Thema und können wir darüber sprechen. Also toll, dass Sie da waren und da sind. Vielen Dank. Und dann gehen wir jetzt erstmal in die Pause und wer Sie noch persönlich sehen will, dann auf dem Conference Deck. Dankeschön.
Welcome, everybody.
I'm a little bit excited.
What makes a game meaningful is the stories players will tell you about playing it.
Watch out, it closes! It closes!
No! How much of a unique take on video games can we have?
I got it.
No.
Ouch.
Grab her! Grab her!
So what we do is an art form. It is not just, oh, it's another form of media.
We're right on the edge of mass consumer adoption of VR as a platform.
It's really about collective coming together, so doing it with other people.
Juliana just said I should not use nipple anymore. I should use Nupsi.
Nupsi.
Welcome to a program slot I am particularly looking forward to. It is Gamecity funding options for game developers in Hamburg. And I would like to join me on stage Dennis Schuby, who is a project lead for Gamecity Hamburg and who will be moderating and hosting the following session. Dennis worked for PR companies, for example, Quinke Networks, and he was also with InnoGames. He has extensive knowledge in PR and a lot of international contacts in the games industry. Now he's working for Hamburg Kreativgesellschaft and Gamecity Hamburg and makes it all happen and brings all the Hamburg developers and international contacts together, and also oversees the funding program of the city of Hamburg. So we will be looking at the program and also at the specific projects which already have been funded, and I'm really looking forward to. Thank you very much. Please, Dennis, join the stage and take it from there.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much, Christian, for the introduction. So I would say you have done half the job and also a great job during the day to host this conference. I hope you will find some time also to join us on our boat, because I realize that there are some things you should notice, and I have already found some hidden NPCs, some hidden Dr. Rauders. So, we are happy to introduce it today to our funding options here in Hamburg. And so, as Christian already said, so I'm Dennis, I'm the project lead for Gamecity Hamburg. And in this role, I am the contact person for the prototype funding. And we are also the contact for our game developers here in Hamburg when it comes to events, networking, and to all support programs we have here. So, let's have a look on our agenda for today. Going to the next slide. So we would start today to give you an introduction to our prototype funding, which we have in place until last year. And I will guide you through the process, how the prototype funding application phase actually is structured, and what you can expect there, and also what we have to offer here in Hamburg. And I'm happy that I'm not alone introducing the prototype funding, but I have one of the funded teams of our first round in 2020 with me, that's Studio Monstrum, and they will also share their own experiences, and they are working at their project right now. Then at the second half of our panel today, my colleague Maggie, she is project manager at Gamecity Hamburg and the contact person for our Games Left Incubator. She will introduce our program to you, and she's also not alone, but she brought two teams with her. And so this is Curvature Games and Team Crumbling. Both teams have been part of the first incubator last year. And already, as you have done it with previous talks today, please feel free to shoot all of your questions during our presentation in the chat. We will cover all of them. But in the end, we also have a dedicated Q&A and discussion session, so we can really answer all of your questions, and we'll also be around after the presentation at the conference world. Okay, then let's start with my introduction to the Hamburg prototype funding. I've put in this slide here only to give you a short overview if you shouldn't be too familiar with Hamburg as a gaming hub. So you can spot on this slide some of the companies which are located here in Hamburg. And when we are talking about Hamburg, then it's coming down to the ecosystem really, where we are very in good condition here. So what you will find here are some of the big players with well-known names, but there are also some of the indie studios on it. We have lots of universities and schools here, bringing in the talent for the games industry. But we also have like an extensive network of agencies and dedicated service providers here. And when we switch to the next slide, we have even more of them here on this slide. So roundabout, we are talking about 200 companies located in Hamburg. And when we say 200 companies, then half of them are developers and publishers, and the other half are more service providers and everything in the games ecosystem. So a good place to do business and a good place to find people for your own endeavors. And we would like to support even more great companies and startups over the next years with our funding programs. So yeah, let's get to the main topic. And on the next slide, yeah, I can tell you a little bit more about what we really have to offer here with the prototype funding. So what we can do in Hamburg prior to our talk was the presentation of the Bundesförderung. And so there's already one thing we can do other here. So we can also fund legal persons. So we can fund business entities, but it's also possible that it's legal persons. But what we have seen in the last funding round is that lots of companies who get the funding, that this was the final step, that they decided to fund the company and then going directly into their first project. And we can fund these companies with up to 80,000 euros. And the good thing is we're talking about a non-repayable grant here. It is necessary that the funding recipients will bring in 20% of the eligible costs for the project costs in total. And the intention of this whole funding is that in the end of it, there should be a marketable prototype. And during this presentation, we will give you better understanding what we are referring to when we're saying a marketable prototype. So let's go to the next slide. Yes, some facts about last year's funding round. So we could bring back the prototype funding last year, and we have a total budget of 400,000 euros per year. Last year, because it was the first round, the city of Hamburg decided to increase the budget per 30,000 euros. So we could fund 7 projects in total with 430,000 euros. And we saw 35 applications in total. And the decision will be made by awarding committee. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, here's some backgrounds who have been funded last year. So I already mentioned Studio Monstrum. So they are here with us today. They got funded. And I want to address some things here with this slide. So what you can see is that the range, like what we can fund budget-wise, but also it's interesting to acknowledge that these different teams had different starting points when they applied for our funding. So we had teams which only applied with a pitch deck and some first mood boards and some rough scribbles, but we also saw some teams which came out of studies and out of university, and they formed already a team there and had a playable demo ready when they applied. So this is all possible. You have to make sure when you apply that you say, this is my starting point and I need these steps and this funding to get to the final result, and this should be a marketable prototype. Yeah, let's go on with the next slide. These are the 3 steps funding recipients have to take. So the first one is that it is necessary to have a consultation appointment with Gamecity Hamburg. For us, it's important that the funding recipient or the applicant is totally aware of what we will look at and that everything is understood right. And it's also good for us to get in touch and learn more about the project before we are looking into the real application. And so what we need from applicants is a very short project outline. So half a page is completely fine here. We would like to know the aimed funding amount you're looking for. And you should have prepared already some concrete questions, because we are doing our best to have like very long FAQ and try to cover most of the questions beforehand. And so we can really focus on the important questions, and you will find all details about most of the stuff on our website very soon. And then after that, the application phase would start, and then you can submit your application. And so the most important points are that we would ask you then for a pitch deck to really present your project, present your team, and we will give you some more insights, what should be included in this pitch deck. And then we would ask you for an additional project description. And so we will also say the additional project description, we are talking about like 10 pages here, and the pitch deck is about like 10 to 12 slides. So like your task more would be to really concentrate it to the most important points. And this will also be a good practice, because at every point after the funding, you will every time only be asked for a very precise and short presentation of your USPs and of your idea. Yeah, we will also ask you for reference material. And so this could be in an early stage a mood board, first scribbles, but as I said, this can only also be a demo. So this is completely fine here. And important for funding, of course, is a cost and financing plan, where you lay down your plans and then have the costs ready there. And then the third step would be that the awarding committee will look at all the applications, and then we will do a short list and invite the best teams and best projects of the funding round for a short online pitch. And this would be then a 10-minute presentation of the applicants, and then the awarding committee will have 10 minutes to ask questions. Okay, then let's go to the next slide. Here I would like to give you an idea what is the basis of the decision the awarding committee will take. So we have some criteria in our funding guidelines, and it's important to understand that an applicant does not have to fulfill all of this criteria, but the more criteria the applicant can fulfill, basically is better. And so also it would be your task to say my project and my team is linked to this different kind of criteria. And so what we have in here, so important for us as like an initiative of the city of Hamburg, is that we want to promote young talent. And so this is also something we are looking at. But at the same time, if you're around, or if your company is around for several years, you can also highlight, for example, that you're offering like internships, or that you are very active in the gaming community. So it's up to you to link your own application to our criteria here. And then feasibility is very important for us, because we would like to see marketable prototypes, but we would like to see projects where it's realistic that they can take the next steps. So this is like a mixture of, okay, we are looking, is it doable with these resources to do the prototype, but also is the team or the solo developer, is he able that he's then doing the next steps? And so we will also look at this. Then the team is very important for us, like project and team are the main pillars. But that said, it's also totally fine if there are solo devs, but then they should make clear how they handle all of it, because there's also, besides developing tasks, there's also marketing, biz dev, and lots of other things to do. So it's up to the applicant that he gives a good impression how he can handle that, or she. Then the market potential. This is also relevant, that you will research in which direction should your prototype go. And then also say, okay, this is a good idea to go in this niche or in this genre, because I see other projects who have been successful. And so this is very important and couldn't be underestimated, that you do proper research here. And then last thing is the location effect, because basically we are talking about tax money. And so it is important for us as funding giver that the funding will create jobs, will be the starting point for new companies in Hamburg, or jobs and development services should be prosecured. All right, then let's go on, that you have an idea who you will pitch to, basically. So our awarding committee consists of experts which are in game development or have very good insights into game development. So it's not necessary to explain like vocabulary, which might be relevant to explain for other kind of fundings. So you can really talk to people who are in the business, and at the same time, people who have worked on several projects. And so, use all of the resources you can find, talk to other developers, doing your research, like what could be a realistic exploitation strategy, what could be a good market analysis, what could be a project plan. So, basically be well prepared here, because the awarding committee will have a closer look at all of this. And what we would like to see is that the project scope feels appropriate to the team size and the experience. So it's a totally relevant question, which kind of project you want to pitch. And then if you're able to convince us as like funding giver, if you can pull this off, then as I already said, the target group should be defined and you really should have a good exploitation strategy in place. And this is, again, some kind of a mixture, because like the next step after the prototype is to secure most times additional funding. And so you should address this. But at the end, we would also like to see some ideas, okay, when it goes to market, the product. So what do you have in mind, and does it feel realistic what you have plans there? Yeah, and in the end, it comes down to the applicants, the developers, the teams. So we would like to see ambitious teams here, and that they really use the money we can spend in the best possible way. Yeah, then let's go to the next slide for a very short question and answers. So yes, you can apply if there's already a playable demo, but at the same time, it's not necessary. So you can also apply with a pitch deck, with the first idea. But as I said, pitch deck and additional project description are the most important resources we will need. Then on the next slide, some more information about the next steps. So right now we are working to bring all documents and all information on our website, because we learned a lot from last funding round, and we want to make it easier for you and also for us to do the whole application phase. So we will have it ready on March 29, and this will also be the starting point for the application phase. So you can start to reach out to us to ask for a date for our consultation appointment. But then the application phase will run from March 29 until end of May. And then the decision will be made by the awarding committee in June and July. And so the first or earliest time to really start a project, if it gets the funding, then would be in July. And this would be the point where the contract signed or closed between the team and Gamecity Hamburg. All right, then, where do you can apply? So our website is the first point of contact, gamecity-hamburg.de/funding. As I said, we will update all documents. You can find them from March 29 on, but already find lots of information there. And we also have a Discord, and in this Discord also a dedicated funding channel. And we also have lots of question answers answered there. All right, then thank you very much to this point. And then, as I said in the beginning, I'm not alone here today, because we also got to hear and to learn more about the perspective of somebody who already received the funding. And so this is Studio Monstrum, and as I know that they will also have a short introduction to themselves and to their project, so I would make it short and would say, hi guys, and good to have you here.
Hi.
Nice to be here, thank you.
Yeah, nice to be at home. Okay, let's just start with our presentation, I think, because we're a bit over time. Team, moderation.
Can we have the slides?
Slides, please. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Hi.
Hey, here we are. Thanks, Dennis, for letting us do this. Basically, for sharing our experience with the funding last year. We're a small indie game studio from Hamburg, obviously, as this is about the Hamburg prototype funding. Let's start with a couple of words about us. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is us, Shelley and me. We met as students at the HW Hamburg, which has a great community for games, actually. And Shelley has a background in mobile games, so he has released actually numerous titles. And my background is basically as a developer for some smaller VR startups. We founded Studio Monstrum in late 2019 with the goal of working on our own games and playful projects together. And as many indies will know, we initially started with customer work to finance ourselves. But we were really lucky because almost immediately after founding our studio, we found out about the Hamburg prototype funding, which we applied for. So now I'm going to talk about our project that we applied with. It's a VR game that's called Stadtkinder. It's been funded with 48,000 euro, and we've been working on it since about the middle of last year. And the target devices are the Oculus Quest and desktop VR. It basically plays in a distant future in which kids explore an abandoned city, and the player has to help these kids solve different puzzles. And these puzzles have to be solved through a mechanic that we call multi-threading. And that empowers you to create multiple clones of yourself. So when you go into a level and do a task, you can then leave and re-enter that level, and you will be in there with your clone that is doing what you did about a minute ago, and you will have to interact with them to solve the puzzles. So that's so far about us and our project. And Shelley is going to talk to you a bit about the funding process and our experience.
Yeah, exactly. Because when we started the funding process, we didn't have any project. We didn't have any ongoing games we were working on. We didn't have any idea what we want to do. We knew we want to get funding, obviously. So although we didn't have any idea what we wanted to do, we knew what we wanted out of a project. It was three things. Firstly, it was going to be a gateway or a lighthouse project, something that can stand out, that you put at the top of your portfolio, something that showcases your skills as a company, as indie dev, that shows what you can do. And such a project, we hope, will open new doors and new opportunities in the future. Secondly, we wanted to learn something new. I'm a big believer that in each project you should learn something new, and we've done a lot of things, Nikki and I, but I think this time we wanted to tackle something a bit different, a bit larger game. I've made a lot of small, little games, and this project should be different and bigger and in VR. So this is also something that we knew we wanted out of this project. And the third thing is we wanted to finish it and ship it and release it. We are big fans of releasing things into the world, into the web. And we scoped it this way. We want to scope the project this way that we were sure we would be able to finish it even without a publisher in the end. So the application process, great slide change, thanks. Preparing the application, yes. We prepared the application, we needed about 5 weeks. So like Dennis said, the application period ran from end of March till June, and we worked around 5 weeks on our application. And then there was the pitch interview, which we prepared extensively for it. And then in mid-July, I think a day after my birthday, we got the message that we got the funding, and we celebrated as far as you can celebrate in a pandemic. And The application itself was pretty straightforward. I think Gamecity did a very good job on explaining what needs to be in it or not. My personal tip is to always choose a good font. In the next slide, you will see some pages out of our application. So everything that you see there we created during those 5 weeks, and we'll answer questions afterwards if you have any. And if someone wants to see our application, you can just ask us.
So, yeah, okay. So we are also asked to talk a bit, and actually this is part of the funding process, what comes after the prototype. So what you're going to do with a prototype. And as Shelley has said, our goal was to make something that we could comfortably finish, even if we should not secure further funding for the project, which is, of course, still our goal at the moment. So if there are any publishers out there listening, here we are. So we're looking to fund about 1 more year of development. And as we're planning to release in most likely mid-2022. And if we don't find a publisher, we will have to finance the rest of the project through customer work, which we would also, we obviously would have to spend more time on that, and we would have to cut out some parts of the project. But actually that was part of our application. So we said, should we not be able to do that, we will have a backup plan. We will be able to cut out this and this, and then we can ship a more compact game with the same quality, basically. So what comes after the prototype for us? Hopefully more ambitious games and more projects, of course. So I think that's the goal, to always fund next project with the last one. So we prepared some general tips, like take this just as an inspiration, and I think Dennis has actually mentioned quite some of these, because a lot of them relate actually to the funding criteria, but. Of course, focus on the USPs as always. Don't only say where you're making a great game, but also what makes especially your game special and how it's different from all the other games that are applying. And for us, this was mostly of course, VR, and then the main mechanic and the setting we have. And also, really, Dennis mentioned the funding criteria. We actually had a bullet point for each single one of these. And we said, we fulfill this funding criterion because for this reason and so forth. So we really, try to make an effort for every single one of them. And then, of course, keep in mind that this is an economical funding program. So go into the economical side of things and say what you have planned for what you're going to do with your prototype, and also what you want to do with a finished game, maybe where it can take your studio. So because this is basically the goal of the funding, and also the goal of the funding is to relate to Hamburg. So really go into detail, or maybe not into detail, but make clear because this is the interest of the funding program, because it's for Hamburg. You get what I mean.
Mention your favorite cafe, mention where you will spend your money. That's the great tips. Mention where you buy your newspapers, so they will benefit from the funding. I think.
Perfect.
I think
that's exactly what we did
about the project. Yeah.
Exactly. So. Try to be realistic. That point sounds horrible, but what this relates to is the point of feasibility that Dennis mentioned. So we knew we were pretty ambitious with the amount of content and narrative that we planned. So we said, okay, we have to develop a visual style that will allow us to make this happen, basically. So because we knew it was going to be judged by industry professionals, and they're going to call you out if you start talking about something that you just that's not feasible to do. And the last point, of course, play to your strengths. So if you have prior experience or achievements, like work experience or prizes, like Shelley, who won the DCP, of course, make sure to mention that, and to show also that you're excited about the project and that you're eager to turn it into something real. And I think that pretty much wraps up everything that we wanted to say about our experience. Thank you.
Yeah, And I think questions will come at the end. I don't know. Or now, asking the chat, we can read it.
Thank you so much, Nikolai and Shelley. And Shelley totally got the idea how the location effect is meant to work. So make sure to bring all your invoices of cafes and newspapers in the end of the funding.
Yeah, it just shows that you're a Hamburg fan. I mean, we also, for the pitch, we wore Hamburg T-shirts, and we got a Gamecity Hamburg tattoo on my here. No.
Yeah. Yeah, that's behind the paywall, actually, to see that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Willy, that you shared your experience, and you already told us that that it took it like 5 weeks to work on your application back then. But when you took the decision that the project you will apply with is Stadtkinder, so maybe you can share with us some details at what stage of development was the project when you applied for the funding?
We had nothing, like completely nothing. We created everything for the application, and the game design idea formed while working on the application. We just thought it was a great idea and a good mechanic, especially for VR, and we had trust in our ideas.
Yeah, so I think where we started from is we looked into a project that we were able to realize in this amount of time, and then went from there. So we knew we had a background in VR, so we wanted to do that. And also because I think in this panel, actually, we noticed there are all games that are here, like they're all VR games. So there seems to be a tendency towards that. And we actually just went from what we would be able to do in that amount of time with the funding, basically.
Yeah, you already mentioned it. Maggie and me also said oh, really, we have 3 VR games there, and it's completely fine. But it's really, somehow it's a coincidence because in the incubator and prototype funding, it's not necessary that you have a VR game, but it's also good to have a VR game, to put it this way. So maybe one last question before we hand over to our colleagues from the GamesLift incubator. So this challenge to do a proper market analysis and to do the research here. So how did you do that?
How we approached it, we really wanted to have something to point to. So we dug for statistics that could. Of course, we wanted to make a project that is also appealing in an economical sense. And luckily for us, because there are so many great numbers and great predictions for the VR market, it was actually kind of easy to point to that for us, at least, and to say, okay, there's a niche and there's this new headset coming out at that point that's going to be a couple of months after our release, and there are going to be new customers, potential customers coming in. And we're working with Unity, so we can potentially port it to other platforms. So that's basically how we approached it. Maybe you could say it was a bit lucky for us that just the predictions for VR are very good in that kind of sense for the market analysis.
All right. Then I would say at this point, we will be back in the final Q&A round to cover all of your questions. But then we would hand over to Maggie and the GamesLift incubator.
Yes. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, prototype funding people. As Dennis mentioned in the beginning, we have a second funding program for startup developer teams in Hamburg, and that's the GamesLift incubator, and we can start right away with the presentation for GamesLift. Yeah, that's it. What is GamesLift is actually the big question. GamesLift basically is there to support developer teams in creating and refining concepts for digital games and other games-related services. What that support means, I will explain in a few seconds. Just some basic info. GamesLift supports up to 5 teams per year. And in that year, they will have a 3 months long, very intensive incubator phase from September to December. And we'll receive some additional support in the 12 months after finishing those 3 months. And on the next slide, I can explain what's actually in it for you if you will become part of the GamesLift incubator. For many game developers, actually, the most important part is the financial support. As I mentioned during the 3 months intensive phase, the teams do receive financial support of up to 15,000 euros per team. They can use for hiring freelancers, for buying software, for their own expenses, in paying rent while they are working on the project during those 3 months. There's a lot of ways to use that money. They will also receive a workshop program where they will be able to take part in workshops, about 2 per week during those 3 months. And all of those workshops are held by very experienced industry professionals. You can expect topics from business issues to legal issues, to just like war stories from indie developers who made their first steps and learned the first things, and now are willing to share it with the next teams who come up. You will also receive access to our network of mentors. We have regular meet and greet events with a pool of mentors, all experienced industry professionals as well. Those are people you can just contact if you think they can help you out with a certain question, or they can connect you with anyone, which, as I think most of you know, can be very important in this industry. We also offer during those 3 months desks in a co-working space. This is, of course, a little bit special during Corona. Let's see where we are in September this year. But yeah, that's our offer. And after the 3 months intensive program, we do offer some follow-up support, because we, of course, know that a game is not developed in 3 months. So what we can offer after the intensive program is that you get a time budget as a team with a PR agency that you can use in which way you want, as long as it's inside the time budget. You can talk to them about how to set up a Steam page. You can create a press kit with them. You can just talk to them about how to find out who your target group is and where you can reach them. That's completely up to you. Same goes for our next offer, which is individual sessions with professional coaches, also from the games industry. Each team can use 8 hours with those coaches during that year, just to maybe, if you want to prepare a publisher pitch, if you need someone to look over some contracts where you're not sure, any experience you need, those coaches can give you. And of course, you get support by the Gamecity team, which does not expire, of course, even after December 2022. This goes from if you can share any info about your projects, but of course on industry events like Hamburg Games Conference, of course, all of our GamesLift teams and prototype funding teams get a small booth on our conference ship, and we do whatever we can to support you. All right, I will not go into detail about this slide, but just a little bit of an overview about the timeline. The application phase for GamesLift will begin at the end of June. Stay tuned on our Discord and our website to find out when exactly it will start. And it's quite similar to the prototype funding application phase. You first apply online, and then you may be invited to an online pitch and will pitch your project to an awarding committee, which is a little bit different people from the prototype funding, but also 5 industry professionals who will look at all the projects and decide which 5 teams will enter the GamesLift for that year. The program will start at the beginning of September. In October, in the middle of October, we will have a milestone pitch. This milestone pitch just gives an overview about what the teams have achieved up until then, and will also decide about the next batch of funding that they receive. So you don't get the 15,000 euro right at the beginning of the program. You get half of it at the beginning of the program, and after the milestone pitch, if it's successful, you will get the other half. And yeah, after milestone pitch, much more workshops and time to work on your project, of course, until the beginning of December, when all teams will present their projects in a final public presentation. And if you haven't seen it so far, I definitely recommend going to our Gamecity YouTube channel or to our website and watch last year's GamesLift presentation from the graduation, which was pretty awesome what those teams achieved in 3 months. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Just some impressions from what it looked like last year. Remember, it was a Corona year, so lots of time spent in Zoom meetings, which was actually a lot of fun most of the time, and also has its advantages because we do have some international mentors and coaches in the workshops from Argentina and Poland and UK and Sweden, and we probably wouldn't be able to bring all of them to Hamburg, but we can bring all of them to Zoom. So this gives GamesLift a more international perspective, which we think is a very good idea. On these pictures, you also get some impressions of the GamesLift space in the co-working space that we rented, and of course of the graduation on the bottom left. Okay, so if you're interested in applying, on the next slide, you can see how and where to do this. If you ask yourself, am I eligible to apply? You probably are. We welcome all kinds of developer teams. You can be a founded company. You don't have to be a founded company. You can just be a group of developers. And the prerequisite is that your team is not bigger than 5 members, and all team members should be available to attend the workshops from September to December, about 2 days a week. And also, teams must be located in Hamburg. It's also okay if you're located in the vicinity, but shouldn't be too far away. And about the project, don't worry about the stage. It can be a concept stage where you want to use the incubator to really work on that concept. You can be further along. It must, of course, be a game or a games-related service, so it doesn't really have to be a games project, but it should relate in a very, very strong way to games. So we are very open to your ideas here. And on the next page, again, we have the links pretty similar to those that Dennis mentioned before. Go to our website. You will find all the information about application and information about last year's incubator there. And of course, come and join our Discord if you have any questions to ask. All right, that's basically all I wanted to say, but I'm very happy that I too am not alone to talk about the incubator. I have actually 2 teams from last year's incubator, Team Curvature and Team Crumbling, with me today, which I'm very happy about. And yeah, who could better introduce them than they themselves? So I'll pass the mic on to Dennis Bredigkeit, who will introduce Team Curvature.
Hi, thank you, Maggie. And yeah, we are Team Curvature. We are one of the teams who luckily got into the first batch of the GamesLift Incubator. And we also want to show you a little bit of what we are doing, also showing you our project that we've been funding with the GamesLift Incubator, but also other projects that we're doing at the moment. So let's dive right into the project. So yeah, this is us. We are also a VR company as the other teams here right now. So we are Curvature Games. We are at the moment 8 people, and this photo is also, as Maggie mentioned, from a time where we still could do photos outside. I mean, this is now basically unimaginable right now, but back then at the numbers, we still could do those photos. Yeah, as I said, we are a VR gaming development studio from Hamburg. We've been founded in 2020, in the beginning of 2020, just 1 month before the whole quarantine home office thing started in February. And we are a spin-off from the University of Hamburg. And because our co-founder, we are 3 co-founders, Eike, Hannah, and me. And Eike studied computer science at the University of Hamburg and did his PhD actually about locomotion in VR. So what we're doing at Curvature Games, we use a very specific technology called redirected walking. And this is a good slide that explains it a little bit. I don't want to dive too deep into this technology, but it's quite important for later to tell you about what we're doing and why we're doing it. So basically, redirected walking is a series of algorithms and techniques that we didn't invent. because there are also other universities where this is being researched. For example, in the US, there are some university in Tokyo. There are some people. So this is basically an academic field where a lot of research happening. But so far, no one's actually really using it in games or in actual VR experiences. And what redirected walking does, it's basically manipulates the player a little bit and enables us to make large virtual experiences even in small tracking areas. So what it does, it basically guides the player through the level on a certain way so that the actual virtual path and the real path that someone walks with his legs to move within a VR experiences are not the same. So you can see this in this red arrow. So the real path is more bended as the actual virtual path, and this enables us to create bigger environments and to guide the player basically in a circle where he has the impression that in-game he walks in a much bigger room. And so this is our technology that we wanted to use in games. It has some advantages. For example, there's less motion sickness because you can use actual walking as a technology instead of joystick movement or teleportation, which are kind of artificial ways of locomotion in VR. And the immersion is greatly increased because there are no okay, stop, here's the tracking area, you need to stop now, you need to turn around, because everything can do in-game with gameplay mechanics, and so this is a great advantage for gaming. But as we have for gaming, I want to show you our games. Firstly, for our first game that we done, like this is not the project that we did with Gamecity, but I wanted to show you anyway, because we are working in two business areas, basically. So the first game is called Frozen Factory. Frozen Factory is a cooperative puzzle game. It's for 2 players, and this is basically one of our industry that we're aiming at for VR. It's called LBE, so location-based entertainment. So basically areas where you can experience VR as an attraction in shopping malls, in VR arcades, wherever. And like this is a really fun game for 2 people. So you have to solve some puzzles. It's limited to a certain time, and you have to create with your friend. You have to create an ice cream. And so we're using redirected walking here to have, so on a 15 square meter tracking area, you have a 45 square meter level. And so this is one advantage of redirected walking, so that we can have this large virtual ice cream factory within a very small tracking area. Yeah, so this is the first game that we've done so far, and this is for VR arcades, as I said in the beginning, and this was very fun, but I just wanted to show you as an introduction. And the second game that I want to show you, this is actually the game that has been funded by the Media Lift Incubator and Gamecity Hamburg. And it's called The Amusement. And The Amusement is basically inspired by the history of the Luna Park. The Luna Park was also not just in Hamburg, but also in Hamburg, and the first basically amusement park in Germany, which was, I think it opened up in 1914, but then had to close, I think, even the next year or the same year, because the World War I started. So there's a whole history of a theme park in Hamburg, which never was able to be alive or to happen. And this game, so we funded a first playable prototype with the Media Lift Incubator, and this is aimed for consumer VR, so for the Oculus Quest, but we're also looking for other desktop VR headsets. And it's a mystery adventure, so you have to experience the history of this old abandoned amusement park. You have to solve puzzles, you have to repair, and we've been very thankful and very happy that the Media Lift Incubator, right after our concept phase, was there to support us creating this first playable prototype, which helps us now to get attention for it, and also looking for publishers, etc. So it's been a big help in creating this playable prototype for us. And yeah, this was it from us, and looking forward to questions later. But first of all, I think you hand over to Team Crumbling, and thank you.
Hi, I hope you can hear me. I had some troubles with my headphones. Thank you for switching over to us. Yes, we are the other team. Leonie and I applied as 2 people as Team Crumbling with our VR game Crumbling, so yet another VR game. And we've brought a little prototype trailer and thought maybe just quickly show it. So yeah, there you go. That's Crumbling. I hope you like it. In case you're wondering what it now actually is, because it's really hard to communicate a VR game with video, I'll try to make this understandable. So first of all, it's in a toy setting, right? So everything is played in those handcrafted dioramas, and you see a concept of one over here. And on the next slide, I have another one, which would be the end boss level now. And Crumbling is a VR game, but it's unlike other VR games in that it's a third-person game. And you control your character directly by moving your motion controller around. So it's a little bit like you were actually holding your character in your hand as if it was an action figure. So if that's hard to understand, maybe it looks a little bit like this, if you had this little character in your hand and you just move it around the scene like that. And then you fight through an action roguelike game. From room to room, you fight off the minions of an evil corporation that tries to capture you, pack you in blister package, and sell you off as merchandise. So if you want to try out the game, we already have a playable demo. You can find it on our webpage. And there's a link on the next slide that you will have to remember because there's no copy-paste. So I want to say thank you for all the support we got from Gamecity Hamburg with the Games Lift Incubator, and also to this conference, which is really cool so far. I've enjoyed it already a lot. And of course, thank you to the team that's working on Crumbling with me. We applied as 2 people, Leonie and I, and now we have a couple more freelancers. There's Dorian, Benjamin, and Nicolo, who's doing amazing 3D models. And you can check out the game on crumbling-game.com. In fact, the next version that I'll upload there will even support hand tracking. So the game is supposed to be released on the Oculus Quest, and that supports hand tracking, so you can actually use your hands to move your character around. So it even becomes more action figure-like. Yeah, so far. Visit our booth.
Yeah, now we can finally see all of you. So thanks again to Dennis and Ole for presenting the games. And hello to Leonie and Eike. Leonie is also from Team Crumbling, as Ole just mentioned. Eike is part of Team Curvature, who is working on the amusement. And yeah, great to have all of you here. I saw on the YouTube chat that some of our fellow GamesLift people from 2020 are also watching. I would love to have them here too, but I think that would be a little too many people on the stream. But hi to you out there. And yeah, before we dive into the big Q&A, I saw that some questions already came up on YouTube. I have just a couple of small questions for you as GamesLift alumni. Maybe both of your teams can just think back into June 2020 when you handed in your application and you first heard about GamesLift and you thought, okay, I think we want to apply here. What aspects actually of the GamesLift incubator encouraged you to apply?
Yeah, maybe I can start. First of all, I just want to correct a really small error I just did. So it brought to my attention that I said Media Lift Incubator. And of course, we're talking about the Games Lift Incubator here. So everything that I just said applies to the Games Lift Incubator. But speaking of which, we were also part of the Media Lift Incubator, which is also from the Kreativkirche of Hamburg. And we noticed already back then that incubator programs are such an helpful programs, even when you're in an early stage, whether it's early stage of a project or early stage of a startup. And as we saw that this incubator is really specifically in helping young, whether it's teams or it's companies. In our case, it was our little startup company. What brought it to our attention is that this really specific program to help us with our specific problems and our specific things that we have to take care of. And this was like the biggest thing that got us convinced that we need to apply for this program, that this is specific for our field and for our industry, where other incubators might be a bit more open to the industry or the niche that you're working with. And then, of course, the experts in Hamburg, because I think Hamburg is one of the main cities for gaming here in Germany, and there's so many good people, not just in Hamburg, but also the network all over the world. Maggie, what you just mentioned, that it's easy to now, this was also an advantage that we could all bring these people from all over the world via Zoom as a mentors and helpers to us. And so this network that we could use and that which supported us a lot was also a big reason that we applied for this program.
All right, thanks. And Team Crumbling, yeah, what was it for you?
Yeah, most of that applies to us too, of course. But actually, first we applied for the prototyping funding and horribly failed with that. Probably because the application was really technical, and from what I've seen, from what Shelley and Nikki showed us, which was much more pleasing to the eye than what I applied with. So then Gamecity pointed out that there's this other program, and there might be some truth to, there was a bit of learning to do on how to apply for such a thing. And actually, that's something that the mentorship in the GamesLift Incubator also really prepares you to be successful with further applications for other programs afterwards. So it was a really good idea to point me to that. So I was actually pointed there, and it turned out to be just the right thing to apply to.
Nice. And maybe Eike and Leonie can answer that. After you finished the incubator program in December, was it still the same aspects that you thought, okay, that's the biggest reason for me to join GamesLift, or did that change in some way?
Yeah, it was still the same, but maybe also the visibility that we got. So the final pitch had a huge visibility. So a lot of people now know about us and about our games, and this was also really helpful and brought a lot of new contacts. And yeah, Leonie. We cannot hear you, Leonie.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Yes.
It works now.
Yeah.
Oh, it works. Oh, okay. What was the question? Yeah, there was a surprisingly huge amount of community work we didn't expect, or I at least didn't expect. And there was also like a huge amount of, let's say, less game specific and more text and legal issue specific. That was really, really helpful, which I would recommend everybody should know before they start a company. So that would actually be the bigger reason to apply for me now than probably the funding, because I guess that information you're getting there specifically to games is really hard to get elsewhere.
All right, thank you. I think I would like to bring in some questions from the big chat, because we don't have much more time left. But I think that I would like to bring back the prototype funding teams to this occasion, because some of the questions do refer to prototype funding, and that's why I have to say goodbye to Eike and Leonie already. Thanks so much for joining us today, and I'm sure you will be available to people if they have any questions, especially to you. And thanks. Okay, baby turned into cat. Nice. Yeah, great to have you back, guys. Let's look into that questions that people posted over the course.
I want to say something first before we dive into questions, because there was one thing that is really good about the Gamecity prototype funding project, and that was something that was for us very important, and it's that you don't have to be a GmbH. I don't know what it means in English.
You can be a legal person.
You can be a legal person or a small partnership, like a GbR. To apply, you don't need to be a GmbH. And that was something that is really, really helpful, especially if you're just starting out, because funding a GmbH is a pain in the ass. And that's also why we didn't go for the national funding, and we sticked with the Hamburg funding, and it was really, really good.
I also would like to bring in one aspect Ole mentioned. Ole, when you said like the application of Shelley and Nikolai was so well, graphical, high quality and well designed, and everything. So I think the awarding committee is able to really looking through that, but it would be my recommendation for everybody to bring in maybe an external artist or mood board or whatever, because often it is not so easy to really grasp what the applicant has in mind. And so it's like human nature that it's I hope that we're able to looking through that, but it's totally clear. Also, we have an awarding committee, and also it was mentioned oftentimes when we spoke to younger teams that also people which are in the industry, that they often also said something like, okay, this already looks good, and so you can do like a presentation. But if you have like the cleverest gameplay and core gameplay loop and technical stuff, at some point it's not so easy to grasp it. I only wanted to mention it, but at the same time, it's totally important to have that.
All right, let's dive into questions before we are out of time. So Rohit asked, can studios outside of Hamburg also reach out for prototype funding or a possible partnership? Dennis Schubi, I think you're the best to answer that question.
Yeah, there's one answer which is more obvious, and one answer I also would like to share. So the obvious one is that it's not necessary when you apply for the prototype funding that you already are located in Hamburg. So it's totally able that you apply for the funding, and then we would do the contract if you have moved to Hamburg. And so again, we are talking about legal persons or companies. So this is absolutely fine. The other question would be, okay, could there be some partnerships between Hamburg-based companies and companies which are not in Hamburg? And so we are doing the prototype funding since last year, and we didn't have this case. So I would recommend a consultation appointment to talk about possibilities. But you should have in mind that we have this criteria, and one criteria is the thing that the jobs and also development services should be in Hamburg. So then we should discuss, but we are open to it.
All right, thank you. And then again, a question regarding the GamesLift incubator. Timo asked in the direction of Dennis from Curvature. Can you tell a little bit about the mentorship? In which fields did you learn things, and how close was the cooperation?
Yeah, absolutely. So during the GamesLift incubator, it was a very cool way of connecting teams and connecting mentors, because there was no forced connection where, okay, you have now this team is now connected to this one mentor or two mentors, and this team is connected to these two mentors. But there was a big pool of international, very high professionals from publishers to game developers. I remember Steam, just to mention a few names, Ubisoft, so Unity, Unreal. So a lot of people from the whole industry. And basically what we did was, I think Maggie, you also mentioned this in your presentation, that there was basically meet and greet basically. So we had evenings where we all came together via Zoom, and then this was basically the first introduction. And with knowing who is in this big pool of mentors, we then specifically communicated or messaged people that we were interested in. And for our case, this was specifically in VR production, also in basically a little bit about the indie scene with itself. We talked about the indie scene, like getting to know people, networking, all this stuff. So areas where we thought we had questions, we could still learn something. We looked, okay, hey, who's there, who's available, and then we just messaged them, and then we're all super friendly. We then had one-to-ones with them. Maybe once it was just us, just our team, and the other time we did it with all the teams and this mentor, and this was super helpful. So you can specifically choose which area you need support in, and then there's the chances are super high that there are very friendly, high professionals that are able to answer your questions.
Thank you. Ole, you got a similar perspective, or do you want to add something?
Yeah, so there's one story I keep telling, which I really like, is that we have these meet and greets, as Dennis mentioned, and that's a chance where somebody with a lot of experience in the gaming industry will actually take the time to look at your game, and that's something that probably you wouldn't get otherwise. So that could be either really professional support by a lawyer or by a guy from Steam, or there could be somebody with game developing experience, like Jan Tyson, who really doesn't like VR gaming and talked to me about that, but who still has a really good understanding of what people are looking for in a game, and that there is this difficulty in conveying the idea of how a VR game feels like. So he came up with the idea that if my game is like an action figure in your hand, why not just make it look like that too, and actually unwrap your character from this blister package. So the whole reason why I built that into the game is because of that suggestion, and now it's the thing that really gains the best feedback from the test players so far. So that was a good idea, and there's just people with a good idea about how the game development works. So that's good.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, we have a great question that basically is for all of us that just came in. Can the prototype funding and the incubator can be combined? Yes, they actually can. It has not happened up until now because both programs are really young, but you could go through the incubator program and build up a concept for your game, and then apply with that concept for the prototype funding to really dive into it and create a prototype out of that concept you planned. That is absolutely possible. It's also a step that we highly recommend. We just have to say it's not guaranteed that you get both fundings. So if you apply for the incubator, and then you will have to apply later for the prototype funding again. And but I guess you will have pretty good chances because, of course, in the incubator we will teach you how to make the perfect pitch for any occasion.
Maybe we should put that to the test.
True. Okay, let's see. I think we had a couple of more questions also regarding prototype funding. A question for Studio Monstrum. How was your development process? Were there some unfortunate setbacks?
I think Leonie described it really well, that there were many technical aspects of VR that we underestimated. But this is pretty depressing topics. We overcame them. But all in all, we overscoped a little bit, I think, Nikki. But we spoke with Dennis about it, and we also spoke with each other, and we found good solutions for those problems. Otherwise, application-wise, nothing.
So like a certain challenge that comes to mind for me, especially, is so we had this mechanic, we had the idea, we pitched it, and then we got the funding for it. But so we didn't experiment with the mechanic. So we knew like 1.5 games that like kind of did something in this direction, but we wanted to do something different with it. So we had to build tests basically for people for users to test actually the mechanic. So we built prototypes, I guess you could call them if you like that word, and so we identified some things that we did not expect with the mechanic and where we had to adjust. Some game design issues which we addressed, and like this testing in particular was kind of made a lot harder through the whole Corona situation because VR testing, like not everybody want to test with a headset at home. It's mostly the people that already know about the language and the conventions that VR uses. But like to get a lot of people and have them play your game in one place, that was not possible. So we're hoping to get a lot of these kind of people testing our game as well at some point when it's possible.
I definitely want to +1 that. Before we even applied with Crumbling, I've done so much experimenting with this approach because there weren't so many games that I would just copy. It was basically a new idea. There aren't any games that work like that. So and that just takes a lot of time, and it will change the concept of the game every now and then. And you'll just have to keep that in mind if you apply with an early concept, that this will take a lot of time, and you want that time to be available to you so you can actually, react to the results of your experiments.
Yeah. So, and what I especially think is that this was, of course, it was a funding for money, but for us, it felt a bit more like a funding for time, because we would have had to work on customer projects in the meantime, and we would not have had the time to like make these prototypes or pre-prototypes or whatever you want to call them, and experiment as much. So it felt like we basically we got time more than we got money from the whole funding, actually.
All right. I see 2 more questions. First one is, I think, for Dennis, Gamecity Dennis. Someone asks, what's an exploitation strategy? Maybe you can explain it a little bit further.
And maybe that this term is more common with like funding programs. So basically what we are interested in is what I already talked about, is that you will do a proper market analysis. And then you say like, okay, we are this team, we want to do this project. And there is a realistic chance that when we go to market, that there's a target group and that you have an idea in mind how you will basically sell your product to this target group. So this is like the exploitation strategy. And maybe you can also translate it to you should have like your business case in mind.
Maybe you can also. Sorry, and maybe you can also look at this way, because this is something that I thought about. There is no such thing as free money. You're always selling something, and what you're selling when you get funding is potential. There is maybe potential in your project, potential in your game, potential in your team, potential in yourself for growth, that you maybe, even if the project fails, you acquired skills that are used for the industry as a whole. So an exploitation strategy is maybe something that isn't necessarily just sales of the project, but Weiterbildung.
Basically to get to the next level as developer also.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that's very true. What you said about potential, this also very much goes for Gameslift. Gameslift is there to help you learn stuff. You don't have to be perfect when entering the program, but of course you have to show effort and potential. I would like one more question by Maiku. The question is there a project that was already finished and can be purchased on some platform like Steam? I think none of the projects that were funded last year are already finished, but I think there are some playable demos. I would recommend, if you are part of the Hamburg Games Conference, yes, definitely go to Team Crumbling's booth. They do have a demo. From the GamesLift incubator, who worked on the game Life's Adventure, have an awesome demo on Steam. If you head to the lobby deck, walk up the stairs, you can find all the incubator games there and many links. And if you want to head to the awesome prototype funding games, you should head to the arcade deck, and you will see a big sign, Gamecity prototype funding, and there are all the links also to social media of Studio Monstrum and the other teams where you can follow.
Also, I would to highlight one interesting fact here when I'm thinking about it. So I think the teams which came out of the incubation program, we have some games in there which are more advanced in the development than the prototype funding. So this only shows that there's quite a range of teams and projects that we can bring into the incubator. And it was also like that we want to try it out if it works. And we have been convinced in the first batch that it worked completely fine, because we have some projects in there which have been like in a later stage. But then they could also share their experience with teams which are earlier in development. And so, yeah, we will follow this also for this year.
All in all, I have to thank you. It was, I mean, the whole process was just very smooth. And I think Nikki counted the days. It was only 50 days since from when we applied to when we got the confirmation. That's really quick, considering that I think some development teams from the national funding don't know even now if they got the funding or not. So that was really good.
Yeah,
absolutely. It was so smooth, really, really fast. The team is so responsive. The organization is absolutely flawless. I wouldn't have imagined that would work with all those Zoom meetings and people from all over the world joining in to give talks, and it just worked. Everything was always on time, so that's really cool.
Yeah, and just to highlight also Dennis' point, as we were one of the teams with, we were in an early stage of the whole development process, so we just came out of the concept phase and starting our first playable build, basically, and other games were already more advanced, and this really, really helped. So as Dennis said, this really also helped us, that we can also, in between the teams, so not just to the mentors, but also in between these teams. And just now this morning, I had a call with Roman, who was One Man for Mars, who was also part of the incubator, and we talked about things like a problem that that I now had or have that he has been doing in the past. So there's still, of course, this network, and still all the mentors are also available. With some of them, we are even still in contact over Discord. So this network, which goes beyond this time frame from September to December, is still active, and now helps us. And I think this is also one of the biggest gains out of these programs, that you have a network and that you get attention, and this really is a kickstart for your project or for your game.
Thank you. Those would actually be amazing last words. I'm just checking the chat if I missed any questions, but I don't think there are any more unanswered questions. Anything you guys would like to add before we close?
I think we mostly covered everything. Yeah, again, thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Dennis, for having us here. For also more than happy to share our experiences. And yeah, we invite everyone to apply for these programs, because I mean, we've been through it, and it helped us a lot. And we wouldn't been where we are now. And I don't say this because I get paid or something. Like, this is really from the bottom of my heart. These programs really help out a lot, and I invite everyone who has been, who is running around with an idea in his head, even if it's just for the incubator or for the prototype, whether it's a big or small idea, just think about it, make it into a good pitch deck, and just apply for these programs, because these are so helpful.
And if you have any questions to the teams, I think all of us will hang around in the conference. So just reach out to us.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks so much to the four of us. Thanks so much to Eike and Leonie, who had to leave early, and of course to all the other funded teams. As Ole mentioned, we are of course available for questions on the conference. We are always available on Discord or on our website via email and stuff. Stay tuned. And for now, I think we'll move on to the next program point with Christian Rauder.
Well, thank you very much for these insights and also the first-hand experiences from the teams. I think that's very valuable for anyone thinking about applying for these programs. Please join me in 25 minutes. We'll have a short break, and in 25 minutes, we are back with a great speaker. You're in for a real treat. Christian Fonnesbech will talk about making key visuals for your games. Stay with me and come back in 25 minutes.
Welcome, everybody.
I'm a little bit excited.
What makes a game meaningful is the stories players will tell you about playing it.
Watch out, it closes! It closes!
No! How much of a unique take on video games can we have?
Oh, I got it.
No. Ouch. Grab her! Grab her!
So what we do is an art form. It is not just, it's another form of media.
We're right on the edge of mass consumer adoption of VR as a platform.
It's really about collective coming together, so doing it with other people.
Juliana just said I should not use nipple anymore. I should use Nupsi.
Nupsi.
Dear conference crowd, welcome back. I would like to say that you are in for a treat, an absolute treat. I would like to introduce to you our next speaker, who's Christian Fonnesbech. And believe me, I've listened to a couple of talks by Christian, and it was always fascinating and great takeaways. He's a prolific speaker. Christian is the head of IP development at Leverage Partnership and helps companies develop lasting IPs and brands. In his former professional life, he was head of IP development at Nordisk Film and Games. This is the game investment arm of Egmont, and he produced and directed over 35 games. So he knows what he's talking about, and I would like you to enjoy his talk, and he will be talking about making key visuals with impact, how you sell your game better with better visuals. So please, Christian, take the floor.
Hi, my name is Christian Fonnesbech. I'm head of IP development at the Leverage Partnership, and I'm going to talk about how to make key visuals with impact. So this is not going to be a long discussion of how to draw, how to illustrate, which colors to use, which software to use, and so on. This is going to be about the content of your key visuals and how to position them in the market and those sort of things, the things that you need to start with. Because of course everybody's style is unique and every game is different, so I'm not even going to attempt to get into that. But listen up, because this is important. So the way I see it, this is basically the resting state of an independent games developer. You wake up in the middle of the night and you realize that it doesn't matter how much you love this game, it still has to survive on the laws of business, or under the laws of business. And the next thing you start to think is that you'd really like to have what AAA has. And what AAA has is sustainability, predictability. They have fans and they can, to a certain extent, predict how many of them will come back to the next one. And the difference between the people who don't have that and the people who do that have that is having an IP and a brand. And this is where my point about what you put into your key visuals begins. Because of course, it's not just about making something cool. It's not just about, catching people's eye, although of course it is about those things. It's also about building a familiarity in your audience with the characters in your game. And it's about building a relationship with them, whether they click on your banner or not, or whether they, buy your game or not. Every time they look at your key visuals, you are building a relationship with them, between them and the elements in your game. And the example I like to use is IO Interactive, who spent 20 years building a game studio. They were 150 people. They had their own game engine. They had made many different series of games. But when they sold the company, the rights to the Hitman character were 65% of the value of the entire company. And why is that, do you think? Well, partly, of course, it's because people have spent a lot of time in the game with the Hitman. But it's also because IO Interactive had used their key visuals and their posters and their brand and their banners and everything to build a brand in the market that was recognizable instantly anywhere, right? It was, for a large part of its time, it was the Hitman with the silver guns and the color red behind it. It was a very clear strategy, I think, almost to own the color red. So this is where my talk about key visuals starts. It's the fact that the connection between what you put in your key visuals and what the core IP of your company is, and the core, characteristics of your game, all of this is connected. So the point here is that the characters and the story and the world are not just fluff you sprinkle on top of your technology or your gameplay. And what you put into your key visuals, the brand building, the core elements of your IP and so on, is not just about making better ads. It's actually what you're building here is the core of your business. Because as I said, whether people click on your ads or not, whether people move beyond your landing page on Steam or not, they're looking at these key visuals, and those things will, how shall I say, embed themselves in people's memories. So please don't think of your brand as somebody else's problem. And please don't think of the IP elements as something that's got nothing to do with your brand and nothing to do with the core of your game. So what I'm going to do here for the next 20 minutes is I'm going to talk about IPs and brands. I'm going to go a little bit quickly over IPs because we're here to talk about the key visuals. But I think it's really, really important that we identify what the elements from the IPs are, because these are the foundation of your key visuals. So before we start talking about what the key visual should contain and how you build it and how it stands out in the market, we should talk about what are the core elements of the IP that you should be representing, visualizing in an exciting way in your key visuals. So first, a little bit about me. I started my youth playing Dungeons & Dragons and playing with home computers. I made a bunch of home movies. I made short movies in university. And when I came out, I had studied a lot of storytelling and film, and I started a games company. I made 35 games projects for learning, entertainment, and advertising. I spent some years making a dream art project which was kind of a multiplayer Her Story with Hollywood stars and working film people with games people at the same time. And I'm now a consultant for DDM. I've been head of IP development for Nordisk Games, which is a Nordic game investor. And currently I'm a kind of a freelance head of IP development. So I'm working with brand experts in the Leverage Partnership, and we're basically helping games companies all over the world to build brands and build IPs. I also go out as a narrative director. But the point is that what we realized looking at IPs and brands is that if you look at the top selling games, obviously most of them are parts of franchises. But what's less obvious is that they all have IPs that people recognize. We're going to go into that in a little bit. And of course, they all have very clear brands and very effective key visuals. And we're of course going to go into that as well. So the difference between these two, between the IP and the brand, is that the IP is the ownable part of the experience. Now, that's a little more tricky than it sounds because, yes, you can own a technology, but it's going to go out of date at some stage unless you spend an awful lot of money updating it constantly. And it's very difficult to own gameplay as well, but you can own the visual rights to a character. And my point on IP is that when people spend a lot of time with your character, you have an opportunity to build a relationship with that character. And that relationship and those emotions should go straight into your key visual because that's what you're selling. And that's what's memorable. People remember the time they spent with the character. So the brand then is how do you represent that in the market? How do you communicate? How do you use your key visuals and your logo and your banners and all these things to communicate that experience in the market? And that needs to be rooted in your artistic intent, so it's honest, but it also needs to be different from what the others are doing, and it needs to be unique. Because if it looks like what everybody else is doing, who can tell the difference? Who's going to notice? And the big thing to think about is that both these things, the IP and the brand, the key visuals, these are things that are built. And I've been an indie game developer and I've made the same mistakes myself. A lot of us are making the mistakes that, the IP is just some story stuff that somebody scribbles over the weekend. Let's get back to the tech and the game design. And, the key visuals, let's just take the best piece of concept art we have and slap a logo on it. That's a really bad idea because both these things are super, super central to how well your game does and how well your company does and whether it survives or not, to be honest. So these things should be planned, just as you're planning the game design, the prototyping, the technology, and all that. Don't ignore the brand or the IP. Now, what the AAAs do that a lot of us indies don't is that they take the strategy part seriously. So especially, well, whether it's the IP or it's the brand, you need to go out and look at the competitive landscape. You need to figure out who else is in your genre, in your space. What are they doing? What kind of visual codes and IP content are they using that the users, fans of the genre, are familiar with? You also need to define what are the long-term goals for this brand and for this IP. Do you want to build a franchise over time? Do you want to own a certain segment of the market? How will you differentiate it? How will you make it different enough from the competitors that it sticks out and is memorable? But how will you also make it familiar enough that people can take one look at your key visual and think, hey, I know what genre this is. That's the genre I like. Because that is how we think. And then you need to think about targeting. You need to think about what emotions are important to the people who play these types of games. How can you appeal to that with your key visual? Are these emotions in the actual IP in the game? All these things need to be thought about and they need to be taken seriously. And thinking about them should be part of your development plan, just as tech and so on also are. Now, when you're looking at, whether you're looking at brand or IP, you need to think about the emotion. So you need to figure out which emotions you're appealing to and which emotions you're awakening in people when they're playing it and when they're looking at your key visual. And it needs to be relatable. So these should be emotions that people recognize from their own lives. Really difficult abstract emotions that are difficult to represent visually in the key visual are perhaps not the best ones. And depending on which market you want to hit, you might also want to think about whether this is an emotion that will appeal broadly. Harry Potter is very much about bullying. It's a strange universe, Harry Potter, full of all kinds of weird fantasy stuff, but everybody recognizes bullying. Everybody recognizes it in a school's context. So in that way, the Harry Potter IP and brand is extremely relatable, even though it's fantastic and far away from, everyday life as we know it. And then it's dramatically structured is something part of the IP. We'll get back to that. But it's also durable, meaning that both the brand, the key visuals, everything, the IP, have a certain level of complexity so that they're interesting enough to continue to bring people back. And finally, and this goes especially for the brand, I think it's important to bring in specialists. Again, a lot of us have the sort of instinct to just hand the key visual job to the closest concept artist and let him or her do it, or to pick some cool concept art that was made during the game. And that's a real problem because it's very, very difficult for the in-house concept artist to think like somebody who doesn't know the game. And you have to remember, people who come to your key visual, your landing page or whatever for the first time, they don't have the knowledge you have. So you have to think about how a stranger sees this key visual from the beginning. Now the big question is, of course, how do you do all these things? Well, all I can do is describe how we usually do it. So what we'll do is we'll have a workshop where we'll go in and uncover the goals of the project, all these things I just talked about, the competitors, but also very much, why is the team making this game? What's the story they want to tell with the experience they're building? Because if you're thinking about the key visual, these are the things that should go into the key visual, of course. And in my experience, it's very important to bring the team into this. So there's a tendency for, marketing will do it on their own or management will do it on their own. I think in our experience, that's a mistake. This is a team effort. And since the team is investing so many hours over so many years in making this game, whether you're thinking about the IP or the key visual, the brand, or all of it at once, the whole team needs to be on board. Nobody wants to spend years making something and then have somebody else slap a brand on top of it that they don't recognize. games people are passionate, they're emotionally invested in what they make. That should be taken seriously when you're developing your key visual every time. So step 2, once you've done that, is to define the brand strategy. Let's just concentrate on that. So we're thinking about the key visual. We need to figure out who we're targeting, what are the key emotions, what are we trying to tell them, what's the story inside the game that we want to communicate, the uniqueness of it, what's the IP that we own and want to build, and so on. And once that's defined, it doesn't have to be a huge report or anything. It's more about defining these pillars. Then we can start prototyping. And then we start prototyping their logo, the key visual, other brand elements. And then it's very important to test. So, we all know we need to test our game to figure out if people get lost in the levels or if the combat loop is as enjoyable as we think it is and so on. But you need to take the same approach when you're building key visuals and logos and so on. Assuming that people will like what you like is pretty much 100% of the time is wrong. This example here, which we made a couple of years ago, we prototyped, I think, 6 different key visuals, and the one that the audience liked the most was not the ones that we thought they would like. So that was the one we went on with, and the results were great. So, once the prototype has been, tested and approved, then we'll go in and spend the time on crafting the final key visual and logo and brand manual and so on. So yeah, take the testing part seriously. So before we go to the impactful brand, I'm just going to say a little bit about the IP, because as I was saying before, a key visual that doesn't communicate what's in the IP is basically useless. Yes, you can get some good hits on something that just looks amazingly cool. But if it's not consistent over time and in different channels and in different formats, then there's no point. You're not building a familiarity with what you're doing. So you need first to identify what is the core IP in the game. So the thing about that is, of course, that we prefer things we already have a relationship with. That's what friends are. You go to them instead of up to strangers because there's less risk, to put it bluntly. And people are like that when they buy things, right? They will nearly always pick up something they know before they pick up something new. Unless you're making art. If you're making art and your audience is, the early adopters or the art house or so on, then they do like new things. But you have to realize, and I've made this mistake myself, the art house audience, the early adopter audience, is very, very small. It's like 5% of the total market. So if you're building your IP and your key visuals for that part of the market, you're going to get some great early hits, but suddenly it's going to flatten out because that market is not very big. It's very enthusiastic and they're usually the first ones to arrive. But be careful. So the point is, of course, if you successfully build an IP, then it can last for decades. And that goes back to the character again. And these days, after The Witcher and Sonic and all these other video game properties that are going into movies and TV series, you can be pretty sure that the investors are thinking when they see your key visual or your pitch or whatever, is there a long-term franchise here? Does it have the potential to keep going? And it's not just about awareness. So you don't own a great IP just because a lot of people know about it. It needs to be able to travel into other media. And I'm just going to quickly go through these 5 pillars of an IP. So at the core, you need a consistent artistic intent. So what is the story you're telling? What's it about? I won't hazard to guess what Harry Potter is about, but the Spider-Man thing, with great power comes great responsibility. That's the core purpose of that. It's the same set of values every time. Figure out what the values are. And you need to believe it because you're going to be taking thousands of decisions connected to this over the coming years. So it better be something you really believe in. The next thing is you need a repeatable emotional journey. And if you're just making the game for the first time, it's the first game in in an IP series or whatever. This will hopefully emerge along the way. But is what the key visuals should be representing, should be showing, should be selling. So the thing about franchises and IPs is that when we buy a new experience on the same IP, we're basically buying the same emotional experience again. When we buy book 5 of Harry Potter, we're buying that feeling we had in the first 4 books in a fresh way. It's the same with Lara Croft and Zelda and Spider-Man and Super Mario and Sonic and The Witcher and all of that, right? So once an IP and a brand have been established, we're looking to buy that set of emotions again. So if you're making a key visual and it's the first game or the first game in a series, even though the game's not finished, you have to go in and identify what is that core emotional loop that's going to be repeated in the game and also in the next game and in the next game. Sure, they're going to be different, they're going to make it fresh, but this is the thing you build your key visual about. You're representing that core experience. You then need, for the IP, a universe built to last. And books and movies are ahead of the game. They're used to making universes. Tolkien is the father of that. Many stories in the same universe. And a clearly identifiable universe. Again, if you're building key visuals, these elements are things that you should be able to put into your key visual. Then there's the professionalized story development. And again, key visual, hey, I'm talking about an image. Do I need a story? And my answer is yes, you do need a story, and all games pretty much tell a story, right? Even though it's not a narrative game, when people talk about their experience in a game, they're basically telling you a story, right? If they're telling you how the story, what happened in Destiny yesterday, or what happened in World of Warcraft, or whatever, even Counter-Strike, then they're telling a story. And the way that, a Counter-Strike match is structured, that's a story. So identify your core loop and think of it as a story. You don't necessarily need professional storytellers to make a great key visual. But I would say that you do need to understand how the dramatic elements in your game could be told as a story. Because if you can do that, then you can make a poster or a key visual that tells that story. And it could be like this, for example, right? The subject is the main character. The object is what the main character wants. The adversary is whatever or whoever is trying to stop them. And the helper is the thing that enables them to win in the end. Now, if you can think about your game in those terms, you have a main character who's trying to do something, something's trying to stop them, but something's helping them to get there, then you're actually already identifying the elements you could be putting into your key visual. Who's the main character? What's their goal? What's trying to stop them? And what will in the end allow them to win? Because if you can tell that story in a single image, you can be pretty sure it's going to be powerful. Because that's dramatic. It's got conflict, it's got a reason to play, it's got all those things. So think of your key visual a little bit like a story. I guarantee you that is a good tool. And then finally, again, we're talking about IPs, but we're also talking about what to put into your key visual. All the major IPs are character-based. So, think of an IP, James Bond, Lara Croft, Spider-Man, Super Mario, Sonic, and so on. It's always a character. And there's several reasons for that. One is that you can own a character and your lawyer can stop the competition from copying them. I think I'm talking to Christian Rauda in a moment. He is such a lawyer. And another is, of course, that characters can travel into other media. So if investors are looking at your game and they see, oh, there's a character. If this becomes popular, the sky's the limit. It can keep on going as a series, and it could potentially one day travel into other media. So think about that main character. It's not just an avatar. And even if you have a game where, you can make your own, think about putting one character in front. Like Overwatch by now is almost putting Tracer in front all the time. They probably slowly identified that as the most popular one. Even though you can choose many characters, that's a way of representing the experience in the game. Or Bloodborne, where nobody's character looks like the Bloodborne guy, but everybody knows what the Bloodborne guy looks like. He represents the experience in the game rather than necessarily being what the players have to choose. So, now we've identified the core elements of our IP, we're going to make a key visual with those core elements. So, as you remember, the brand and what the key visual is supposed to do is communicate the experience to the market, hitting the right emotions, but also showing the character, the emotions, and so on. So the point with the key visual, of course, is to instantly grab people's attention, right? They should take one look at the key visual and say, wow, I want that. Now, as I said earlier, the big challenge is that nobody can see inside your dream. So once you've spent 3-4 years with this game, you know it so well that the visuals you think are cool are probably way, way, way too sophisticated for somebody who's never heard of the game before. And if you're using your in-house concept artist or whoever, they have the same problem. So we see a lot of examples of, here's a spaceship in front of a planet and it has a certain weapons loadout. And the people who make the game think that's a great key visual because they can see that the weapons loadout shows the progression and that's exactly the right planet and so on and so on. But for people who don't know the game, that's just a space pick with a random spaceship on it. So not only are you not promoting the character, as we just agreed was a good idea, or I did anyway, but you're not representing the stuff in the game in a way that somebody who's never seen the game can understand. So it's important to bring in specialists. And the problem is that you really get stuck with these initial brand perceptions once they're out there. So it's a little bit like meeting somebody in the office for the first time. So, in the beginning, Joe and Tina see each other. He thinks she's cute. Or no, he thinks she's fit. She thinks he's cute. Then it sort of narrows down a little, and he thinks she's sophisticated and pretty, and she thinks he's young and serious. And then it kind of coalesces into the brand, right? He thinks she's a little scary, and she thinks he's a mommy's boy. The horror of it is that just like in the office with your brand and your key visual, you're going to get stuck with that perception. It's very difficult to get rid of it again once it's out there. So the key visuals you make and the brand decisions you make for the first time, with the first launch, they tend to stick. And that's where it gets dangerous again, as I said, because the early adopters, the people who will come to your early access prototype or, your Reddit community, they're not the mainstream audience. And they don't like the same things as the mainstream audience likes. So you need to be very, very careful about constructing your key visuals for the first people who arrive. You need to think about what the mainstream audience likes, at least if you want mainstream sustainability for your company. And if you do it right, then a brand is a really valuable asset. It's something you can continue to use, it's something you can own, and it's something that really makes your company and your game quite unique. But they are strategically positioned. They are rooted in artistic intent, at least they should be. So they should be built on what your team and your creative people want to build and communicate with their game. But they should also be amplifying that in a way that hits the strategic goals you have. Who's the audience you're trying to hit? What emotions do they like? What genre elements are they familiar with? And so on. So when it works, brand visuals are specifically made, key visuals are specifically made to stand out in the market. We talked about Hitman, they seem to own the color red. Well, I think Cyberpunk 2077 pretty much decided to own the color yellow and they did it very effectively. And then they put a neon color on this guy, and I would be willing to bet that they did that to make him stand out. Otherwise, it's just a guy in a leather jacket. But with the neon color, suddenly it's something you can own. And then the key visuals really communicate the personality and the emotion of the game. So this is actually a pretty good example of this storytelling thing I told you before, right? Here we have the main character, the IP, Kratos, and he's defeating the angry troll, and he's being helped by the boy. So this is storytelling. You can see the setting, you can see the universe that we talked about, the Nordics and the troll and so on, but you can also see his goal to defeat the enemy and who or what is helping him to do it. So there's a lot of stuff being communicated in a single visual that you can take in seconds. And it has all the emotion that the entire game is built about, this feeling of rage and the power that comes with it. And then another thing that key visuals should do is they should show you an attitude that is attractive to exactly the audience you're trying to hit. So this one's from Red Dead Redemption. The visual style is quite unique, you know. The people who made GTA, they've really kind of come to own this little bit cartoony style. So they've differentiated themselves in the market. But what you see mostly here is the fuck you attitude that this guy is showing. And of course, they're selling a violent Western game, and a big part of their audience, that's what they're looking for, that feeling of empowerment, revenge, anger, whatever. Think about that. What emotion are you trying to build your key visual about? And will it appeal to exactly the audience you're trying to grab? And this Halo visual does a lot of the same things, you know. It communicates a rich experience really quickly. If you've played Halo, you'll know that sort of the choir-like music, the sort of holy feeling that it engenders, but it's also about being in a mechanized suit with a powerful handgun. So all of this, you know, and the feeling of transcendence, the fact that there's powers bigger than you and so on, and the central character that forms the core of the IP, everything in one image. You can almost hear the music while you're looking at this. And then there's consistency, right? Because as I said, whether somebody clicks on your banner or goes beyond your homepage or not, they are looking at your visuals. They are looking at the elements that your IP and your brand contain. And the more times they look at it, the better they'll remember it. So some say that you have to see something 9 times before you remember it. If you are not consistent across your banners, your homepage, your key visuals, your trailer, your whatever, then you're wasting a chance to build the value in your brand and your IP every time they look at it. If you think about it like that, then, you know, the brand and the IP are really like a battery that is filling up with loyalty every time people are spending time with it, whether it's microseconds looking at a banner or reading a review or spending time on your landing page or playing the game. All of that is building value. And that's probably the reason why IO Interactive ended up in a situation where the rights to the character were 65% of the value. Wasting this opportunity to build familiarity with the brand. When we were finished, it looked like this. It's a World War II shooter, massively multiplayer, 3 big factions, the Russians, the Germans, and the Americans. And here's a recognizable logo. There's visual schema that can be repeated again and again. And it's impactful and it looks different. Of course, they had 7 million users when we came in, so it was tricky because if the existing users didn't love it, we would have a shitstorm on our hands. But they did love it because we actually kept them informed of the process as we did it. Now, while we built it, we also built a brand manual. So this is a thing that's worth looking into. So the company themselves and their subcontractors can keep on building new marketing assets, but staying on brand, building the IP with every view. And of course, the key visual is built to be broad and narrow and sliced, stacked, as you see here, can be sliced into different pieces, and it's a brand hierarchy. So, as you can see here, they could launch multiple different games, but keeping the same brand recognition. And it's actually worked. The company is now moving up the charts after many years of moving down. They're a top 9 rated MMO on Steam. And the whole game is being positioned as a unique walk-in. And that's it, you know. You think about these key visuals and the brand building, and my recommendation is to take it much more seriously than you usually do. This is people's first meeting with your game, and the impression you make there will probably stick. So, at some point...
So welcome everybody back. Sorry for the technical glitch there at the end. The video of Christian's talk will be uploaded, and you can watch the very end, and obviously the whole presentation, but it was the very end which was cut off until Thursday. So you'll have the opportunity to revisit that. And yeah, I'm really glad that Christian is with us live here today. And I don't think I have promised too much about his talk, because it was very valuable input, not only on key visuals, but also on building IP and building brands and all little bits of pieces. So everybody probably knows why I'm a big fan of your talks. There are many questions which came up, and very interesting ones indeed. I myself have a couple of questions, but I'll start with the audience's questions. And one question is that obviously there is some value to sticking to mainstream when it comes to key visuals, because a lot of people can relate to it. There were a lot of white men, for example, in your visuals. And the question is, how can we challenge the status quo without losing the mainstream? So I think that's a very interesting question. Maybe you can elaborate on that a bit.
That's a $1 million question. I think, I mean, if we're talking about gender and we're talking about, you know, ethnicity as well, I think it's about making the emotions universal. So I think if you look at, you know, a human life from 10 to 70 years, we all tend to go through the same phases, right? No matter which gender we are in, no matter which ethnicity. So there's childhood, and there's puberty, and there's the phase where your father locks you in your cupboard. No, sorry, maybe that's just me. We find a boyfriend or a girlfriend, we get married, and so on. So on top of all this, there's a million other things that are universal. So I think if you want to challenge the status quo, and I'm all for it, I think there's too many white men around, then I think it's about making something that connects broadly. And how you do that, of course, well, that's up to you. The trick is, of course, to do it in a new way so that you'll stand out. But the challenge is, of course, that the more innovative you are, the bigger the risk that you'll lose a big part of the audience, because a big part of the audience doesn't want innovation. So you have to choose sometimes what you want to hit. And David Helgerson, who started Unity with his friends, he tends to say that you should only innovate one thing. So, do something familiar and then change one thing. Maybe that's good advice. I don't know.
Otherwise, it's probably too much for most of the people. Yeah. One other question would be if you have some advice if there is a non-human character involved. You gave a lot of examples of human characters, but is there any specific advice for non-human characters?
Absolutely. I think the key word there is relatability. So can people relate what that character is doing and feeling to their own lives? So it's like, nobody knows what it's like to be a wizard, but everybody knows what it's like to be bullied, right? So I know Harry Potter is human, but the point is that it's the things he emotionally experiences and feels that makes you relate to him. If you think about Cars from Pixar, everybody can relate to Steve McQueen, but nobody's ever tried being a car, right? That's because Steve McQueen has human things that happen to him. He falls in love, he feels jealousy, he feels competitive, things like that. So I think it's very much about that. And then I would advocate when you're designing those characters to test them. Do other people actually see emotions in those characters the way you think they do? It's not a given. People react very differently than you think quite often.
So how would you test it? Would you just do like a survey running around showing people arts, or is there an option to say, well, we'll put advertisement and see how this thing clicks? Or what would you recommend?
Yeah, all of the above. Facebook is, of course, great for still images. You can make test banners of different characters, and of course the mobile game companies do this already. They will test different character designs in different styles with different emotions, seeing if the audience that they think will click on it actually does click on it, and what will they be most likely to click on. And you can also do quality tests where you're simply showing animations to people and asking them, so what are you seeing? What is this character feeling? And so on. Because gaming comes from engineering. We do have a tendency to think that it's all about the technology, but the mainstream audience, the big audience, they're buying emotion. So, what's the emotion in your character?
Yeah, definitely. One other point I would like to get your opinion on is the question of durability, which you briefly touched. So it has to be interesting enough to last. That it's not a one-off, but you can basically develop it further. So there has to be some complexity, obviously, to it, because otherwise it's just two-dimensional and wouldn't stick. But on the other hand, it has to be easy to grasp. So how do you strike a balance between those two aspects?
That's a big question. I'm not sure there's a scientific explanation for that. I think it's probably about talent. It's about the talent in the people designing your character and your visuals and your animation, because it's a little bit like saying, how do you make a great pop song? You know, we can talk about how the chorus is structured and where the hook is placed and so on, but you know, you can do that a million times and not make a great pop song. So a character design that's complex and easy to grasp, yeah, that's a talent thing, I think.
So would you have, I mean, you stated some good examples, but do you also have some bad examples of well-known IPs where you say, well, it's relatively known, but it's basically they could have done much better?
I think
mean questions.
Well, I've always been disappointed by Fortnite, for example. They've never, you know, they have the biggest platform in the world, but does anybody remember anything, even the logo? You know, I mean, that's not really an IP. It never became one. They've tried in different ways. I know King tried in different ways as well to reverse engineer characters into Candy Crush, but they gave up as well. No, I don't want to single anybody out, but you know, I think Doom, for example, is a huge missed opportunity to make that character interesting. He's still, after all these years and all these sold games, just a helmet with a gun.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at the feed there. If there are some other or more questions coming up, there is. Yes, one last bit maybe. It's about the familiar schemes you talked about, that people can easily relate to the style or can just categorize things. But on the other hand, it has to be unique. So that seems to be another contradiction, basically. Do you think people should rather move to familiarity, or should they rather go for a uniqueness, losing a bit of familiarity?
Well, I think you need both. I think the trick is, well, you know, the tentpole in the IP usually turns out to be the characters. So I would probably aim for the originality there. But the actions that you're showing your character doing in your key visual, maybe it's not so important that that's original. That depends on your market, right? If you're aiming for an audience that just wants more of the same, then you'd better be showing them more of the same. So I think it's very much about knowing your market. But it is, again, back to the principle that if you innovate too much, you lose your audience. But if you don't innovate at all, then you just disappear because you're just like everybody else. So it's about finding that balance. And I think it's difficult to be prescriptive and have a fixed rule for it. It's about, I think, experimenting and finding out what works. It's also about calling your IP lawyer, I think. And I don't think enough game developers do that. You and I have had conversations about this a couple of times. You know, when does the character become originally enough that you can actually own it and defend it in a court of law? And I think if you're Blizzard or you're EA or somebody, then I think that kind of due diligence is probably part of their creative process. They wouldn't put the character out unless they know it's protectable in a court of law. But I don't know how often you get that call from indies. I have a feeling that you should be getting it more than you are.
Yeah, maybe. One other point is the team who has to be behind this whole process and concept. Yeah, you talked about that things should not be imposed actually on the team because they'll have to work on it and have to be passionate about it. So are there any means or structures or procedures you would recommend to get the team on board? Do you have like a town hall meeting and put up posters, or do you have polls, or what would you as an expert recommend?
Yeah, I think that's super important. I think all your suggestions there were good, but I would go much further. I would involve the team in finding out, what are we telling here? What are we passionate about? What is the story in the game? What are the values that we're trying to communicate through the combat system, through the technology, through the way you get points in the game, through the level design, through everything? Because, you know, the people making the game are spending 2, 3, 4 years making it. They have invested their life passion in this. If you come in on top of that and just slap some, you know, random branch on top that tells a completely different story than the one they thought they were just making for 3 years, they are rightfully going to be really unhappy about it. And they're going to feel bad. And it's going, I mean, the old saying is culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So the management can sit there and have this great franchise strategy, but if the culture in the company is going in a completely different direction, you're going to be in trouble. So I wouldn't say, you know, a town hall announcing, hey, guys, we're going to go this way now. That's not really enough. You should involve them in figuring out which way you want to go. And of course, I think it's difficult because, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Well, I'm just saying it's difficult because, of course, the management has one set of priorities and has a level of knowledge about the market that maybe a lot of the team doesn't. But that's called leadership, right? Leadership is about bringing your team on board with the decisions you make, as you make them, before you make them, and while they're being played out. So I think that's a really important thing. I think sometimes in the games industry, we neglect that. Partly because a lot of our companies come out of bedroom coding, and you know it's like 3 white men in a garage. But classic management and leadership would teach you that you need the people you're leading to agree with you, because otherwise it's really difficult to lead.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's perfect final words. So people can take that home and think about that. Thank you very much for joining us, Christian. And are you maybe still a bit on the cruise ship so people can talk to you? Like next to the stage, we have like a room where people, or like a space where people can meet the speakers on the conference deck. So it'd be great if you just joined us there, and maybe people will have some individual questions. So thank you very much, and see you later, Christian.
All right then. See you. Bye-bye.
So that actually wraps it up for the day pretty much. So you can enjoy the cruise ship and mingle and meet with the people there. And now we have something very special, which is the Quartet of Games Culture from Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur. They will have a talk for people, a deep and intense talk about discovering a new peace of mind, mental health in video games. And I'm really looking forward to this panel, and we will see each other tomorrow. Tomorrow, the second day, will start at noon. So have a great rest of the day. Have a great Quartet of Game Culture, and a great rest of the day on the cruise ship. Thank you very much from my side.
Welcome to the Quartet of Games Culture in March 2021. I'm presenting the Quartet of Games Culture as a host for the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur, the foundation for digital games culture. My name is Lena Falkenhagen. I'm a narrative and content designer, presenter, and also chairwoman of the German Authors Association, VSWS. The Quartet of Games Culture is an established panel discussion format that discusses the social and cultural merit of video games from Germany and all over the world. Our fantastic topic today is discovering a new peace of mind, mental health in video games. We're going to talk about games tackling the topic of mental health, our own mental health maybe a bit while playing games, and the effect of the pandemic on us, and if games are keeping us sane in this situation. But at first, our kind organizer of this event from the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur, or Foundation for Digital Games Culture, Christiane Gerke, wants to say a few words. Welcome, Chris.
Thank you. Welcome to the Quartet of Gaming Culture, unfortunately still online due to the pandemic. More than 1 year of lockdown and restrictions has had an impact to all of us. We are longing for a quick end of this difficult situation. But we fortunately have games that always bring us back into the light and make our lives a little bit more colorful. Fortunately, we can always play. Let me give you a few brief words about the Foundation. We believe in a society that shapes digital transformation with the help of games and acknowledges games as an enrichment of its culture. The Digital Games Culture Foundation wants to help shape digitization with the help of games. We see digital games as an enrichment of our cultural identity because games are a recognized cultural asset. That's why the Quartet focuses on the feuilletonistic, cultural, but also social-political aspect of video games. The Quartet is supported by the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and the Media. Many thanks for that. For me, it comes to the last production of this wonderful format, and I would like to thank all of you for being with me. But as you know, people always meet twice in life. Now let's enjoy our awesome guests and back to our likewise awesome host, Lena. Have fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, and let me thank you in return for all the wonderful things you did with the Quartet of Games Cultures in the past and present. Thank you so much. Yes, welcome back to our Quartet of Games Culture with the topic Discovering a New Peace of Mind, Mental Health in Video Games. A quartet needs 4 people, and that's why I'm calling my prolific guests into the ring today. Please meet Dom Schott, who is a free journalist for GameStar and Spiegel Online and Zeit Online magazines, a free lecturer for the Games Academy Berlin, and a podcast producer. He was also an editor at GamePro, and he studied archaeology, which is an odd thing to study when you intend to go into games, but we'll come to that later maybe. Welcome Jupiter Hadley, an indie games journalist. She covers thousands of game jams and indie games on her YouTube channel, and she's also adept games wizard at Armor Games, where she finds free-to-play browser-based games to bring on board to the web portal. She has been working from home for all of her adult life, basically like me a bit. And she's talked about mental health on the Ludicious X Festival in late 2022. Welcome, Jupiter. And please meet Chris Wulf. He is a business development person. He's also organizer of the game developer event Talk and Dev. And he's been with those awesome guys. You were involved in the Indie Mega Booth for Gamescom last year, I think, Chris. Welcome, you 3. I'm very happy to have you here.
It's good to be here. Hi.
Great. Okay, mental health. We're in month 13 of the corona pandemic. The topic of mental health is basically all over the media. Often games use craziness, like indescript craziness, to motivate antagonists and bad guys. But since around the turn of the century, games with central characters suffering from mental health issues have been slowly blooming. The Silent Hills series, for example, handles this topic. The Suffering is a game that's featuring a traumatized, possibly psychotic man on death row, in which you can decide via your actions as a player if he has killed his family himself or not. That was 2004, by the way. One of the first characters, playable game characters featuring mental health issues. Since then, other games feature either side characters with mental health issues, some of the more noticeable being games like L.A. Noire with a deeply traumatized killer from Rockstar Games 2011, and Spec Ops The Line, a character with PTSD from Yaga 2012. And Life is Strange by Square Enix 2015, for example. But there are more and more games that revolve around mental health problems in their central theme or their main character. For example, Zoe Quinn's Depression Quest from 2013 absolutely revolves around depression, of course. From Germany, we have Sea of Solitude by Yomai Games that became internationally renowned for handling a serious topic like that. That was 2019. And today we're going to present you some of the more recent games featuring around this as their central theme, or in which the central character deals with mental health issues. Recent meaning like the last 4 or 5 years, actually. So this is how things are going to work. Each of us will present one game we associate with mental health in games. We'll then talk a bit about this game and the aspects that make it relevant to mental health. And after approximately 15 or 20 minutes, we'll turn to the next game. We're all games people here. We're not psychiatrists, that's quite important to mention. So we'll all look at the games from a game developers or game journalists' perspective. Okay, so let's start. Dom Schott, you picked the game Please Knock on My Door. How do you want to play this? Do you want to have the trailer first, or do you want to say something about the game first?
Yeah, I would like to show the trailer first. Yeah, I think that works best.
Okay, then please trailer go.
Sometimes it's important to put a lid on your emotions. It can be preferable in some situations. Just make sure to ease up the lid afterwards and let yourself feel again. If you don't ease up that lid, you might just forget how to do it. Bottling up emotions works for a while, but suddenly the lid just won't come off anymore. And then, years later, the bottle breaks.
So, Please Knock on My Door. Dom,
Yeah.
what fascinates you about this game and why did you choose it?
Yeah, first of all, let me say again that it's wonderful to be here because, especially because of this topic which fascinates and interests me in many ways. Over the years as a journalist, I've talked to a lot of people who make games about mental health. I've played their games, but there was one which resonated with me in a very intense way, and that's Please Knock on My Door from 2017, made by a Swedish developer called Michael Leval and 3 people who helped him. And this game is actually a management game. You control a young man suffering from depression and social anxiety, and you have to help him get through work and balance his own needs with maintaining a healthy social life. And when I say you help him with that, I don't actually mean you're with this person in this world. In fact, you are like this godlike creature which guides the main character through the game. You decide what he says to friends, his parents, and how he solves his daily problems. There's no classic game over screen, but several endings which are dictated by the decisions you're making while playing the game. There's no winning or losing in the classic sense. You can basically do whatever you want to do. You can skip work, for example, and play games instead. You can shower in the morning, in the evening, or not at all. The game is prepared for each of that action, and that's very interesting, and it responds to it. If you stop eating for a day, for example, the inner monologue of the main character reminds you to look after yourself and cook something. If you skip work or meetings with friends, it asks you to maintain a routine in your daily life. This inner voice basically wants you to take care of yourself. But the more you neglect this voice, the more you neglect your tasks, friends, food intake, and so on, the angrier and self-destructive this voice gets. And in the worst case, you start feeling worse and worse until it is too much and you can barely interact with the world around you at all. You walk more slowly and stuff like that. Options like interacting with the world are grayed out. And in this way, the game tries to show how your actions in daily life can have an immediate effect on your mental health and general well-being. The more you let yourself go, that's how the game thinks. The more tasks you neglect, the more you lose connection to the world around you, the worse you feel. And that's exactly what the maker of this game wanted from that experience. Michael Laval wanted to create a game which could help people understand how someone's daily life could look like if he or she suffered under depression. And that's both the thing I like the most about this game and the thing which deserves at least a bit of skepticism. Let me explain this. First of all, it's nice to have a game about depression and being depressed, which feels real. There are moments in this game which felt real and true and familiar to me, like dodging phone calls, feeling numb, feeling without any power over anything. And Michael Laval manages to show these moments without losing himself too much in cliches or tropes. And I think it helped that he mostly used his own experiences with depression as a kind of template for the game. And when I discovered this game in 2017, when it was released, I was personally in a very dark place. And instead of wanting to distract myself, I was longing for a game which would resonate with me and how I felt at that time. And Please Knock on My Door did that for me. It made me feel understood, embraced, not being alone with my problems. And that's, I think, a great value in games about mental health issues. But, and let me add this, there are two downsides of that. This game tells a very personal, unique story about depression. It's the story of a young, employed male with a social circle, friends, and parents. His story is only his story. It's not a story about depression and about showing how depressed people live. Everyone experiences this illness in a different way, and there are moments in which this game suggests what you play here is true for everyone who ever experienced depressive episodes. So you have to add the side note, if you intend to give this game to friends or family members, Please Knock on My Door is not a game about depression. It's a game about a person who suffers from depression. Also, and that's the second part of my criticism towards this game tends to evoke a melancholic, sad mood. You could already experience that in the trailer. There's often music in the background, sad, slow guitar and violin riffs, while from time to time the inner monologue of the main character speaks out, as I mentioned, texts both the protagonist and the player. So you should take your time and reflect if it is the right time to play this game if you're not ready for that experience.
Okay, thank you, Dom Schott, introducing to us Please Knock on My Door. That was quite an interesting game. I've looked at a whole gameplay video about that because I found it so interesting, and I didn't know it before, so thanks for that. You touched on a few questions that I would have about this game, and maybe Jupiter and Chris are having some questions in your directions too later. I'll start. So you said that the narrator is not like we're having a voiceover that is basically telling the story of the life of this man. And I too found from the gameplay video that this is not the player character, and you said that it's a godlike creature. So this is kind of so the perspective is very from the top down into the flat, onto the desk sometimes, of the man we're following. Is this perspective still helping, like, are you identifying with the character while playing that, or is it more like a means to distance yourself as a player from the character? What do you think?
Yeah, the choice of perspective, in this case, the top-down perspective, is a very interesting decision, because you should think you would identify more with this character if you would play from the ego perspective or something like that. But that's a deliberate decision from the developer. He told in an interview to someone that he wanted people to have the feeling to look into another one's life and to have the possibility to experience moments and dilemmas they would personally never experience. And so it works like an looking glass into another person's life, and you can, like a god, make decisions for this person and force them to do things just to look what would happen if they would act like this. And I think it works very good.
Yeah, I also had this, like, it's kind of a peeping Tom perspective sometimes, isn't it? Because you feel like like this distanced spectator who's not really involved in the problems, and you can do trial and error things with the person that's affected, and that's kind of horrible, isn't it? So you said it's raising awareness about depression, and it was being built by the developers as an example for depressions, and it uses the game format, I think, quite nicely. Would you recommend this game to a person that's actually suffering, like actively suffering from depression? You touched on that a bit before, but is this a bad thing because of the invoked melancholy that you talked about? Or would you say, please have somebody at your side you can talk with about this game? So is this a therapeutic game, or more like a game for people to understand other people's depression, maybe?
Yeah, that's primarily made for that purpose. It's supposed to be a game you can give family members or friends and say, play this, you will understand depression, the symptoms of depression and social anxiety maybe a bit more. Maybe you can understand me even more after playing this game. As I mentioned, this game helped me personally a lot, because when I was in a very dark space, I was looking, like I mentioned, for games which would pick me up in this spot and travel with me into even darker places. And in a way, it helped me to find games like this. I played Max Payne, for example, also a very dark game, loosely around mental health issues as well. And this game was exactly what I personally needed. I needed a game which would pick me up and accompany me through these dark times. But I can imagine that a lot of people would have, well, let me rephrase it. I can imagine it's hard for people to play this game if they're right in a depressive episode right now, because if you play this game like you feel right now, if you're in a depressed episode and you play this game like you're really a depressed person, you neglect tasks, you don't go to work, you don't meet friends, you don't want to do anything, the game starts to treat you in a very bad way. It gets darker. It won't reach out to you anymore. The inner monologue of the main character starts to attack you, to call you names, down spiral you even further. And so I think it could backfire for these people. You should really think about if you want to start the game, if you're in the right place to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I would pass on this question to Jupiter. Jupiter, you talked you were on the Ludicious X talk about mental health, and you talked briefly that you had a burnout episode in your life in your past. Me too. I'm being quite open about that. I think all the highly motivated and or self-motivated, passionate people sometimes have a burnout episode in their life. So, what do you think? Would you recommend a game like this to depressed people, or would you rather say maybe step away from it for a bit?
I had not actually heard of Please Knock on My Door before this, so it was really interesting to explore it and sort of see a game that's made like this. I always find it really quite amazing when developers make deeply personal games and share them with the world, and I'm a big fan of that. For myself, I don't ever find myself in a mind space where if I'm having lots of issues that I want to play a game with a character that have lots of issues, because I'm not in a space to fix anything. I'm in a space where I'm deeply broken and I need something else to come and help me, as opposed to me trying to put effort into fixing someone else. So I find it very interesting as a game that you would give to someone else to be like, this is how I feel. But on the flip side, as you've said, the game doesn't have all of the same stuff that a depressed person might have felt. It doesn't connect completely with someone. It's just got some aspects. So I find that it might be an interesting tool if you see bits of the game and you think that's the state I'm in, to share it with someone so that they can understand more of what might be good to help you in that case. But it's not something that I think I would play in the middle of me being in any way not feeling right myself.
Yeah. Chris, what about you? Thank you, Jupiter.
So I found myself in a place also for the first time exploring the game. I hadn't heard about it before, but it was quite an interesting experience. It hit very, very close to home in many ways, representing a phase that I went through a while ago as well. And in some sense, I guess, luckily being quite close to my own personal experience, I'd like to add to what Dom had said, like, it is a very particular kind of experience. And I found myself in many different situations feeling like I was quite limited in what I could decide and what I could pursue within the game that didn't necessarily always represent the decisions that I made back then, the decisions that I would do or that I would go through with today, which put me in an odd spot and not necessarily a comfortable one, ending with me taking some breaks, having to step away a little bit from the experience. But overall, certainly an experience that, again, as Dom had said, very valuable and something that potentially could be very interesting to family members and friends to step close and get maybe their own view of how some people might feel in these particular situations. But it's certainly important to highlight that this is a very unique kind of story, not a generally representative one.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. So I think that's something we can all agree on. So depression is a very personal thing, and go see a therapist if you think you're suffering from it. But I also think that raising awareness for that among players or among other people and relatives is a really good thing. One thing I wanted to talk about in this game, there is so the person you're directing in the game from on top is returning to the video game console or the PC to play games over and over again, and you can basically make increase these impulses. How were you feeling about that as like me, people who play video games a lot? Is that a symptom, or is that like an avoidance mechanism maybe sometimes playing too many games?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, you start, Chris.
I think in that case, it sort of goes or boils down to what we had previously said. For some people, video games and the consumption of any form of media, TV also being relevant in this example, is certainly a coping mechanism or potentially even part of the problem. For myself, I found myself in the game mostly stepping away from both video games and TV. Just in my particular situation, it wasn't a part of that phase, and I wasn't really in the mood or felt like video games or TV would give something to me. Therefore, it just played a very minor role overall in the experience, since it didn't really force me, to the most part, of discovering that for myself. That being said, it definitely plays a dominant role within the game. There, especially once you're more or less locked in within your apartment, you're no longer going to work. There's a big action that happens towards the game, basically preventing you from going to work after a certain point. There's not much you can do in that department. You can shower, you can brush your teeth, you can make food, look out the window, and the other only form of entertainment or action is video games and the consumption of TV. So I guess that's my point.
Yeah. So you're circling kind of in your apartment between sleeping, eating, and entertainment. So, and yes, that's why I chose the game to come first in this quartet, because I think it kind of hits home with regards to the home office situation, because we're starting this cycle in the home office a bit sometimes, aren't we? Jupiter, what do you think about the gaming in the game and the home office situation? Can this be kind of a warning, like playing this a warning to people to get out and do stuff to avoid this kind of situation?
So video games are always a big part of escapism for many, many people, myself included. So video games are a way to sort of unwind, relax, and not think about all that's going on around you, because you can be in this little world that's different and perfect. But especially with COVID a year on, sometimes escaping within your own reality in the same spot that you've been in all the time, it becomes super unfulfilling and almost monotonous. So going out and seeing the world and having other hobbies is such an important part of taking care of yourself, even though it might not seem like taking care of yourself. Limiting just your world to being entertained through such small means, even though there's millions of video games, it's not very good, and it can end up being quite bad for people. So it definitely shows the power of getting out for the amount of time that you can, or just refreshing where you are and being able to take other activities to other spaces around you. That the room was so small in that game, you really didn't have much choice or option to go out. It's not like you could go into a study for a long time and do just something completely different. And it's something that needs to be taken into consideration when it comes to self-care and making sure that your mental state is okay.
Absolutely. Then again, you have that window that you can look out of to see the sometimes beautiful park outside, and still you're not the person going out, So you could go there. So it's just within reach. Anyway, Dom Schott, some final words?
I just can recommend to play this game if you feel like it, because I think it offers some interesting perspective on the whole issue, mental health in games. And yeah, I think it's worth playing, but with a skeptical mind.
Yeah, absolutely skeptical. But that's again, and I wanted to emphasize that like avoiding life or avoiding certain topics is not reserved for games. I mean, some people binge watch TV series, right? Or read comic books or whatever. Play tennis. And I'm always saying escapism is a part of your life. Sometimes you want to escape from certain things. It's only getting critical if you do it too much, and you can do it with various means and formats, as I said. Okay, thank you. This was Please Knock on My Door, and we're now moving towards Friendbow, the game that Jupiter Hadley picked. Jupiter, why did you choose it? And do you want to see the trailer first?
Yeah, let's do the trailer first.
Okay, thank you. Let's see the trailer. Thank you, Jupiter. This game looks awesome, very artsy, very artistic too. Why did you choose it, and what does it have to do with mental health?
So Franbo is a point-and-click adventure game by Kill Monday, who at the time was a very small studio working on this game. And it's based on some reflections from one of the creators' real life, which is very interesting. But it's a much more sort of fantasy game than the previous game mentioned. In Franbo, you play as a little girl who had a very traumatic experience happen to her. And as a result of that, she now does not have parents or anyone looking after her, and she's sent away to an asylum where she's given experimental medication, and she doesn't have a choice or a voice in this. She's a person who's put in these circumstances and has no way of controlling it, and because she's deemed as someone who has a mental illness, who's mad now because of the experience, she's no longer deemed as someone who can have a voice about her own health and how she's treated. Also, she's a child, so it's very hard to give her a voice in society being so young. Franbo starts taking these pills, and they don't really fix things. They give her a second version of reality, and they give her this second world to explore, and it's not something that she's initially scared of, which is something I always found quite powerful when playing the game. She's not afraid of the world when it becomes gruesome or dark, because it's her reality. It's what she's seeing as just a normal thing. And when people have bouts of madness, and when people experience hallucinations, because a lot of hallucinations in this, a lot of times it is their reality, and it is perfectly almost normal to them, and it is like a part of the world, even though it might be scary from the outside looking in. And this point of view is very interesting to explore. Throughout the game, when she takes this medication, she gets to solve puzzles, and those puzzles are the way that she interacts with the world. And it seems like quite a small payoff for changing your world to be so gruesome. But these puzzles and the characters that are in the secondary world allow her to build connections and meaningful relationships. And when you experience mental illness, it's such an isolating thing, especially as a result of a traumatic event. Whereas this character is able to use her trauma, and she's able to use these very negative cards that she's dealt to create meaningful relationships that help her continue to discover who she is. And the end of the game is super open-ended, and you end up questioning whether Franbo's world was mainly in her head, or was reality, or was just this medication. Like, what bits of it are true and what bits of it are false. But in the end of the day, for her, all of that was reality, every aspect of it. So it's such a different point of view when it comes to mental illness and long-term mental illness, and the way that one processes and experiences traumatic events, because this is how she's processing it. Because of the situation she's in, this is the only choice she has to process all of the stuff that's happened in her life. So I found it was a very captivating and quite emotional game as well. It's one of the first games that I've played through in one sitting. After playing the first chapter, I then continued, and then when I was done, I just started crying. And it was like such a big release at the end. So it's the game that I normally think of when I think of just characters who have overcome and who have struggled with mental illness and aren't shown as a villain or a bad guy or someone who's so defected they're lost, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's like the central theme of the game is basically mental illness or treatment of mental illness. So as you mentioned, the girl so we're playing the girl in directly and not in a distanced gameplay mode, like with Please Knock on My Door, right? Yeah. So does this help with the identification process or the immersion in the game?
I think it does for me. I really felt like her, and I really felt emotionally attached to the characters that she was attaching herself with. There's one point in the game where you stop getting your medicine, and you'd think that would be a good thing, you know? You're off of your medicine, you're back, but it's not good for her. Her friends are gone now. These creatures that she cares for, they're gone. These aspects of her world are gone for a small amount of time. And I felt like, no, this is unfair, even though, as an adult, I know that that's what's better for her. These hallucinations aren't helpful or aren't healthy for her. So I connected with her a lot through playing as her.
Interesting. So you said that the pills open the second world for her, and she's creating meaningful relationships with these creatures there. So are the pills helping, treating her mental health issues?
I think that it's definitely something that's been discussed widely, because this game has sort of a cult following, and they all like diving into the deeper meaning of all of the different aspects of the games. There's so many theories around. I feel like they did help her when it came to being able to communicate in a way towards other people, but at the same time, it wasn't something that she had a choice in. It wasn't something that should have been. I don't think that experimental medicine should be given to children, full stop. So I don't think that that's something that should be happening ever. And that actually, one of the main creators talked about how she herself had personally been given experimental medication as a child, and how that had long-term effects on her. And that's something she wanted to portray in the game. So I think as much as it helped, it was also a hindrance. Yeah. And it's a double-edged sword, basically.
Yeah. You talked about the helplessness of a situation a bit, and I think that's resonating a lot with people having mental illnesses and maybe being treated for mental illnesses, that they are not being taken seriously by their family and friends. There's this stigma associated with madness and therapy, because which actually keeps people from seeking out therapy and getting better, which then is a bad thing. Do you think that this game helps, like while playing that? Do you get a different level of understanding about the stigma and this helplessness of mentally ill people?
For me personally, I did. In the opening sequence of the game, you have this little girl trying to talk to a doctor and trying to explain what's happening, and them being completely dismissive, not really caring about what she has to say. And because of that, she feels that her only choice to be a surviving human in this world is to leave this place, to leave what's supposed to be a place where she's supposed to get help and be taken care of. And I think that helps sort of exactly highlight the feeling of vulnerability you have to do when you go and say, I have a problem, I need help, and how the lack of understanding, and how if someone does come out who's supposed to help you, or who you're just coming to for support, if they're the first person and they're like, look, this isn't that bad, or this isn't, we're fixing this already, you're fine now, or any sort of like slightly negative blocks. I don't know, the way that it's portrayed in the game is you get a sudden block, like suddenly what you're saying doesn't matter, you're a child, it doesn't matter anymore, and that sort of block is not helpful when it comes to situations where people do come forward and they are like, hey, I'm struggling with this, hey, I'm having issues, because it can so easily turn that person to not want to communicate about it and take more extreme measures, which is what Fran does. She completely leaves what should be helpful, and that understanding is something that needs to be better known, because it's so hard to open up about mental illness, and it's so hard, especially about madness. It's so hard to be like, I have had a friend in my life who had a psychological breakdown for a couple of years, and he went to an asylum, and it was something that he never really spoke about, but despite having a big part of his life away from society. And it's not a big negative. He's fine now. His life's moved on and everything's fine, but it took him so long to get help because he kept thinking, well, I'm just weird. Oh, well, it's not that bad. And when he did mention it to people in his life, they completely turned away and were like, you have a job. You're fine. You have a house. You're fine. And sometimes it's so much more than that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay, let's open this up a bit. I wanted to ask you, Jupiter, and then maybe take Please Knock on My Door into account too a bit, because I have the feeling that the gameplay and mechanics of Fran Bow and Please Knock on My Door are kind of reduced. How would you judge that? How would you describe the gameplay situation in Fran Bow? Is it very complex, or is it more easy to handle, mid-core, or even lighter? What do you think?
I think that there are some tricky puzzles, but it's a game that you can bumble your way through, and there won't be like tons of ill effects or anything. You can bumble your way through, or find it's a point-and-click adventure game, so you can always find like guides to help you almost, because there is a set path, and that's the path you're following. So it's not that difficult to get into.
So it's a kind of chronological story being told. It's not very complex. That kind of helps my point, because I have the feeling also with Please Knock on My Door that the reduced gameplay is actually helping telling the story of a narrative-driven game here a lot. Dom, how do you feel about this with regards to Please Knock on My Door?
Yeah, I think in the case of Please Knock on My Door, the structure around situations. The game offers situations and asks you to decide what the main character wants to do, and then plays out the effects of it, serves the idea of the game. In the case of Friend Bo, I think it's I've played it myself, but I didn't play the whole game. I really liked it. In the case of Friend Bo, and correct me if I'm wrong there, Jupiter, it's a more proactive idea of playing through mental illness, because you're always asked to solve puzzles. You are always asked to find solutions, to get to the next screen, to the next chapter, and so on. And it's more like a proactive way of looking at things. While in Please Knock on My Door, you always find yourself in these situations. There's no real solution. There is no real positive or negative outcome, at least for the next minutes or so. So I think they are both going in very different directions with their take on mental health.
Yeah, you're correct. There is a reward mechanism at the end of everything that you have to try for. There is a reward. You are slowly getting better. So it's different in that aspect.
Ah, okay. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Chris, what do you think? Does the reduced gameplay help along the central themes of the games here? So is this kind of interconnected?
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on the title per se. I mean, the 4 titles that we're looking at today, without spoiling what we'll be discussing later on, mechanically wise, just vary quite heavily in their complexity. My title that I've selected is very simplistic in its approach, even within its genre, and opens itself up to much broader audience than maybe a more hardcore-driven title would be in its genre. Same goes for your title that we'll be discussing soon. And then again, the difference between Friend Bo and Please Knock on My Door is, I think, to a certain degree, quite heavy in the sense of their mechanics, which are quite simplistic in Please Knock on My Door, which was very interesting to myself, because I like that kind of approachability when it comes to this topic, whereas Friend Bo, being a very important and very interesting title overall, didn't quite resonate as much with me due to an additional layer of gameplay being added on top.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, do you have any more questions about Friend Bo to Jupiter, or things you want to discuss about this?
So I would have a question for Jupiter. Does therapy play any role in the game further down the way? You mentioned that you get to meet your therapist right at the beginning of the game, but this doesn't work out for Fran. So does therapy play any role further down the way?
Towards the very end of the game, you do get to reconcile with some of the adults that played decisions in your life. It's not a particularly positive or negative experience. It's just sort of wrapping up what happened in your childhood. But therapy doesn't end up playing a major role in it, to be completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have another question, especially in terms of the audience, since we talked a little bit about that as well with Dom's title. Between a more hardcore audience and a more casual, approachable audience, where do you see Friend Bo what kind of audience do you see the title be a potentially suitable fit for, just in terms of approachability?
Definitely not a younger audience, that's for sure. There's a lot of gore and blood and very scary things. Even though it's cartoon violence, it's still quite violent. If some of the puzzles are quite hard, so it does hit people who want to be challenged when it comes to like puzzle adventures, and people who like narrative-driven adventures but want to get more out of like reading in between the lines. Lots of hidden stuff in it. So I'd say it's more hardcore than a general puzzle game. But it depends on really the scale of how hardcore players are and whatnot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Also for the suggestion. I'll definitely check the game out. That was Friend Bo. what studio was it again?
Chill Mondays.
Yeah, right. They did an awesome job on this, and I think that it's quite fortunate that we're having an influx of games that are actually making serious and culturally important topics to take them into their central themes. That's, I think that's really helping games along in the long run. Okay, so we'll be talking about Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice now. This is my own pick, and I'd like to see the trailer first too.
In this waking nightmare, where all dreams come true, you searched for control, a way to pull through. When you were in love, you left him in tears, to smother your furies and banish your fears. But in darkness they came, through stormy black seas they raided these shores. Do you still hear his screams? And now that you're home, he's so far away. They've taken his soul. To these gods you cannot pray. They can break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through his darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart. You fought for love unspoilt by your darkness within. You fought for your dreams. Now there's no way to win. In the head of his corpse lies the seat of his soul. So you must carry his vessel to bring him back home.
This was the trailer to Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. It's from a studio called Ninja Theory. And was made or published in 2017. I think it's quite noticeable that this is the nearest thing we're having that's with regards to a AAA title, and still it hasn't been published by a big publisher like, I don't know, Ubisoft, Sony, or something like that. Still, to the story. Senua is I assume, Celtic warrior. She's traveling to Helheim to reclaim the soul of her dead lover Dillion. She's encountering hindrances and problems. She has to, quite early in the game, you discover that she's actually dealing with a heavy psychosis. She's hearing voices, several sets of voices actually. Some are nice, sound nice, and some sound awful. But you never know which ones are actually lying to you or which ones are helping you along. So this is kind of the ultimate feeling of disorientation in a game that I've ever experienced via audio design, which is amazing, by the way. So you have to play it with earphones, basically. That's kind of enhancing the whole situation and the experience of the game. And the further you come in the game, the more you actually have to dig into Senua's past and into her mental problems, which threaten her to kill her, actually. And this is one major thing that the game plays with, which is highly debated on the internet, by the way, that the game very early on says, so you can die in this game because this is a kind of a mental journey or a soul journey, but still you can die in this game, and each time you die you get this this festering illness on your arm that's visible, and as soon as these dark streaks reach your head, you will be dead for good, and everything will be deleted. So the game plays with permadeath. That you, if you die too often, you cannot, like, you have to start from the ultimate beginning of the game, which kind of enhances the whole experience as well. Like I said, the audio design of the game is absolutely fantastic. The animation of Senua, the central character, and the fighting animations too. What's important to know too is that they talked to a doctor about psychosis. He was a coach for the game, and also with people who are affected by psychosis, and took that into account to make this game about psychosis, which is, as I feel, absolutely respectful to the condition, because it takes things seriously that you experience in the game. It's also playing like Franbo. It's also playing with the matter of reality. So what's real in this game? You never know what's real. At first, I had kind of a problem of getting into that character and understanding that character, because she felt kind of off to me, like her eyes and her behavior. She was obviously dealing with a lot of pain and grief. On the other hand, she's a person that knows what she wants. She has a very clear goal and wants to fight for it. And I did respect that in the character. And still, you enter the game, and the longer you play it, the more immersed into the character and the surrounding you get. And at some point in the game, you realize it's kind of not important what's real, because everything that you see and experience is important to Senua, and that is what counts in the story. So this is like Franbo a bit, which deals with a girl battling her mental problems. This is the ultimate portrayal of a woman battling with herself and her mental illness. The atmosphere is fantastic. We also, like, if you compare the game to other games that offer like a sword gameplay, a third-person perspective, you might say that the mechanics and the gameplay is not overly complex too, so it doesn't break any records in this regard. And that's the reason why I asked you guys about the reduced gameplay perspective, because I have the feeling that this is actually helping these unapologetically narrative storylines that focus around one central character and want to tell their story. What do you feel about this? Chris, why don't you start?
Yeah, I think going into the experience, I myself was a little bit surprised at first at how simplistic is not the right word, but comparing it to sort of the combat mechanics out of the Dark Souls, for example. It's not trying to be the next Souls-like title. It's trying to depict a character in a sometimes delusional, sometimes hallucinating stage. And
let me just cut in there. Dark Souls is one of the examples where you as a player have to learn to lead the games and the fights very much yourself, and the fighting is very hard compared to other titles, for example. That not everybody might know that. So go on, please.
Yeah, and I think what's especially to be highlighted here with Ninja Theory's approach is the serious way that they treat the topic. There's a phenomenal documentary that I can strongly recommend that's up on YouTube, also produced by Ninja Theory, that focuses solely on how they treated the topic, how they worked, as you had mentioned, with professionals. The game starts in its intro cinematics with the first credits going towards these two doctors that were involved in the process. And seeing that come from I'd consider a AA studio of size, putting their money where their mouth is, and investing so much resources into an actual accurate and fair representation of this topic, rather than villainizing a person dealing with mental health, which we see way too often in the AAA space, unfortunately, is just outstanding. And I'm glad it got the reception that it clearly deserved, and that we'll see a sequel, I believe, in the coming years.
Absolutely. Jupiter, what's your take on this?
I'd like to build off of what Chris said, because it's kind of an interesting it's kind of interesting that they did have all of these doctors participate in it. We see so many games, especially me, from indie developers, which show firsthand their experience dealing with these topics, but having actual professionals weigh in brings such a bigger respect towards that illness and towards portraying mental health. So I'm curious to see if that's something that going forward, more places and more people who are making games will pick up, having that much research involved. And it's an interesting question on if that should be the default. If by default, making these games that cover mental illness should have input from actual doctors, from actual healthcare professionals, and just professionals generally, and that if that's a more responsible way of making these types of games, because it does show in the development, it does show in the final product a much greater understanding, depth, and respect, which was very good in the Hellblade game.
Absolutely. I mean, it probably depends on how much the central theme or the central character builds on that mental illness. Like an entertainment game that has one psychotic killer in it might not have to consult so heavily with a psychological or psychotherapists as this game, for example. But yeah, I'm totally right there with you. If you take this into account, you should probably ask either professionals or people who are affected by that and take their perspective into account. Dom, how do you feel about this game and the central theme?
Yeah, I've always wondered why it's a female protagonist. I mean, the game has a powerful message, and I really loved the game. I love Senua, but I always wondered how this game would have been perceived and reviewed if it was a grim, strong male warrior who suffers from mental illness and needs to confront himself, like a more reflective, introspective, thank you. Like a more introspective Kratos, for example. Especially, I mean, in this setting, it is still typical for men to be brave and strong and being the typical Wikinger. So I was wondering how the game would have changed in its perception if the protagonist was a male warrior and not a female one.
Does it take this alleged helplessness of the woman into account in the situation? Like, is this kind of a play on that this is unusual for a female to be a warrior and battling this, or how do you feel about that?
I'm not sure about that, because the game early on introduces Senua as a warrior, as a capable warrior, and I think looking at pop culture in the recent years, even when Hellblade was released, we are already used to the images of brave and capable Norse female warriors. Series like Vikings got us used to this, but I still think in games there are a lot of there still is this place where people think if they see a male warrior in a Norse setting, like Vikingers or Danes or something like that, they think, okay, it's that tough guy who seldom opens up or just fights, just be angry and grumpy and so on, muscular. And I think this game could have changed a lot about that perception if it was a male protagonist.
Yeah, maybe this is like basically would have been reverse sexist a bit, because I think that like for a woman it's kind of accepted to show weakness and to be depicted in a state where she suffers from her illness. For a man, that might have been a totally different thing, actually. He might actually have been seen as whiny or whatever. No? So we will never know because it's a female protagonist. But I do agree, it's kind of a mind game here. So, Chris, anything to add, or Jupiter? Okay.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add at this point.
Great.
Everyone, I think, should check out Hellblade, even if it's just for the trailer and learn a little bit more about it.
Yeah, absolutely. These are my final words on my pick, Senua Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. It is a stunning game, both visually and audio-visually. It's like the animation is fantastic, and the topic of psychosis is, I think, tackled very respectfully and can teach you a lot about what people suffer from if they have that diagnosis, and maybe take them seriously too, because it doesn't always matter what's really real, but people are affected by their own reality a lot. Even non-mentally ill people are affected by their perspective on reality too. And with someone suffering from psychosis, this is even more so the case. Okay, thank you. Now we're coming, like we have about half an hour left. I think we're good in timing-wise. And now we're looking at Greece. This is Chris Wulf's pick. And are we going to see the trailer first?
Yeah, let's stick to
okay, let's do that.
First.
Thank you so much. Chris, why did you pick this game, and what does it have to do with mental health issues?
Yeah, so Grizz, to give everyone that hasn't heard about the title a little bit of backstory here, Grizz is a, I believe, 2018 release title by Spanish developer Nomada Studio, published by Devolver Digital, which is, at least stereotypically, historically more of an action-driven publisher. So Grizz definitely was a standout in their publishing portfolio in that sense. Grizz is a title that deals with the 5 stages of grief, and a little bit different in the sense that a title such as Please Knock on My Door was representative of a singular story. Grizz keeps a lot of its storytelling very vague and very open. There's no written narrative. The game delivers its entire messaging through gameplay, through animations, through the score and the art. Well, just astonishingly beautiful art style of the title. Plays a lot with colors, which we'll get to in a second, but overall takes you as a character, in this case again a young female protagonist called Grizz, through the experience of sort of the ups and downs, the 5 stages of grief. In this case, other than proven with a very singular path through the 5 stages. It doesn't vary from player to player, but as I'd mentioned before in my example, it's a very streamlined experience. There's not much room to dive into separate paths, but instead it's an adventure platformer where you'll follow a certain path throughout the experience without major puzzles. There's some minor puzzle mechanics, but nothing too complicated. I think it's very approachable. I remember showing my mother a couple of years ago Journey from that game company, and I think this is in a similar way a title that someone that's also not too closely connected with the world of video games might find approachable enough to dive into. Jumping back to the topic of colors. So in Grizz, to give just a little bit of context, not to jump too far in advance, the story kicks off with Grizz being a singing character being surrounded by colors. It's a very colorful inter-animation until the female a figurine, a massive statue, crumbles and lets Gris fall into this, well, basically through the clouds all the way to the ground into this pit, which is very colorless, and in that case supposed to depict the denial stage of the 5 stages of grief. That transitions forward into the anger stage, which is led by red as a color, goes on and on through bargaining, depression, and then finally the acceptance stage, always adding another color to the scheme until at the end of the game you're again, spoiling here a little bit, surrounded by color, although it is still a very impactful experience knowing that from the get-go. The anger stage, as one example, is quite interesting to me as it depicts certain examples, or it selects certain examples that may or may not apply for certain people that have gone through the 5 stages of grief, or however many it might have been for them. One good example being Gris as the main protagonist destroying a rock which housed a small little robot, and that robot then escaping from you, visibly being afraid of what Gris has become or what Gris as a character acts. And over time, you will rediscover and reconnect with certain creatures throughout the entire world of Gris, becoming more and more open to you being around due to you evolving and living through these stages. Ultimately, what I think Gris is very vital for is not necessarily being the game that will help you get through grief. Everyone has their own experience and their own path with dealing with grief, but it depicts grief in a way that I think is a little bit more approachable and makes people understand that you will have to go through certain stages, you will have to deal with certain hurdles in building yourself up again from the denial stage all the way through acceptance, and does that in a very artistic way, opening itself up to a lot of room for interpretation and being, as I'd mentioned, approachable for a variety of players. Maybe not everyone, but certainly a variety of players that want to deal with it in their own means and their own ways.
Right, thank you. Chris Wulf about the game Gris, in which we're seeing a girl dealing with the 5 stages of depression. We're talking about mental health here. My first question to you, Chris, I found, judging on what we talked about with the other 3 games, gameplay-wise, is this rather complex or rather simple, what would you say?
I would argue it's rather simple. There's not really any hurdles. There's not anything that will be in your path to completing the title. I played through it the first time that I discovered it in one sitting, which is about 4 to 6 hours, and it was just generally very approachable.
Okay, so it looks fantastic, and I will definitely this one. I will definitely check. I will check them all out, but this one I'm particularly interested in because I think it has such a stunning play with colors and the visuals, and it looks approachable from people who haven't played a lot of games yet. To me, about you told us the entrance sequence, and we saw it in the trailer. Basically, a girl, Gris, is singing, and it's very beautiful, and then her voice falters and she cannot sing anymore. I don't know if you have experienced this, but if I'm not mentally stable, I cannot write. So I'm a writer, I'm a novelist, I write novels and games. And if I have emotional troubles or mental problems, then my artistic expression is kind of faltering, and I have problems putting things on the white sheet. I think maybe, is this the stage of realization in Gris, Chris?
I think yes and no. It's a little bit what you want to make Gris to be out about. Like for me personally, Gris was a lot about the actual grief of losing someone very close to you, and felt very reflective of a stage that I had to go through in my life as well. And that all of us will go through eventually, of figuring out how to deal with that, starting with denial and then ending ideally at some point, no matter how hard, with the acceptance stage. What Gris does is it has an example within the game, which the developers kept rather vague, but people figured for themselves that the figurine that was destroyed at the beginning was some kind of resemblance of a character, potentially, that was important to Gris. The example of like a mother-like figure was written about quite often, and in that case depicted just one of many examples of how you yourself as a player wants to interpret the experience of dealing with that loss. So I hope that's a satisfying answer.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I've also had the feeling, because this crumbling stone that Gris is sitting on is a hand, and it looks like this is the hand maybe of her mother. Like I would interpret it from the trailer and the videos that I saw like that. But there may be other interpretations actually, and that's one of the strong suits of Gris. I think that it's so open to interpretation. And though I'm a narrative designer, I love games that do not use words. It's fantastic if you can build all of that story and world building into the art, the audio, and into the animation and into the gameplay, of course, and wrap it all up and tell a story nonetheless that is very personal to the player. I also loved about the game that it seems to be very honest about the setbacks in the grieving process, so that this is not a straight line. This is not like linear. It's basically you return to several stages in this. I think it's the Kubler-Ross model, right? So it's not universally acknowledged, but I think nevertheless the game and in real life you can experience that basically in the grieving process you have setbacks and you basically run in circles sometimes. And I think that, do you think that could help people really suffering from grief going through their process, or is it too hidden in the visuals?
So as you'd mentioned, I'm obviously not a medical professional. The way I see it, Gris, at least for myself, it's something that helped me now after having gone through the grief process once before, to understand a little bit from an outside view of how these different stages work, and also sort of draw the line and draw the correlations between what I experienced and how the game depicts it and how the game deals with it. You'd mentioned it's not necessarily like a very linear game, but much rather has its core hub that the player returns to again and again. It's more of a vertical game, starting off at the very top within the clouds, dropping all the way down during the depression phase to sort of like an underwater scenario, very highlighted by blue colors. And in that sense, I think can help the player very much understand what they may have gone through, or also get an understanding of what potentially they will go through in the beginning, or not in the beginning, but later on in their life, but not necessarily be a game that while they're in the process will help them ultimately. But that can differ from player to player.
Yeah, I mean, a game cannot be a therapy. We all agree on that. It can help you along, and it can resonate with you about the topics you're going through, but it will never be a therapy session. That's go see a doctor if you need that. Okay. One final question to you, Chris, and I'd like to open the floor then, because we have around 15 to 20 minutes left. With Gris, could this story and this process of going through these stages of grief have been told in any other medium?
That's a good
have been a movie or a TV series or a book?
That's a very good question. I mean, generally, the topic can definitely be handled in different forms of media. What I think made Gris especially important and interesting is the interactivity. It is not a mechanics-heavy game. It will be in many senses a similar playthrough for a lot of players. But I think having the opportunity to experience it yourself and having these tiny little choices, how you act within the different phases, as I'd mentioned, and when you're in the anger phase, you can destroy objects, and that carries on throughout the game because you learn certain limited abilities. So I think that definitely adds to the experience. But yeah, the topic certainly can be handled in other medias, though oftentimes in a more limited fashion.
Yeah, a little more limited and not in the exact same interactivity interactive way. Actually, I had the same feeling that, like with all the games we're presenting, it's actually quite fascinating that they are games and not movies or a series or a short movie or something like that. Dom, how do you feel about your game, Please Knock on My Door? Could this have been told in any other medium with the same impact? Let's put it like that.
In this case, I don't think so. The game experiments a lot with gameplay as a result of your actions. For example, if you're getting worse and worse and worse, and you don't feel that good anymore, your character starts to move more slowly. There are options when you try to interact with the world which are grayed out or written in red, which is very powerful, even more when you play the game and not only watch a let's play or would have read it in a book or something like that. So I think this game in particular profits a lot from the possibilities of the medium. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same feeling, because you actually feel when the figure moves slower, and you see the clock ticking. I mean, you could see the clock ticking in a movie too, but if you are the godlike creature behind it, behind him steering the person, then it's something else entirely through the gameplay. Jupiter, how about Rambo? Is this games only, or could it have been a short movie?
I'd binge watched an entire Netflix series of Franbo's life and experiences, and beyond what was even seen in the game itself. I feel like I could easily watch that as a series myself. The only thing that you'd mainly lose is the choice for when you take medicine, because that becomes a big feature in the game, is when do you decide to see the scary stuff, and you as a person have to accept that you want to see the scary stuff, because it's very limited. When you take medicine, it only works for like a few minutes or a few seconds really, and then it goes back to reality. So I don't know how that'd be portrayed in a movie itself, because you wouldn't have the option to select to see the scary stuff, or if you want to stay mainly in the world without the scary stuff. But I think it could still be impactful as a movie or a TV series.
Impactful, I think so too. I think Franbo is kind of the only one where I'd say it might be possible to actually have a similar experience to that. I think that with Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, the interactivity of the medium and all the games that came before it, like the tropes of games and the gameplay mechanics of games, work towards the resonating message or the feeling, the immersion of the character. Because there are certain tropes that you associate with, I don't know, hack and slay or Souls-like games where you fight against monsters, and there are usually these spaces that are so big and they are lighted, and it's a certain amount of antagonists and so forth. And this game actually plays with darkness where you don't see a thing. Or with it puts, like, it turns these tropes on their heads and actually deceives you about certain things and lies to you at some points where you can actually you have to decide what do you believe in and what not. So I think that you could obviously always make a movie out of a game, but with Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, it wouldn't be as impactful a learning experience or an immersive experience as it would be in a movie. Right. Which is important for us because we're here sitting talking about games for the foundation of digital games culture, and usually we talk about the cultural and societal impact of games and their meaning and resonance to people who are playing them. So. Okay, do you guys, Jupiter and Dom, do you have some questions for Chris about GRAEF?
Please go first.
Okay.
I played GRAEF. I really liked it. I really like how beautiful it is. That's what first drew me to it. But it is, as you said, a story-based game with no story. And because it was a story-based game with no story, going into it, you kind of find what you want to take out of it. So when I played it, I don't have a very good relationship with my mom. I never did. So the crumbling hand of a statue never was a mother in my head. It was never going to be a mother in my head. So it was a completely different experience on that. Do you think that the game would have still been as impactful if it had a actual story the entire time through that you were following?
That's an interesting question. I think it could have, but the way I see it, I think GRAEF benefited a lot at the end of the day from being that open, from opening itself up for that room of interpretation, something that not necessarily can be given in other media, since we talked about movies and TV shows. So I guess the short answer is yes, theoretically, but in a very precise way that wouldn't have been as approachable to as many people. So I would personally, in this case, definitely stick to the way it had been handled.
Mm-hmm. Tom?
Yeah, so over the years, a lot of people told me when they talked about this game that they used this game as an opportunity to get a clear mind, to meditate and become more calm, because this game offers this possibility. It helped them, they told me, to zone out instead of actually focusing on the game itself. Did you make that experience as well? How do you feel about that?
I personally didn't. For me, it was more of an intense experience overall, and in a positive way at the end of the day. The individual elements that contribute to the game, though, I have felt are quite good to zone out to. I think it's called, or I think the band or the collective or the individual interpret behind the score of the game, Berlinist, did a phenomenal job, and I got goosebumps when we were listening to the trailer music again, in creating a medium that can also stand very well on its own. And I find myself zoning out to just rewatching the trailer or listening to the music itself, or even having just a screenshot of the game as my background wallpaper on my PC. But yeah, that's the beauty. I mean, everyone has their own experience of how the game may or may not have had an impact on them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to add to what Jupiter just said. I have the feeling, of course, that the more room you leave for interpretation, the more the person playing the game brings into it. We all agree on that, I think. This is the very definition of art. You find yourself in a piece of art. And I quite like that about Greece, because everybody brings something else to the table and takes something else away from this table. And that is a quality that very few games actually reach, I think. So, yeah, thanks for that suggestion, Chris. So coming back to, we've looked at 4 games. My final question, and we have 5 minutes left, is that all of them, maybe this with the possible exception of GRAEF, but I think that may be a bit too, all of them don't really rely on new groundbreaking mechanics. So my provocative question would be, do meaningful games that resonate with people, that maybe are more of a piece of art than other games, do they rely on reduced gameplay mechanics? Is that a thing that we can see, Jupiter?
Ooh, this is a really interesting question.
It's a provocative one.
Yeah, I don't think all of them rely on reduced gameplay mechanics necessarily, but having reduced gameplay mechanics and having mechanics that have already been introduced to people as a whole mean that they are more approachable. So it lets the story and the meaning and the true point of the game, I suppose, shine through in a better light, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. I feel that because there wasn't very, very big gameplay barriers through new mechanics or through like groundbreaking mechanics that not everyone would be familiar with, or just being mechanic heavy, it means that more people could pick up, play, understand the themes within it, which were more on the emotional and mental health side of things.
Mm-hmm. Dom, how do you feel about this question?
Yeah, I would totally underline that. Maybe to add, I think these games can experiment in a special way with difficulty if they combine it with the narrative. So, like in the case of Please Knock on My Door, the game kind of gets harder if you down spiral a lot. If you don't feel good in the game becomes in a way harder. It's hard to get out of that corner and reconnect with people and friends and start going to work again. So they do something interesting with difficulty here, but all in all, I would totally go with Jupiter here and say the more accessible these games are, the better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, approachability is absolutely a thing with a reduced and not overly complex gameplay, of course. Chris, you have the final words to this question. What's your take?
I do tend to agree. I think there is a opportunity for games with more complex mechanics overall also to shine in the spotlight. Celeste comes to mind as a rather complex title that does deal with anxiety, that does deal with depression. That being said, as the three of you have already mentioned, approachability, which I've said way too often today, is a major topic. And I know that approachability drove me a little bit away from Celeste at first. And I'm certain some players didn't get a chance to actually experience it due to that topic. So there is space for everything in games. That's a wonderful part about our medium. I tend to be more on the side of I'd prefer some approachability when it comes to serious topics, but I fully respect if someone wants to play as Celeste to understand or to relive those experiences.
Thank you. What a wonderful final statement too. This was the Quartet of Games Culture. By the Stiftung Digitale Spielekultur, the Foundation for Digital Games Culture. I'm Lena Falkenhagen. My guests today were Jupiter Hadley, Christopher Wulf, and Dom Schott. Thank you for being here. We talked together about discovering a new peace of mind, mental health in video games. And therewith, I conclude this session. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.